Hollow Saint Dark Mafia Romance. Where Saints Fall Series Volume 2. Alice Fox. Published by Alice Fox 2026.
Isabella. I thought surviving the Mafia would be the hardest part. I was so wrong. Now every room is filled with predators wearing tailored suits and polished smiles. And every step deeper into Dante's empire binds me tighter to a life I was never meant to inherit. The more I learn about the man the world fears, the harder it becomes to see the monster everyone else sees. Because behind closed doors, he's fiercely protective, dangerously possessive, and slowly becoming the only place that still feels safe. But someone is watching us. And when old enemies return with new plans, loving the most powerful man in the Mafia may become the greatest mistake of my life.
Dante. Power is simple. You eliminate threats before they reach your door. Except the greatest threat isn't the families circling my empire. It's the woman sleeping beneath my roof. Someone wants her alive. Someone powerful enough to challenge my rule has decided she belongs to them, and I intend to discover why before they get close enough to touch her. She believes I'm teaching her how to survive my world. What I'm really teaching everyone else is exactly how far I'll go for what's mine. This is the second book in the Where Saints Fall series. Reading order: Fallen Saint, Hollow Saint, Buried Saint.
Prologue. Isabella. The first thing I notice is the silence. Not the peaceful kind I grew up with, where the ocean carried every thought away before it had the chance to settle. This silence is heavier. It lingers between marble walls and endless corridors, pressing against my skin until it becomes impossible to ignore. I still haven't gotten used to it. The villa is awake long before sunrise, though you'd never know it. Somewhere downstairs, footsteps move with practiced precision. Doors open and close without a sound. Coffee brews in a distant kitchen. Men speak in low voices that never quite carry far enough for me to understand. Everything happens quietly here. Purposefully. As though even the walls are listening. I pull back the curtains and stare through the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the cliffs. The Mediterranean stretches endlessly beneath me, painted silver by the early morning light. Waves crash against the rocks below with enough force to shake the coastline, yet from up here they seem almost gentle. It's beautiful. Nothing like California. There the beaches welcomed you. Here the sea feels like another guard standing watch. I wrap my fingers around the warm mug resting beside the window, letting the steam drift across my face. I still wake expecting to smell salt and coconut sunscreen. Instead, everything smells of polished wood, expensive cologne, and fresh espresso. Different. Not worse. Just different. The door opens behind me. You've been awake for hours. His voice is calm, still rough with sleep. I don't turn around immediately. I couldn't sleep. You rarely do. There's no accusation in his words. Just quiet observation. Footsteps cross the room until he stops beside me, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from him without him ever touching me. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. We simply watch the sunrise together. Orange light spills across the sea, slowly chasing away the darkness that had settled over the water. It's colder here, I murmur. It gets easier. I wasn't complaining. I know. A faint smile touches my lips. He's beginning to understand the difference. Silence settles between us again. Comfortable this time. Not empty. Never empty. He sets his own coffee beside mine before adjusting the cuffs of his black shirt. Even dressed casually, he somehow looks like he belongs in a boardroom instead of a kitchen. Or perhaps a battlefield. I still haven't decided which suits him better. You have plans today? I ask. A meeting. Another one. He looks at me. They never stop. I nod as though I understand. Maybe I do. Power doesn't seem to come with days off. Neither does responsibility. He glances toward the clock before finishing the last of his coffee. I'll be back before dinner. You don't have to report your schedule to me. No? His eyes meet mine. But I'd rather you know where I am. There's something strangely reassuring about that. Not because I need to know. Because he wants me to. He reaches for my empty mug without asking and carries both cups toward the door. I'll have breakfast sent up. I can go downstairs. I know. The corner of his mouth almost lifts. I'll still have breakfast sent up. The door closes behind him. I laugh quietly to myself. Some battles clearly aren't worth fighting. An hour later, sunlight floods every corner of the room. The staff move through the villa with quiet efficiency, replacing flowers, opening windows, preparing rooms for visitors I'll probably never meet. Everyone seems to know exactly where they belong. I'm still figuring out where I belong myself. After breakfast, I wander through the gardens behind the villa. Stone pathways wind between olive trees and carefully trimmed hedges, opening onto terraces overlooking the sea. Somewhere nearby, fountains trickle softly into ancient stone basins. The place feels impossibly old. Like it's been standing here for centuries, watching families rise and fall while remaining completely unchanged. A gardener offers me a polite smile as I pass. Another nods his greeting before returning to work. No one stares anymore. No one whispers. Slowly, almost without noticing, I've stopped feeling like a visitor. Not quite at home. But no longer a stranger. The breeze carries the scent of rosemary and lavender through the gardens. For a moment, I close my eyes. If I don't think too hard. If I don't compare one life to another. I can almost convince myself everything has always been this way. That marble floors are normal. That armed guards standing discreetly near the gates are ordinary. That dinner conversations involving shipping routes and family alliances happen in every household. Funny how quickly people adapt. I used to think extraordinary lives looked different from ordinary ones. Now I know they begin exactly the same way. One morning at a time. A familiar engine echoes across the courtyard. I glance toward the front entrance just as several black cars roll through the gates. The guards straighten immediately. Conversations stop. Everyone notices. Even before the doors open. Visitors. Important ones. Men in tailored suits step out first, scanning the grounds before opening another car door. An older gentleman follows, silver-haired and impeccably dressed, laughing as though he owns the world. Another man walks beside him, younger, his expression unreadable behind dark sunglasses. Business. Always business. I watch from the terrace until one of the maids gently approaches. They've arrived early. For what? The meeting. Of course. I step back from the railing. Whatever happens inside those walls has nothing to do with me. At least, that's what I tell myself. As I turn toward the villa, the older man looks up. For the briefest moment, our eyes meet across the courtyard. He smiles politely. Warmly. Like someone greeting an old family friend. Something about it unsettles me. Not because it feels threatening. Because it feels practiced. Calculated. Gone almost as quickly as it appeared. I continue walking without looking back. The villa doors close behind me, muffling the sound of arriving cars and polite greetings. Outside, the sea keeps crashing endlessly against the cliffs. Inside, something shifts. I can't explain it. I only know that the stillness I woke to this morning has disappeared. And in its place, something else has quietly begun.
Chapter 1. Dante's POV. Sleep never came. I lay on the mattress for an hour, staring at the ceiling, replaying the last few days in my head. The sound of gunfire tearing through the villa, Antonio's blood warm against my hands, the heavy thud of the stretcher as it scraped over the marble floors. Every detail clawed at my mind, sharper than any blade. But most of all, it was her face I couldn't forget. Isabella. Standing barefoot on the glass stairs, staring down at me with wide eyes that refused to look away. She had seen too much. And worse, I had let something slip, something almost human, and she had caught it. I cursed under my breath and dragged myself upright. Lying in bed was useless. The mattress felt too soft beneath my body, pressing me into a false sense of rest that my mind refused to grant. My chest was tight, my hands restless, and the dull ache of fatigue made me feel like a knife had been pressed into my ribs. My body demanded rest, but my mind needed control, and the only way I knew to seize it was through action. There was still a man breathing in the cellar, a survivor from the Spanish attack. Barely alive, but alive enough. He would talk or he would die. I needed to know what had happened. And I needed to know why. The estate was quiet as I crossed it. My boots clicked against the marble floors, sharp and echoing, reverberating through the empty hallways. The air grew colder as I descended into the stone underground. Damp. Metallic. The scent of iron and earth pressed into my nostrils. Water dripped somewhere far in the distance, echoing like tiny gunshots in the dark. This place had been built to hold secrets and to bury them, and I was about to make it bear witness to its own purpose. He was chained to a chair when I entered, wrists raw where the metal had cut into his skin. His chest rose and fell in shallow ragged bursts, and his shirt was dark with dried blood. One eye swollen shut, lips cracked and bleeding, yet when he saw me he still had the audacity to grin. "Dante," he rasped, voice like broken glass scraping against stone. "Come to finish me yourself?" I pulled up a chair opposite him and sat. My movements were slow, deliberate, each one measured to intimidate. "I don't waste my time finishing what's already finished. You're dying, and you know it. But before you bleed out, you're going to talk." He spat, the blood spraying dark across the stone floor, the metallic tang stinging my nose. "You think I'm afraid of you? I've seen worse devils than you." I smiled thinly, leaning forward just enough to let the shadows of my face stretch across the cellar walls. "Then you'll survive this. Let's test that." From the tray nearby I picked up a knife. Not my gun. Guns ended things too quickly, too cleanly. This was about time. About control. About seeing exactly how far someone's stubbornness could stretch before it snapped. I pressed the tip of the blade against his cheek, just enough to dimple the skin. He hissed as it drew a thin line of blood. "Who sent you?" His swollen eye narrowed, burning with defiance. "You think this was about you? You're not half as important as you believe." The knife slipped deeper, parting the skin. He hissed again but held his silence. Blood welled, hot and red, trailing down his jaw like molten ink. "You're bleeding out already," I murmured, leaning closer, smelling the iron tang of his blood. "I can make this fast, or I can make it slow. Which do you prefer?" He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that echoed in the chamber. "Kill me now. Save yourself the effort." I drove the knife into his thigh, quick and precise, and twisted. His scream tore from him, raw and ragged, reverberating against the stone walls like a dying animal. I let him writhe, every convulsion a lesson in the fragility of life, then withdrew, watching the blood gush dark and hot. "You'll die either way," I said, wiping the blade on his shirt, leaving streaks of red. "The only choice you have left is whether you die screaming or with a little mercy." He sagged forward, sweat and blood slicking his brow. For a moment, I thought he'd break. Instead, he lifted his head, lips curving into that grotesque grin again. "You don't get it, do you? It was never about you." I stilled, the words hitting me with a chill sharper than any wound. "Explain." His voice dropped, rasping and coarse. "We were told she'd be there." "The girl." Ice slid through my veins. "What girl?" I already knew the answer, but I needed him to say it aloud. "Isabella." The name hung in the air between us, heavier than the stench of blood, the damp stone, the echoing silence. She wasn't there, I said evenly, trying to mask the tightness in my chest. Doesn't matter, he rasped, each breath a labor. Orders were clear. Alive. Bring her back alive. A chill spread through me, darker than rage, curling through every tendon, every muscle. Someone else wanted her. Not dead. Alive. Who gave the order? I demanded, voice low, sharp like steel scraping stone. He coughed violently, wet, rattling, his whole body shuddering with the effort. You really think I'd betray him? No. No name passes these lips. I slammed the knife through his hand, pinning it to the arm of the chair. His scream cut through the cellar like lightning striking rock, his body jerking against the chains. Whew, I hissed, leaning in close, smelling the sweat and blood on his skin. His good eye rolled to meet mine, glassy with pain but burning stubborn. I'd rather choke on my own blood. I twisted the blade until his breath broke in ragged, desperate gasps. His muscles convulsed violently, teeth bared, yet he gave me nothing. Nothing at all. At last I pulled the knife free. He slumped, head hanging, chest rising faintly, fight fading as life seeped away faster than his will could hold. You're loyal, I said quietly, almost admiringly. I'll give you that. I stood, wiping the blade clean, leaving his body to drown in silence. His eyes stayed open as I closed the door, but I knew he would not see another dawn. His words followed me up the stairs, gnawing at me more than his screams ever could. They hadn't come for me. They had come for her. The stairs groaned under my weight, each step a sharp reminder of our fragility, and of everything that hung in the balance. My boots echoed in the empty hallway, a hollow rhythm that seemed almost deliberate, as if announcing my presence to the world that shouldn't be aware of me yet. Outside, the city pressed in with its endless roar, car horns and sirens cutting through the night air and drifting in through the open windows. It was a smell of exhaust and rain, slick asphalt I had always associated with danger, with the limits of control, and now with her. I paused on the landing outside her door, listening. The villa smelled of lavender, faint traces of waxed wood, and the lingering iron scent from last night's chaos. The air was warmer here, the early rising sun filtering through the windows in glowing molten bands. The light should have been comforting, but instead it burned into my chest with a tightness that I couldn't shake. She was there, by the window. Even before seeing her fully, I could sense her presence. Every muscle in her body seemed to vibrate with awareness, alert to the world in a way that made me pause. She was moving slightly, adjusting something on the windowsill, and the light caught her curls, bouncing them softly around her shoulders like fire trapped in silk. Her skin glowed in the morning sun, soft and radiant, untouched by the darkness I had witnessed last night. When she turned, sensing me, the small movement made her appearance seem almost ethereal. She straightened, chin lifting slightly, eyes wide and alert. "How's Antonio?" she asked, careful but steady. Her voice carried the faintest tremor of concern, and for a moment I saw her as she truly was, not just someone caught in my world but someone who mattered. "Alive," I said, keeping my tone flat, controlled. "Critical but alive." Relief flickered across her face in a subtle way, almost imperceptible, but enough to make me notice. Her gaze shifted to my hands, probably expecting blood or bruises. There was none visible, and yet she did not relax completely. Her body remained taut, coiled like a spring waiting to snap. I stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind me with a soft, final click. My eyes swept over her form carefully. She had changed in the few days I had been gone. Not just in appearance, though the curls, the glow of her skin, the light skirt and top all drew the eye. But in posture, in presence. There was a subtle edge to her now, a confidence that hadn't been there before. She was still cautious, yes, but sharper. Ready in ways she didn't realize. "Is there any reason," I asked, voice low and deliberate, "that someone would want you? Specifically you?" Her brow furrowed, confusion and unease mingling. "Me? I don't understand. Why would anyone?" "It doesn't matter." I cut her off gently but firmly. I could feel her pulse quicken beneath her skin. She was careful with words, weighing each one, but I would not let her curiosity overstep boundaries she didn't yet understand. I had no intention of telling her about the dying man in the cellar, not yet, not until I had full clarity myself. Instead, I shifted the conversation deliberately, forcing both of us to navigate other important matters. There's a dinner tonight. A gathering of families. I was meant to go with Antonio, but he's in no state to leave abed. I explained, letting out a sharp breath through my nose, jaw tightening. Her eyes narrowed slightly. So take one of your guards. Or someone who actually knows what's going on. I'm just a girl from California, remember? I almost allowed myself a small, rare smile. Almost. I will teach you. Her mouth opened slightly, surprise flickering across her features, but she did not speak immediately. I let the silence stretch, letting her feel the weight of my certainty. Dresses will be brought up, I continued, ignoring her quiet skepticism. Be ready by 7. She blinked, caught off guard, and then a small laugh escaped her lips, soft and incredulous. 7? That's all the warning I get? I met her eyes. It is enough. The pause between us was heavy, almost tangible. I studied her closely, taking in every detail, the curve of her jaw, the tilt of her chin, the faint glint in her eyes as she processed my words. She moved subtly, almost imperceptibly, and the sunlight traced the line of her collarbone, the gentle slope of her shoulders. Every detail struck me. Every motion, every breath seemed deliberate and yet effortless, a contradiction that I could not reconcile. And I hated that I could always notice. I don't think you understand, she said finally, voice low. I've never done anything like this before. I don't know the rules, the dangers, or how. You will, I said firmly, leaning slightly forward, letting my presence fill the space between us. It is not experience that matters. It is the ability to learn, to adapt, to survive. That is what counts. Her eyes held mine a long moment, calculating, weighing, resisting, testing. I knew this instinct well. It was the instinct of those who had survived far longer than their apparent weakness would allow. And yet the stakes here were not academic. The stakes were real, and she was still inexperienced. Will someone help me? She asked, voice cautious, almost a whisper. I inclined my head slightly. I will. Her gaze softened, though her posture remained guarded. And the dinner? You will observe, I said. You will learn how to read the room and the people. Antonio would have guided you, but he cannot. I will. Her lips pressed together, considering, and then she gave a small nod. I'll do it, she said, almost reluctantly. But why me? Because I cannot let her go, I wanted to say. Because she is not just anyone. Because the memory of her on the stairs haunts me. But I did not say it. I couldn't say it. I only repeated calmly. You must be ready. 7 o'clock. Her curls bounced lightly as she turned her head, perhaps to hide the faint flush rising in her cheeks. I could see the mixture of fear, excitement, and defiance there, and it only made her more impossible to ignore. I forced my thoughts back to the matter at hand, the plans, the dinner, the risks, but the image of her bathed in sunlight, brown skin against gold curls catching the light, lingered in my mind. I straightened, stepping back slightly, masking the sharp edge of my fixation. I will have the dresses brought to you. So you are prepared? She nodded, still wary, still processing. And I knew that by 7 she would understand more than she realized, whether she was ready or not. I turned to leave but paused. One last glance over my shoulder revealed her framed in the window, the light casting her as something fragile and strong simultaneously. The juxtaposition was dangerous. Irritating. Captivating. I forced the pull away from me, though I knew it would linger, unrelenting. And as I closed the door behind me, the thought came unbidden, undeniable: she was beautiful. She had changed. And I could not look away. The villa hummed softly around me, the quiet creaks, the faint drip of water from the stone walls, the distant cry of a gull outside, and in that quiet I felt the gravity of what was coming. 7 o'clock. Danger. Training. shadows. And her. I exhaled, allowing my control to return, my thoughts to sharpen. The sun climbed higher. She would be ready. She had no choice. And I would ensure it.
Chapter 2. Isabella's path. The dress felt like it was mine. It wrapped around me as though it had been waiting, cut for me, meant for me, a second skin that didn't hide but revealed, and for once I didn't mind being seen. I had always thought of gowns as costumes, armor stitched in silk, meant to disguise or distract. But this one was different. It didn't turn me into someone else. It let me be myself, only sharper, brighter, untouchable. The silk clung in a dark green ripple, liquid in the way it caught the light, gliding over the lines of my body, as though it had been made to remember them. The neckline dipped daringly, the back bared, the straps delicate as whispers, scandalous maybe. But with the body I carried now, the strength in my shoulders, the curve of my waist, it felt right. The women Dante had sent worked quickly, their hands brisk but not unwelcome. One coiled my curls into soft waves, pinning and loosening until they fell exactly where they should, brushing bare skin and shimmering fabric. Another brushed gold dust along my cheekbones, and when I finally looked into the mirror, the woman staring back was still me, but more. For once I didn't feel disguised. I felt revealed. My pulse steadied instead of racing. My mouth curved, unforced into a smile. "Perfect," one of them said in accented English, stepping back. And this time, I believed it. When they left, the silence felt different. Not heavy, not suffocating, but poised. I smoothed the silk at my hip, not to steady myself, but to admire the way it curved against me. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel like I was pretending. Tonight, I looked like I belonged. Dante's words still echoed, "You must be ready. 7 o'clock. He hadn't explained more than that, but he hadn't needed to. Whatever was waiting tonight, it mattered. And I would not walk into it looking small. I leaned closer to the mirror. My eyes gleamed darker than usual, sharpened by the gold at my cheekbones. My lips, painted deep red, made me look older, more dangerous. I tried a smile, and this time it didn't feel false. The door opened. I turned, pulse leaping, and there he was. Dante filled the doorway in black, suit, shirt, collar undone just enough to reveal the strength of his throat. His gaze swept over me once, sharp and unreadable, before locking on mine. For a moment he was still, his expression a mask. Then something shifted, a faint flash of emotion I couldn't name. "Ready?" he asked in his steady voice, leaning up against the doorframe, arms crossed while his eyes continued to trace up and down my dress. I tilted my chin, meeting his eyes without flinching. "Yes." His gaze swept over me again, slower this time, and I felt the weight of it as though he'd touched me. A muscle moved in his jaw. He stepped closer, closing the door behind him with deliberate quiet. "You look the part," he said. "Looking the part," I murmured, "is only half the battle." He stopped just before me, tall enough that I had to look up. His eyes searched mine, dark and intent, as if weighing what he saw there. "Don't leave my side," he said. "And you will do just fine." This time I believed him. When he offered his arm, I hesitated only a second before laying my hand there. His warmth bled through the fine fabric, and I let it ground me, not as a chain but as a choice. "Head high," he said as we moved toward the door. "They'll see it too." I smiled faintly, not in defiance but in agreement. The villa's marble hallways carried our steps, sharp and certain, until we reached the waiting car. The driver stood stiffly by the door, eyes lowered, but Dante opened it for me himself. I slid in, silk whispering against my skin, and lifted my chin as the city unfolded outside. The streets glittered after rain, lamps and neon signs scattering across wet asphalt. In the window's reflection, I caught sight of myself again. The woman staring back wasn't a stranger. She was me, only more. "You're quiet," Dante said after a while had passed, his gaze still fixed ahead. "I'm thinking," I answered, eyes on the blur of lights and the passing roads. "About what?" I paused for a few seconds, unsure. "About walking into that room," I said quietly. and not letting them see me hesitate. He glanced at me then, the corner of his mouth tilting faintly. They won't? Not if you don't show them. The car slowed. Ahead the building rose grand and luminous, chandeliers blazing through tall windows. Gowns and suits glittered across the steps, a stream of arrivals slipping in and out of gleaming cars with mechanical ease. I drew a slow breath, steadying myself. Tonight, there would be no faltering. Tonight, I would walk through those doors as though I had always belonged. The driver stopped. Dante got out first, straightening to his full height before turning to offer me his hand. I stared at it pale against the dark night, then took it. His grip was firm, reassuring me as I stepped onto the wet pavement. Immediately, I felt the shift. Eyes turned. Conversations faltered. 100 silent judgments pressed in. I wanted to shrink. Instead, I remembered his words, head high. So I lifted my chin and walked beside him up the steps, the gown whispering around my legs, my heartbeat loud as thunder in my ears. Inside, the air was warm and golden. Chandeliers dripped light over polished floors. The scent of expensive perfume, of roasted meats and vintage wine mingled with the faint smoke of cigars. The hum of voices filled every corner, layered with laughter that never seemed entirely genuine. I barely had time to take it in before Dante's hand pressed lightly at my back, steering me further inside. The crowd parted for him. People nodded, offered greetings in low voices. I caught fragments, his name, murmurs of Antonio's absence, the faintest glances at me before looking quickly away. The gown felt heavier with every step. I realized this wasn't just a dinner. It was a stage. And I was part of the performance. The table stretched longer than I thought possible, polished wood gleaming beneath crystal and silver. A dozen ornate candles spilled golden light onto glassware that glittered like jewels. People moved with quiet precision, seating themselves, greeting one another with kisses on cheeks or quick, calculated embraces. I felt like an intruder in a room designed for predators. Dante guided me toward our seats near the head of the table. Conversations dipped as we passed. Eyes followed. I heard the soft hiss of whispers, the shuffle of someone leaning closer to share words I couldn't catch. I told myself it was the dress. The newcomer. Nothing more. But I didn't believe it. Dante pulled out my chair. His hand brushed the small of my back, light, almost imperceptible. Then he settled beside me, his presence a wall of composure at my side. I tried to breathe, to calm the thundering pulse in my ears. The meal began with a quiet flourish. Plates set down with care, silver knives glinting in the light of the chandeliers, glasses filled with ruby dark wine. The table stretched longer than any I had ever sat at, a gleaming expanse of crystal, porcelain, and polished wood. Conversations overlapped in low rolling waves, punctuated by laughter that never quite reached the eyes. I reached for my glass too quickly, eager for something to anchor me, and nearly tipped it over. My hand trembled as I steadied it, the liquid within sloshing dangerously close to the rim. From further down the table a chuckle rose, deep, unrestrained, and far too deliberate. I froze. The sound belonged to a man in his 50s, broad-shouldered with a trimmed gray beard, his suit so perfectly cut it seemed sewn onto him. His cufflinks caught the light as he leaned back lazily in his chair, swirling the wine in his glass. His eyes, sharp and gleaming with amusement, pinned me in place. "Careful, Bellissima," he said, voice rich and loud enough to draw attention from nearby guests. "That vintage is worth more than your pretty shoes." Heat flared up my neck. A few people laughed softly, not cruelly but enough to sting, enough to burn. My grip on the glass tightened, the stem biting faintly into my skin as I forced my expression into stillness. I wanted to vanish. To slip under the tablecloth and disappear. Before I could, Dante's voice cut across the table. Low. Sharp. A blade sliding between ribs. "Watch your tongue." The laughter died. The entire table seemed to still, abruptly ending all conversation. The man blinked, momentarily stunned, his smile faltering before he recovered. "Merely a joke, Dante. Don't tell me you've grown sensitive." Dante turned his head slightly, his profile cast in steel by the chandelier's glow. His eyes, however, were merciless. "Don't speak to my wife like that." The word wife landed heavier than any strike. It filled the room, heavy with finality, and lodged itself inside my chest. My breath caught, my ribs tightening around it. He had never called me that before, not in public, not even in private. An astonished hush rippled around the table. A few guests exchanged startled glances before quickly lowering their gazes, pretending interest in their plates. The man's smile returned, thinner now, touched with something sour. "Ah yes. The mysterious bride. Forgive me, she just seems unpracticed in such circles. I meant no harm." My gaze fell to my plate, though I barely saw it. My fork trembled in my hand. My throat locked tight, words strangled before they could form. The man's eyes lingered on me as he raised his glass, mock gallant, his grin widening. To new beginnings, then. May she learn quickly, for the sake of us all. More laughter. Softer, more hesitant, but still laughter. Something inside me snapped. Before thought could intervene, before doubt could take hold, I lifted my glass and flung the wine straight across the table. The arc of crimson caught the light as it left my hand, scattering across his pristine white shirt, splattering his face, dripping down into his lap. Gasps rose like a wave around the table. The man shot to his feet, chair scraping back with a screech. His napkin tumbled to the floor as his hands clawed uselessly at the spreading stain. His eyes blazed with fury. "You?" My body vibrated with adrenaline, every nerve lit, every breath shallow and sharp. My fingers still clutched the glass stem, slick with wine and sweat, trembling with the aftermath of the throw. Across from me, Dante leaned back slowly in his chair. His hand rested lightly on the table, utterly unbothered. And then he smiled. Not mocking. Not cruel. Something more deliberate. Almost pleased. As though this had been inevitable. As though he'd been waiting for it. The man sputtered, cursing in Italian under his breath, dabbing furiously at the spreading stain with his napkin. "This is an outrage." "No," Dante interrupted, voice calm, almost lazy. "This is a warning. Sit down." The words were quiet, but they carried. They cut deeper than the man's fury ever could. The table collectively held its breath. The man hesitated, his pride and rage caught in a visible battle. His jaw clenched, his knuckles white against the napkin. And then, with a low, vicious snarl, he lowered himself back into his chair. The sound of his chair legs grinding against the polished floor was loud in the hush. The rest of the table sat frozen in brittle silence. Some studied their plates intently. Others stole glances at me, their eyes darting away when I looked up. I set my empty glass carefully on the table, my hand still shaking. My chest rose and fell too quickly, every breath scraping like glass inside my lungs. I couldn't look at Dante. But I could feel him, the weight of his presence beside me, a steady heat radiating outward. Quiet satisfaction hummed from him, so strong it made my skin prickle. The meal resumed eventually, conversation stumbling awkwardly back into place. But the rhythm had changed. The easy flow of laughter and gossip was gone, replaced with stilted exchanges, nervous chuckles, and the scraping of utensils that sounded too loud in the strained silence. Every glance in my direction carried new weight. Appraisal. Wariness. Some even respect. The scents pressed in thicker now, roasted meats, truffle oil, garlic butter rising from porcelain plates, but I could hardly taste a thing. My stomach had closed itself tight. Even the clinking of cutlery against china seemed magnified, every sound rattling against my frayed nerves. The candles on the table wavered in the faint draft, shadows flickering across white tablecloths spattered now with drops of wine like blood. I caught fragments of whispers, two men leaning close, their words muffled but their eyes flicking toward me, a woman fanning herself with a napkin, her mouth twisting in something between curiosity and disdain. The air was heavier than before, full of unsaid things, of speculation and judgment. I tried to focus on the food before me, delicacies I couldn't name, flavors I barely registered. My hand moved mechanically, knife and fork lifting and lowering, though my mouth stayed dry. I could not shake the sound of his voice when he'd said my wife. I told myself it was strategy. A calculated defense. A mask for the room. Nothing more. But the echo lingered. It had sunk deep into my bones. By the time the final course was cleared, I was raw. My nerves buzzed with exhaustion and leftover adrenaline, every muscle stiff from holding myself together. Dante rose smoothly. His chair scraped lightly against the polished floor, the sound commanding attention without effort. He didn't look at me when he spoke. "We're leaving." And just like that, the eyes of the table shifted, following me as I stood. His hand came to rest against my back, light but unyielding, guiding me from the room. Every step I took, I felt the weight of their stares. The night air outside was cool and sharp against my flushed skin. I breathed it in greedily, the city's damp perfume filling my lungs. I'd survived the dinner. But the war inside my chest had only just begun. Chapter 3. Isabella's POV. The heavy doors shut behind us, muffling the voices and laughter of the dining hall. The night air was cool, damp with the promise of rain. For a moment, I just stood there, breathing it in. My head still spun from the wine, from the heat of so many eyes on me, from the fury that had driven me to hurl my glass across the table. I couldn't believe I'd done it. But even more, I couldn't believe he'd let me. Dante stepped forward without pause, coat unbuttoned, stride purposeful. He didn't look at me, as he adjusted his cufflinks, and set off down the marble steps toward the street. I followed, the click of my heels loud in the silence between us. The city lights glowed faint through a misty haze, lamps burning like halos above slick cobblestones. The hotel loomed just beyond the corner, its facade lit with soft gold light. The walk was short. Too short. I wanted words, answers, something. My chest was a storm, beating against my ribs, desperate to break free. Then, without warning, his voice cut through the quiet. "You know," Dante said, eyes fixed ahead, "I'm proud of you." I blinked at him. "Proud?" He gave a faint nod, as though it were nothing. "You stood up for yourself tonight. You didn't let him humiliate you." My steps faltered. The rain-damp air seemed to thicken around me. I wasn't sure I had the courage, I admitted softly. "You did." His tone was matter-of-fact, unflinching. More than most. Something swelled in my chest, unexpected, raw, but it was too dangerous to hold. Too dangerous to trust. The words spilled before I could stop them, sharp where his had been steady. "You didn't have to do that." He glanced at me, brow raised. "Do what?" "Defend me." The word snagged in my throat. "In front of all of them. Calling me your wife as if," I stopped, breath shuddering. "As if you meant it." He gave a short laugh, humorless. "I meant to put him in his place. Nothing more." The mist thickened, drops of rain starting to patter against the pavement. My hair prickled with it, strands loosening from their pins. "Don't lie to me," I said, my voice low. His jaw tightened. "I don't lie." "You do." I stopped walking, forcing him to pause a step ahead. "You say nothing has changed, but it has. I see it. I feel it. Tonight proved it." The rain grew heavier, speckling his shoulders, darkening the fabric of his suit. In moments it was pouring, drumming against the cobblestones, running in rivulets down my arms. My curls sagged, heavy with water, strands plastered across my cheeks, dripping against my collarbones. He turned back to me slowly, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Water streamed from his hair, soaking dark through his shirt, until the fabric clung to him like a second skin. The outline of his chest was unmistakable, hard lines, broad muscles shifting beneath each breath. The thin cotton pulled tight over his shoulders, across his biceps, down the sculpted ridges of his stomach. I told myself not to notice. Not to look. But my eyes betrayed me, tracing the way the rain traced him. "You think because I stopped a fool from mocking you that it means something?" he asked as he turned and took a step towards me, voice like steel wrapped in velvet. "Yes." My chest heaved. "Because you didn't have to. Because you looked at him and said, 'Don't speak to my wife like that,' and you didn't flinch. You defended me, Dante. In public. For the first time. Water dripped down my temple, cool against heated skin. My hands clenched at my sides. And now you're standing here, pretending you don't care, pretending it was strategy. But I know better. You're lying. The silence that followed pressed against us like a weight. Only the rain filled it, a steady hiss against the cobblestones, a rhythm to the thunder in my veins. Dante's gaze locked on mine, unwavering. Then slowly he stepped closer once more. The rain traced silver lines down his cheekbones, soaked into his dark hair, plastering it against his forehead. His shirt stretched with the movement, water glistening over every contour, every muscle. I thought he might say something. Deny me again. Or admit it at last. But he didn't. He lifted one hand, deliberate and unhurried, and brushed a raindrop from my cheek with the back of his knuckle. The touch was light. Barely there. Yet it burned hotter than any fire. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Our eyes stayed locked, the space between us a taut wire pulled to breaking. Every second stretched into forever, the city falling away, until there was only him, only me, only the rain binding us together. And then he lowered his hand. "Let's go," he said softly. "We'll be late." He turned away, striding toward the hotel entrance without looking back. The world crashed back in around me, loud and hollow. I swallowed hard, my body trembling with words unsaid, with the ache of something I couldn't name. Then I forced my legs to move, heels slipping slightly against the wet stones, and followed him into the waiting glow of the hotel lights. My heart thundered in my chest with each step, my breathing labored and heavy. His face, his eyes. The image wouldn't leave my head. And the worst part was, I almost wanted it to stay. The hotel swallowed us in golden light and warmth the moment the doors closed behind us. The contrast was disorienting. Outside, the rain had beaten us raw, chilling my skin until I could hardly feel my fingers. Inside, everything glowed: polished wood, soft carpets, the faint scent of citrus polish and beeswax candles. The world shifted so abruptly, it felt as though I'd stepped into another life. Water dripped steadily from me, trailing across the marble. My dress clung heavy and dark to my legs, plastered against my skin, dripping little rivulets onto the plush carpet. My curls had collapsed into damp wild strands, sticking to my neck and cheeks. My mascara had probably smudged. My shoes squelched when I shifted my weight. Dante shook the water from his coat with a sharp, efficient motion, droplets scattering against the tiled floor. His shirt was soaked clean through, the fabric nearly transparent where it clung to his chest and shoulders. Each movement flexed the muscles beneath, the material pulling taut across his arms and torso. He looked like the rainfall hadn't touched him at all, composed, precise, utterly in control, yet the evidence of it plastered him in sharp relief. Only the damp strands of hair slicked across his temple betrayed the downpour we just endured. Me? I was a mess. The girl in the mirror upstairs, the one in silk and makeup, carefully sculpted to look like she belonged, was gone. I felt stripped bare again. The clerk behind the desk looked up, startled, but Dante's presence alone was enough to silence any comment. He spoke low and quick in Italian, his voice clipped and commanding, and within moments a brass key had been placed in his hand. He didn't glance at me once as he crossed the lobby. His stride was purposeful, unhurried, as though the tension outside had evaporated the moment the door shut. I hurried after him, ignoring the stares of a couple seated near the fire, the way their eyes lingered on my dripping gown, my ruined hair, the trail of water we left behind. The elevator ride was quiet. The kind of quiet that pressed against my ribs and made it hard to breathe. I kept my gaze fixed on the ascending numbers above the door, my pulse thudding in time with each one. A droplet slid from my chin, spattering the polished stone floor. Another rolled down my calf, disappearing into the edge of my heels. We stopped at the 4th floor. The corridor stretched out, lined with doors, the carpet soft underfoot, muffling even the sound of my wet shoes. Dante's steps left faint dark marks as the water seeped from his trousers and shirt, soaking into the fabric and dripping with every movement. He stopped at the end, slid the key into the lock, and pushed the door open. I stepped inside and froze. There was only one bed. Large, yes. Luxurious, with crisp white sheets and a dark carved headboard, but unmistakably one. My stomach dropped. Heat rushed to my face, warring with the chill still clinging to my skin. Of course this would happen. Of course the universe or fate, or whatever cruel hand was pulling these strings, would find one more way to twist the knife tonight. I waited for his reaction, bracing for some sharp remark, some dry mockery. But Dante's expression didn't change. He walked in, set the key on the dresser, and scanned the room as if he hadn't even noticed the problem. Finally, his eyes flicked to mine. Just for a moment. Then away again. "I'll take the floor," he said simply. It wasn't a question, not even a hesitation. He said it like it was nothing, like the floor was where he belonged. He crossed to the armchair, tugged one of the spare blankets free, and began laying it out with the same deliberate efficiency he gave to everything. Water still clung to his shirt, dripping faintly into the carpet as he moved. For some reason, that cut deeper than if he had smirked or teased. It wasn't disdain, it wasn't reluctance, it was detachment. A refusal to let the tension between us be anything at all. I swallowed, my throat dry. "You don't have to." "Yes, I do." He didn't look at me as he answered, smoothing the blanket across the floor with long, precise motions. "You're exhausted. Take the bed." The way he said it left no room for argument. But still the words rattled inside me, heavy and strange. "You're exhausted." Not an insult. Not a threat. Just an observation. A concession. I turned away quickly, my hands twitching at my sides, and forced myself toward the bathroom. The sight of my reflection in the mirror above the sink nearly made me flinch. Mascara smudged in trickling lines down my face. Strands of curls hanging loose against my skin. My dress sagging heavy and limp, the delicate embroidery weighed down by water. For a moment, I gripped the edge of the sink so tightly my knuckles ached. My chest rose and fell, uneven, as if the storm outside had followed me in. I needed to wash it all off. The shower hissed to life, steam rising quickly to fog the mirror. I stripped out of the ruined gown, peeled the damp silk from my body, and stepped under the hot spray. The water scalded at first, shocking my chilled skin, but slowly it eased into warmth, soaking into my muscles, unraveling the knots of tension wound too tight in my spine. I pressed my forehead against the tile, letting the stream wash away the night. The humiliation at dinner, the fight in the rain, the look in Dante's eyes when he brushed that raindrop from my cheek. God, why had he done that? Why had it felt like something? No matter how hot the water ran, it couldn't cleanse the question seared into me. When I finally turned the tap off, the bathroom was thick with steam, the air heavy and damp. I wrapped a towel around myself, searching for something to wear. My dress was unthinkable, soaked and stained, useless. That was when I saw it, folded neatly on the counter, one of Dante's shirts. Crisp white, faintly smelling of him, spice, leather, something darker I couldn't name. He must have left it here while I was in the shower. My chest tightened, inexplicably, as I slipped it on. The fabric was too large, the sleeves hanging past my elbows, the hem brushing my thighs. It swallowed me whole, yet clung in places it shouldn't, the faint warmth of him lingering in the cloth. I hesitated before opening the door. When I stepped back into the room, the sight rooted me in place. Dante was already on the floor. He had made a kind of bed out of the blanket and pillow, his long frame stretched out but not yet fully at rest. He was leaning on one elbow, thumbing through something on his phone, the glow casting faint light across his sharp features. For a moment, he didn't notice me. And in that moment, I let myself see him. Really see him. The way the damp from the rain had darkened his hair, the set of his jaw, the lines of tension around his mouth even now when he looked so calm. When his gaze finally lifted, it landed on me with unerring precision. His eyes flicked over the shirt, the damp curl strands of hair trailing down my neck, the steam still clinging to my skin. He said nothing. And neither did I. The silence stretched between us, filled with everything unsaid, everything impossible to name. I climbed into the bed slowly, the sheets cool against my skin, and lay back against the pillows. The room was too quiet now, save for the faint hum of the city outside the window. No words passed between us as he set his phone aside and turned onto his side, facing away. His shoulders rose and fell, steady, controlled. I watched the ceiling until my vision blurred. The rain had stopped. The storm was over. But something inside me still raged, wild and unrelenting, demanding answers he refused to give. And yet, as my eyes finally closed, exhaustion pulling me under, I found myself oddly aware of his presence on the floor. Not as a threat. Not as a captor. But as something else. Something far more dangerous.
Chapter 4. Dante's POV. The next morning light bled into the room, soft gold streaking across the floor, catching the faint traces of water that had seeped through the carpet overnight. I stirred, drowsy, muscles stiff from the floor and the rain-soaked night. Sleep had barely touched me. Not fully. My mind kept replaying last night, the fire in her eyes, the way she'd fought back, and then the rain, the way it clung to her, darkening silk, curling her hair around her face. And that look when I brushed the raindrop from her cheek, the image had burned itself into me, unrelenting. I swung my legs over the floor, toes brushing the damp carpet. I felt the cold seep in, the lingering memory of the storm pressing against my skin. My back ached from sleeping on the floor, but worse than that was the restlessness curling through me, insistent, sharp. I needed to move. The bathroom was warm by contrast, steam curling into the mirrors. Hot water pounded against my shoulders, a shock that pulled me fully upright. I let it wash over me, tried to shake the remnants of the night from my muscles. But it was useless. The images persisted. Her defiance, the soaked silk clinging to her curves, her chest rising and falling in tension, the quiet ache of vulnerability she'd carried even as she tried to maintain control. I pressed my forehead to the tile, water slicing over my hands. A part of me wanted to undo it all, to step back, to erase the memory, to deny the pull that had twisted something inside me last night. But I couldn't. Instead, I shoved the thought aside, focusing on the present. I had to maintain control. I had to. The shower shut off. Steam fogged the mirror, my reflection a blurred sketch of myself. I toweled off briskly, muscles flexing under damp skin, hair plastered to my temples. Shirtless, towel wrapped low around my waist, I stepped from the bathroom and froze. She was already awake. Sitting on the edge of the bed, hair damp and curling in messy waves, eyes tracking me like a careful observer. She held a pillow against her chest, body small under the morning light, wary and alert. "Morning," I said, voice rough, trying for neutrality. She didn't answer immediately. Just watched. And I felt the taut, electric line of unspoken words stretch between us. I adjusted the towel at my waist, brushed damp strands back from my temple. "I'll get changed," I muttered, picked up the pile of clothes and stepping back into the bathroom. My movements were deliberate, precise. I stripped off the towel, pulled on a crisp shirt and trousers, every motion a mask of control. My gaze flicked towards her once, catching her watching, and quickly looked away. When I turned back, I held out a hoodie, mine and the car keys. "Here," I said. "You'll need this. Wait in the car." Her brow lifted. The faintest smirk played on her lips, like she found my routine amusing, predictable. I ignored it, tossing a black Amex card onto the bed next to her. "Go downstairs and take care of whatever else you need. I'll be out in a moment." She hesitated, looking between the black card, the hoodie, and the keys. Finally, wordlessly, she took everything from my grasp and moved towards the door. I followed a few moments later, pausing to leave a pack of notes on the bed as a tip. After checking the hallway and pressing the elevator button, I began to descend down to the bottom floor. The hotel was quiet this morning, the storm replaced by soft gold light filtering through the wet streets outside. The drive home was silent. Outside, the streets glistened with the last traces of rain, the storm washed away. Calm. Serene. Inside the car, though, the air was thick with tension, unspoken words curling around us like smoke. She slouched against the passenger seat, oversized hoodie swallowing her frame. Her hair, still damp, clung to her forehead. Her breathing was shallow, uneven, and I resisted the urge to reach out to smooth the strands away, to ask the questions I knew would go unanswered. "You sleep much?" I asked finally, trying first with a simple question. "Not really," she murmured. Eyes half-lidded, she stole a glance at me, and then rested back against the seat. "Me neither," I admitted, jaw tight, eyes on the road. Rarely did I confess anything that vulnerable, but I did it anyway. I didn't look at her. I didn't need to. I knew she'd notice anyway, the way she noticed everything. She drifted in and out of sleep as we drove. I watched her frame, the way she settled, the slight tension in her shoulders even when she tried to relax. Even in half sleep, even exhausted, she was alert. And I fought the pull to lean closer, to hear her breath properly, to feel the warmth of her next to me again. Instead, I kept my face stern, my eyes glued to the road as though we might crash at any minute. Every time my thoughts seemed to stray, I had to pull them back to the present, distracting myself with business. A list of people I still needed to call, and a dozen meetings I still needed to arrange. There could be no distractions. The journey home was slow, tiring. Every stoplight, every puddle glinting in the morning sun seemed to remind me of last night, the argument, the rain, her touch. When we pulled into the driveway, she stretched, tiny movements, sleepy but remaining careful. "I'm going to call Rhiannon," she said softly, like an assertion of independence. I nodded, moving through the house with habitual precision, shoes off, keys tossed on the hall table. My mind was already moving forward, towards obligations, towards work, towards the unending tasks that awaited. Inside, the house smelled faintly of morning, of citrus polish and fresh air. Isabella disappeared down the hall with her hoodie pulled tight, phone pressed to her ear. The quiet lingered after her, still heavy, almost tangible. I tried not to think too much. I tried not to remember the feel of her, the look in her eyes when I'd given her the bed last night, the sharp inhale when I brushed that raindrop from her cheek. But the memory was already lodged in me, stubborn and unrelenting. I ran a hand through my damp hair and began to climb the steps upstairs. By the time I reached the office, the sky had cleared completely. The last trace of the storm was gone, washed out into the calm blue stretching over the harbor. I should have felt steadier. But I didn't. My shoulders ached from the drive, my mind replaying flashes of her. Isabella leaning against the car window, hair cascading in those little ringlets, lips parted slightly in half sleep. Every time I blinked, the image reformed behind my eyelids like an imprint that refused to fade. I couldn't seem to escape her. Attempting to shove the thought aside as I entered the office, the scent of coffee and paperwork grounded me. Business as usual. Nothing else. Antonio was already there, leaning against my desk, legs crossed, phone in one hand and coffee in the other. He grinned the moment he saw me. "Jesus, you look like hell." "Good morning to you too," I muttered, setting my things down harder than intended. The clatter echoed against the glass surface. Antonio arched a brow. "Late night?" I didn't answer. I went straight to the sideboard, poured myself a black coffee, and drank half of it in one go. The bitterness cut through the fog in my head, but did nothing for the knot tightening in my chest. When I turned back, he was still watching me, that infuriatingly perceptive expression plastered on his face. "What?" I said finally. He shrugged. "Just wondering what could make you look that tense this early on a Monday. You usually save this level of brooding for a board meeting." I didn't take the bait. "Rough weekend?" He smirked. "With Isabella?" I froze for a fraction too long, and Antonio caught it instantly. His grin widened. "Ah. That explains it." "There's nothing to explain." I set my mug down, a little too firmly. Coffee sloshed near the rim. "It was work-related." "Work-related?" He laughed once, sharp and amused. "That what we're calling it now?" I shot him a look, but he didn't flinch. He never did. Antonio had known me long enough to read the difference between irritation and evasion. He leaned forward on my desk, resting his elbows there like he owned the place. "You spent the weekend alone with her, didn't you?" "Temporarily," I snapped. And you're telling me you don't feel anything? I'm telling you, I said tightly, that it's irrelevant. Antonio tilted his head, studying me. His gaze wasn't mocking anymore, just thoughtful. You've been off lately, Dante. More than usual. Distracted. I've seen you manage billion-pound contracts without blinking, but the minute her name comes up, you lose composure. I exhaled slowly through my nose, pinching the bridge of it between my fingers. The gesture was automatic, born from habit, but my pulse still thudded behind my temples. You're reading into nothing. Am I? His voice softened. Because you look like a man who didn't sleep. And not because of the rain. I gave a dry laugh, short and humorless. You should write poetry. He ignored that. You like her. The words hit harder than they should have. I looked away, focusing on the window, on the skyline beyond it, bright, open, calm. It felt wrong. After the storm, after the chaos, this peace was almost mocking. Her father killed my brother, I said at last. We have circumstances that don't allow for complications. Meaning you like her, Antonio said easily, pushing off the desk. But you won't admit it. I'm not a teenager, Antonio. No, he said. You're worse. You're a control freak, who thinks feelings are a tactical disadvantage. That earned him a glare, but he only smiled wider. Relax, he said, walking toward the coffee machine again. I'm not judging you. I'm impressed. It's been years since you've given a damn about anyone. You should see your face when she walks into a room. I don't, he cuts me off almost instantly. Yes, you do. You go completely still. Like you're recalibrating. I ran a hand over my jaw, feeling the scrape of stubble there. I hadn't even shaved properly this morning. My routine, the one thing that grounded me, had already fractured. Maybe Antonio was right. Maybe I was slipping. I sank into the chair behind my desk and stared at the stack of files waiting for me. Numbers, projections, contracts. Everything I usually lived for. Today they blurred together into white noise. Antonio handed me a fresh mug of coffee, then perched on the edge of the desk again. You need a break. I don't take breaks. Exactly, he said. Which is probably why you look like you've been hit by a train. I rubbed at my eyes, fatigue dragging at the corners of them. Work doesn't stop because I'm tired. Then stop for yourself, he countered. There's a yacht party tonight, down at the harbor. You need to come. I lifted my head slowly. A yacht party? Don't sound so offended. It's social, not a rave. Good food, expensive champagne, maybe some company that isn't glaring daggers at you. I gave him a flat look. I'm not exactly in the mood for champagne. You never are, he said simply. That's why you should come. I leaned back in the chair, staring past him at the view of the city beyond the glass. The sunlight glinted off the water in the distance, sharp and blinding. I could already feel the headache building behind my eyes. Antonio continued, his tone more coaxing now. You don't have to stay long. Just come, have a drink, breathe. Forget about whatever's been eating you alive for one night. I hesitated, fingers drumming against the armrest. I wanted to say no. I should have said no. But the truth was, he wasn't wrong. The last few days had left something inside me stretched thin, frayed around the edges in a way I didn't like admitting. I'll think about it, I said finally. He grinned, satisfied. Translation: you'll go. Frowning, I opened my mouth to disagree. I said I'd think. Dante, he interrupted, the minute you say you'll think about it, you've already decided. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose again. You're insufferable. Maybe, he said, unfazed. But I'm right. And besides, if you don't show up, people will think you're brooding over a woman. I glared at him. Antonio. He held up his hands in mock surrender. Hey, I'm just trying to save your reputation. By dragging me to a yacht party? I question. Exactly. He smirked. Also, wear something that doesn't scream corporate overlord. Maybe loosen the buttons, ditch the tie. Try something sexy. I groaned quietly, sinking further into my chair. I regret hiring you. No, you don't, he said lightly, heading for the door. I'm the only one who tells you the truth. I didn't respond. I listened to his footsteps fade down the hall, the office falling back into its familiar silence. For a long time I sat there, staring at nothing, the sunlight warming the back of my neck. I should have opened my laptop, returned calls, done something productive. Instead, I replayed the morning again, the quiet in the car, the weight of her head against the seat, the way her lashes fluttered when she almost drifted off. I told myself it meant nothing. I told myself she was just another responsibility in a long list of them. But even now, with the calm outside and the work waiting in front of me, I could still feel that same strange pull in my chest.
Chapter 5. Isabella's Pav. You need a break, Isa. You can't keep staying there. It's fine, I said, the word mechanical. He's not even home most of the time. That last part wasn't exactly true. Dante wasn't home physically much, but he was everywhere else. His presence lingered in the rules, the security, the careful silences that followed me through every corridor of the house. The call with Rhiannon ended with that small, breathy static that fills the silence when someone still wants to say more but can't find the words. I could picture her, phone pressed against her cheek, eyes darting as if she might find courage somewhere in the corners of her room. When I eventually hung up, the emptiness of the room seemed to stretch wider. The curtains moved softly in the late afternoon breeze, brushing against the window frame with the faintest sigh. I stared at the ceiling for a moment, tracing the familiar cracks above the chandelier, trying to convince myself that staying still was safer than moving. There was something comforting about the stillness, like nothing bad could happen if I just stayed invisible. Stillness had become survival. Then came the knock. Sharp. Impatient. Followed by another. I frowned, sitting up. Come in? The door burst open before the word was even out of my mouth. And in stormed Bianca. She was sunlight and chaos wrapped in a tiny designer dress, her hair pulled up like she was on her way to an after-party instead of crashing into my solitude. Tell me you're not in bed again, she exclaimed, heels clicking against the marble floor as she advanced. I was reading, I said weakly, though the untouched book on my dresser gave me away. Reading, sleeping, avoiding life, it's all the same thing at this point. She sighed. Then, without ceremony, she leapt onto the bed, landing beside me with a dramatic bounce that sent the duvet puffing up around us. Bianca. Don't Bianca me. She snatched my phone from the sheets before I could protest, tossing it toward the armchair with a careless flick. You're coming out tonight. I blinked. What? A yacht party, she announced, like it was a royal decree. Music, champagne, maybe a few bad decisions. You're welcome. No. I didn't even hesitate. Absolutely not. Yes, she shot back, folding her arms. You've been hiding away for weeks, Isa. It's getting depressing. I'm not hiding, I lied again, voice smaller this time. She gave me that look, the one that said she saw straight through me. You need to socialize with actual human beings. You remember those, right? Not Dante's colleagues that parade around stiffly in suits and won't blink without his permission. I need peace, I muttered. Bianca groaned, falling back dramatically onto the pillows. You need to stop acting like an 80-year-old widow. You're 19. Her words should have stung, but they didn't. They just made me tired. I just don't want to cause problems, I said quietly. Problems with who? Dante, she asked, sitting up sharply. Please? He doesn't own you. I didn't reply, which was as good as admitting she was right. Bianca's tone softened. You've been through enough. One night won't kill you. You don't have to talk to anyone. Just come with me. We'll dance, laugh, pretend the world isn't such a mess. Her hand brushed mine, warm, impulsive, a little pleading. Please, Isa. For me? Her voice had a pull to it, like gravity. And I was tired of resisting gravity. I sighed. Fine. But I'm not dressing up. The look of horror that crossed her face was theatrical. Excuse me? I'm serious. Absolutely not. She jumped off the bed like she'd been insulted. You are definitely dressing up. I refuse to be seen next to you in a sweatshirt again. I'm not. Too late, she said, already tearing through my wardrobe. She examined every piece of clothing, like a detective at a crime scene. Black. Black. Charcoal. Is this navy or sadness? It's midnight blue, I said defensively. Tragic. I almost laughed. Almost. Bianca, I'm not wearing this, she interrupted triumphantly, holding up the red dress. The silk caught the fading light spilling through the window, glowing like a flame. That's too much, I said automatically. Exactly the point, she replied, a wicked grin on her face. You've been invisible for too long. Time for people to notice you again. I don't want people to notice me. Yes you do, she said softly, eyes kind now. You just don't remember how. The silence that followed felt heavy, but not uncomfortable. She was right, and that scared me. She tossed the dress toward me. Up? Now? I'm doing your makeup. I groaned but obeyed. By the time she finished, I barely recognized the reflection staring back. Red silk hugged every curve, the neckline dipped lower than anything I'd worn in years. My hair fell loose around my shoulders, framing the smoky shadow she'd carefully blended across my eyes. Bianca stood behind me, chin propped on my shoulder. You look lethal. Good, I said, adjusting the strap. Maybe people will stay out of my way. Unlikely, she teased. But that's half the fun. Her smile reflected in the mirror, so open, so alive. I envied how easily she inhabited her own brightness. She let out a little excited gasp. Oh, I'm so looking forward for this. When he sees you, Dante's going to. I sent her a look and she cut herself off, offering me a sympathetic half-smile instead. Let's just go before you change your mind, she said, grabbing her clutch. The limousine outside gleamed like ink under the streetlights. The driver opened the door with a polite nod, and Bianca practically pushed me inside. It smelled faintly of leather and expensive perfume. Bianca wasted no time pouring champagne into 2 tall glasses from the chilled holder between the seats. To your re-entry into society, she said, raising her glass. I smirked. You make it sound like parole. Because it is, she said, clinking hers against mine. Dante's had you locked up for the past month. Apart from when he parades you around at his events like a little trophy wife, the least he can do is let you breathe for one night. Her words hit a little too close. I turned my gaze toward the tinted window, watching the city lights streak past like sparks. Does he know about the party? I asked quietly. Of course. Antonio probably arranged half of it. My stomach suddenly felt uneasy. Then maybe I shouldn't. Bianca's tone changed, too quick, too bright. He'll be fine. He's always fine. I glanced at her, but she only smiled, eyes forward. I didn't push it. We fell into a companionable silence after that, music playing softly through the car's sound system. Outside, the city thinned, buildings giving way to open water and the dim glow of the harbor ahead. By the time we pulled up, I'd almost convinced myself it would be okay. The drive over had been a jumble of nerves and self-persuasion. Each stoplight an opportunity to talk myself out of panic, each blink of the dashboard lights a reminder that this was actually happening. The yacht was breathtaking, almost unreal in its perfection. From a distance it floated like a shard of light on the dark water, polished wood and steel glinting under the evening sky. The hull cut through the gentle waves with a silent elegance, while the deck bathed in soft golden light promised warmth and glamour. Glass panels reflected the motion of the water below, fracturing the moonlight into dancing fragments. Music pulsed faintly, a low rhythm that vibrated through the air, mingling with the sharp tang of salt and the sweet effervescent scent of champagne drifting from clusters of laughing guests. Bianca's eyes lit up the moment we stepped onto the deck. Her excitement was immediate, contagious. She didn't just walk in, she arrived. Her laughter, bright and effortless, carried across the deck, drawing smiles and nods from people I didn't even recognize. Hands reached for hers, voices greeted her like she was the sun, the social gravity that pulled everyone close without effort. I watched half in awe and half in disbelief, as she drifted into the crowd, a beacon among strangers. I stayed near the railing, pretending to admire the view, fingers curled around the cool metal. The moonlight brushed against my skin, silvering my palms, but it did nothing to calm the jittering buzz in my chest. Inhaling the salty night air, I tried to convince myself it was just a normal party. That none of it mattered. But beneath my calm exterior, my heart kept an uneven rhythm, skipping beats whenever I caught sight of her. And then it came. That voice. Low. Cold. Familiar. The kind that cuts through everything else, sharp and unmistakable. What are you doing here? I froze, the words echoing in my ears as if someone had hit a bell underwater. My grip on the railing tightened so hard my knuckles went white. My stomach dropped, every nerve in my body suddenly alive. I didn't turn, immediately. My mind scrambled for a reaction, for anything to buy time. Who had spoken? It was him, wasn't it? That unmistakable cadence, the way the syllables rolled from his mouth, casual yet edged with something that could slice glass. I could feel the tension in the air shift, as if the yacht itself held its breath. Slowly, almost painfully, I turned. And there he was. Standing near the bar, one hand loosely holding a glass of something amber, the other tucked into the pocket of his tailored trousers. His shirt was more casual than I was used to, all the top buttons undone, revealing the first set of abs that were set into his stomach. His hair wasn't neatly combed back, it was messy, hanging around his sharp cheekbones and set jawline in a way that had my heart racing. "Good evening to you too," I said, forcing my heartbeat to slow. He stepped closer, voice low enough for only me to hear. "You shouldn't be here." His eyes, sharp and cold, locked onto mine with an intensity that made my stomach lurch. The crowd around him moved, laughed, and talked, but for a moment it felt like we were the only two people on the entire deck. "Your sister invited me," I replied, matching his calmness even though my pulse was anything but. She should have known better. That stung more than it should have. Before I could answer, Bianca appeared beside me, a defiant tilt to her chin. "Relax, Dante." "I invited her," she said flatly. He turned to her, tension sharp in his posture. "You?" "Oh, don't start," she interrupted. "You've had her in your cage for the past month. The least you can do is give her one real night of freedom." "That's not what this is about," he snapped. "Then what is it about?" she countered, folding her arms. They stared at each other, the air between them tight with unspoken history. Finally Dante sighed, looking away first, which told me more than any argument could. When his gaze returned to me, it was quieter but heavier. His eyes lingered, traveling from my face down to the curve of my shoulders, over the red silk that clung too close to my skin. The intensity of it made me shift, the air suddenly thick. He noticed that too. The faintest smirk tugged at his mouth before he caught it and turned away. Bianca shot him a glare. "You're impossible." Then, with deliberate casualness, she hooked her arm through mine. "Come on, Isa. Let's find Antonio before I murder my older brother." Bianca's grip on my arm was warm and steadying as she led me away from Dante. Every step felt like a small rebellion. "Ignore him," she muttered under her breath, still smiling for appearances. "He's in one of his moods." "Does he have any other kind?" I whispered back, forcing a smile when someone greeted her. She laughed softly, squeezing my arm. "Touché." We stopped near a curved glass bar where soft jazz mixed with the thump of something electronic from the upper deck. A bartender in a black vest offered us glasses of champagne. The bubbles caught the light like gold dust. I took a sip, mostly for something to do with my hands. The drink was cold and sharp, fizzing against the back of my throat. Bianca was already talking to a group of people who clearly adored her, the way they leaned in when she spoke, the easy laughter she pulled from them. I stayed slightly behind, content to observe. It wasn't that I didn't like people. I just never quite believed they liked me back. The yacht swayed gently, and I let my gaze drift over the water. Distant city lights flickered against the dark horizon, reflected in the ripples like fragments of something broken and beautiful. That's when I felt it, that sensation of being watched. I didn't have to turn to know. When I finally did, Dante stood a few paces away, half in shadow, speaking with Antonio. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes, they were fixed on me again. A shiver traced down my spine. I looked away quickly, pretending to laugh at something Bianca said. "See," she whispered when the group dispersed. "You're already the most interesting thing here." I groaned. He's glaring at me, not admiring. She grinned. "Same difference." "Not really." "Oh, absolutely." Bianca gave me a knowing smirk. In Dante's terms, a glare's practically a compliment. Chapter 6. Isabella's Pov. The air was thicker now, heavy with salt perfume and the faint sweetness of spilled champagne. Behind me, laughter crackled like static before fading into the hum of music. The scent of expensive cologne drifted past, mixing with sunscreen, citrus, and the metallic bite of the sea. The yacht swayed gently. Glasses trembled on nearby tables, catching flashes of light that shimmered across the deck. Every sound felt magnified, the slow pulse of bass beneath my feet, the hush of silk brushing against skin, the soft crash of water against the hull. For a second I was back in California, hazy nights by the coast, lights strung between palm trees, the smell of salt and sunscreen on my skin. I remembered laughing until my voice went hoarse, dancing barefoot on rooftops, pretending the world couldn't touch me. It had been easy then. Effortless. I took another sip of champagne, and felt the tension loosen in my shoulders. Maybe I still knew how to do this, how to blend in, how to breathe. "Hey, there you are." I turned just as Antonio stepped out from behind the bar, a half-smile tugging at his mouth. The faint scent of lime and rum followed him, his sleeves rolled up, blonde hair slightly tousled. "Finally decided to stop hiding by the railing, Isa?" he asked with a smirk, the nickname making me feel at ease instantly. I smiled, moving to stand beside him. Maybe I was just waiting for the right company. "Ah, so I'm your last resort." He pressed a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended. "How disastrous." I laughed, shaking my head. He grinned, but as the laughter died down, I caught a faint stiffness in the way he moved, a tiny wince when he shifted his weight. The memory of Spain flashed in my mind. "You look good," I said softly. "I mean better. After everything." His brow quirked. "Everything meaning getting shot?" "That's the one," I said, trying for lightness. Antonio chuckled, taking a slow sip of his drink. "Yeah, that was fun. 10 out of 10. Would not recommend." I rolled my eyes, but there was relief under it, seeing him joke, alive, smiling. "Seriously though. You're okay?" He nodded, his grin softening into something more genuine. "Mostly. Still aches when I stretch, but I've been worse. The doctors said I was lucky." "You were," I murmured. He looked at me then, eyes bright under the deck lights. "Guess someone up there decided I wasn't done annoying people yet." I couldn't help but smile. "That I believe." Antonio grinned, tapping his glass against mine. "To survival," he said, eyes glinting. I raised an eyebrow. "That's your toast?" "Hey, I'm keeping it simple. You can make it poetic if you want." I laughed, and a voice came from behind us. "Poetic, huh? That's new for you." I turned. Dante stood just a few feet away, sleeves rolled to his elbows, a faint half-smile playing at his lips. There was something effortless about the way he carried himself tonight, almost relaxed. Antonio's grin widened. "Look who finally decided to show up. We were just talking about your dramatic conference in Spain." Dante shot him a look. "Were you?" "Don't worry," Antonio said, lifting his hands in mock surrender. I left out the part where you nearly fainted. I did not faint, Dante muttered. I bit back a smile. Sure you didn't. Before either of them could say more, Bianca appeared out of nowhere, her eyes bright and a little too excited. Okay, I'm bored of all this serious talk, she declared, sliding between us and grabbing a drink from the bar. Let's go. We're playing Truth or Dare. Antonio groaned. Oh no. Last time you said that, I ended up in a fountain. Exactly, Bianca said, grinning. So you're in. She turned to me, her expression softening into a challenge. Isa? I hesitated, glancing between her and the two men. Dante was unreadable as ever, and Antonio was already smirking like he'd made up his mind. Come on, Antonio said. What's the worst that could happen? I exhaled, smiling despite myself. Famous last words. As we made our way down to the lower deck, it was almost another world. The thump of bass from above softened into something smoother down here, jazz laced with the hum of conversation. The lighting was low, amber, and intimate. A pool table glowed under green glass lamps, and the air smelled faintly of salt and whiskey. A semicircle of people lounged around a glass coffee table. They looked like a curated photo, effortless beauty, laughter that bordered on arrogance, the kind of people who had never been told no. Antonio dropped into a seat like he owned the place. Bianca followed, tucking herself beside him. I hesitated near the edge, until Bianca patted the empty seat next to her. Sit, Isa. You're among friends. I wasn't convinced but sat anyway, smoothing the hem of my dress. The silk whispered against the skin of my upper thighs, reminding me of how exposed I suddenly felt. Dante remained standing at first, leaning against a pillar. He looked like he didn't belong in the same frame as the laughter around him, too still, too sharp, a storm in a pressed shirt. Sit down, brother, Bianca said pointedly. You're ruining the aesthetic. He exhaled through his nose, and finally took a seat opposite me. My pulse reacted instantly. Antonio clapped his hands. All right. Simple rules: if you choose truth, you answer honestly. If you choose dare, you actually do it. No half measures. A round of approving laughter from the people around us. Someone passed a bottle to spin. It landed first on a blonde girl with glassy blue eyes. Truth, she said quickly. Antonio smirked. Who here have you had a crush on? She giggled, glancing around the circle. You, obviously. Bianca groaned. Too easy. The next few turns blurred together in laughter and teasing, harmless questions, mild dares, shots of something clear and dangerous. Then the bottle pointed toward me. Oh, this will be good, someone said. Bianca clapped like a child. Truth or dare, Isa? I hesitated. Truth. Antonio leaned forward, eyes glinting. How many people have you slept with? The air shifted. A murmur went through the group, even Bianca looked curious. My gaze flickered involuntarily towards Dante. His eyes were already on me, steady, unreadable. I swallowed hard. 3? I said quietly. A few people laughed softly, shrugging it off as a fair number. Dante didn't. After that, the dares grew bolder. Someone had to jump into the pool without their clothes, another had to kiss the person to their left. The music pulsed through the floorboards, drinks disappeared faster, and the laughter got louder. Through it all, Dante watched. Sometimes he pretended not to, turning to speak to Antonio, but his attention always came back to me like the tide returning to shore. When it was his turn, he said truth. Antonio smirked. Coward? Bianca leaned forward, eyes glittering. Truth it is. Dante, what did you think when you first met Isabella? He didn't flinch, didn't glance away. His gaze met mine directly, steady and unyielding. She reminded me of her father, he said simply. A beat of silence fell over the group. No laughter, no teasing, just the weight of his words. My stomach twisted in surprise, not offended, not insulted, but unsettled. There was a calm authority in the way he said it. the kind of certainty that made you sit up straight without realizing it. The group hummed with murmurs and soft chuckles, but the attention lingered on us for a heartbeat too long. I caught myself adjusting in my seat, suddenly aware of every inch of the space between us. Bianca clapped her hands, breaking the moment. All right, the game continues. Isa, your turn. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, scanning the circle. Truth felt safe, predictable. But dare had an edge. A thrill. I straightened my spine, took a breath, and said, dare. Antonio's grin widened, mischievous and dangerous. Oh, I like this. Dare it is. I dare you to sit on Dante's lap for the rest of the game. A burst of laughter erupted from the group, a mix of teasing and disbelief. I froze for a heartbeat, pulse quickening. Dante's expression, however, remained unreadable, controlled, like the dare barely registered, or perhaps he was entirely expecting it. I swallowed, trying to steady my nerves. Slowly, deliberately, I stood and crossed the small distance between us. The swish of my dress against my thighs sounded impossibly loud in my ears. I took a slow breath, letting the thrill of the dare sink in. Then, instead of perching lightly, I moved fully back onto Dante's lap, settling against him with confidence. The silk of my dress slid smoothly over his legs as I adjusted, and he didn't flinch, not even a hint of surprise. The subtle shift of my weight against him was enough to make him tense. I could feel it immediately, the controlled pressure in his thighs, the stiffening of his posture, the small, almost imperceptible catch in his breath. His hands came to rest on my hips, firm and deliberate, grounding me. The way his fingers pressed into my sides sent a sharp shiver through me, and I gasped softly. Dante's eyes flicked up, catching mine. There was a flash of something raw, unspoken, desire, restraint, awareness, before his expression returned to calm, measured control. He adjusted slightly to accommodate me, keeping both of us balanced, his hands never leaving my hips. Comfortable? He asked, his voice low, teasing but edged with heat. I nodded, blush creeping up my neck and pooling in my cheeks. Antonio let out a whistle from across the table. Oh, this just got interesting. Bianca leaned in, eyes wide. I think someone's enjoying the game a little too much. I could feel Dante's pulse against me, the subtle but unmistakable shift in him. It made me bold, cocky even. I pressed back slightly, tilting my head just enough to catch his jawline with my gaze. He exhaled through his nose, tightening his grip just a fraction, and my soft gasp betrayed the effect. The group's laughter and chatter continued around us, oblivious to the intimate tension simmering between us. I settled in further, my legs brushing his as I let my weight rest fully on him, my back resting against his hard chest. It was dangerous, exhilarating, and completely thrilling. I could feel that Dante was letting his control start to slip. The bottle spun again. The game went on, but between us, the air was electric, charged with heat and unspoken promises. Every now and then, someone would make a joke or call my name, and I'd nod or laugh, but my mind was elsewhere, trapped in the space between his touch and my heartbeat. I could feel him through the thin barrier of silk and air, could sense the careful control in every slow inhale he took. The game carried on. Someone dared a girl to take a shot from another's mouth. Someone confessed they'd hooked up in the yacht bathroom. Bianca howled with laughter. Antonio nearly fell off his seat. I tried to focus, but Dante shifted slightly under me, just enough to make me feel the line of his thigh against mine, the quiet tension in the muscles beneath. My pulse stuttered. Isabella, he murmured, breath warm against the back of my ear. He spoke so softly it was almost lost under the noise. You can stop pretending you're relaxed. My breath caught. I'm not pretending. Then you're shaking for fun? He asked, leaning in towards me, hands tracing down my hips and resting on the tops of my thighs to keep my legs still. I swallowed, heat rising to my throat. Maybe. His low chuckle vibrated against my back, and the sound settled deep in my chest. Someone called my name again, and I blinked, realizing it was Bianca. She leaned across the table, grin lazy and mischievous. Your turn, Isa. I just went, I said, trying to steady my voice. Then you get the next one. Don't argue. She reached for the bottle, spinning it with a flick of her wrist. It slowed, wobbling until the neck landed pointing squarely between Dante's knees. Oh, this is fate, Antonio announced. Double dare. Couples edition. I groaned. You're making up rules now. He grinned. Obviously. The others laughed, but the bottle rolled again before any of it could stick. The music shifted, slower now, deeper. Someone dimmed the lights. The game went on, but the dares lost their sting. The truths became slurred half-confessions. Eventually, Antonio stood, announcing that his head was spinning and he was retiring from public humiliation. The group laughed and began to drift apart, some toward the pool deck, others toward the bar. I stayed where I was, still perched on Dante's lap. The moment had stretched past what was acceptable, but neither of us had moved. Then Bianca stood, stretching her arms above her head. All right, children, she said, her voice lilting with wine and amusement. Enough sitting around. The night's too pretty to waste. She turned toward me, eyes glinting. Isa, come dance. Chapter 7. Isabella's Pav. Bianca stretched out her hand to drag me upstairs towards the deck of the yacht, from where music was beating loudly. I hesitated, half glancing over my shoulder toward Dante. Bianca smirked. Unless you're more comfortable on top of Dante. The joking words hit like a spark. A ripple of laughter swept through the group. I stood too quickly, my skin burning. Don't flatter him. Bianca laughed, wicked and unbothered. Flatter him? Please, I was talking about you. Antonio cackled, throwing his arm over the couch. Don't act innocent, Isa. Pretty sure you just found out Dante's not as cold-blooded as he looks. Antonio, Dante warned, voice low, but Bianca was already on a roll. Oh come on, she teased, raising her eyebrows. You can't tell me you didn't feel it. That man was practically carved out of tension. My face burned. I didn't notice anything. Bianca grinned, knowing exactly how red I was. Sure you didn't. She grabbed my wrist, tugging playfully. Come dance. Leave Mr. Serious to sulk in peace. I laughed, pretending her words didn't mean anything, and nodded. Just 1 minute. I need another drink first. Make it quick, she called over her shoulder as she disappeared up the short steps to the upper deck, where the music thumped louder, brighter. I exhaled, moving toward the bar. My pulse hadn't quite slowed and the air felt thick, humid, electric. I needed a distraction, something to dull the edge. Behind the counter, a man I didn't recognize was refilling glasses. Tall, dark hair, a sharp jawline softened by an easy smile. He looked mid-20s maybe, with sleeves rolled up and a glint of amusement in his eyes. Another drink? He asked. Please, I said, setting my empty glass down. Something light. He poured something pale and fizzy into a crystal tumbler and slid it toward me. You don't look like you're having as much fun as everyone else. I smiled faintly. Guess I'm just warming up. Then consider this your warm-up fuel, he said, nudging the glass forward. Compliments of the bar, and the fact that you've got the best dress on this boat. I laughed softly. That's a bold claim. Not really, he said, eyes skimming me once, not crudely but confidently. Some things are obvious. I felt the blush return, more from the attention than the words. Thanks. The drink was cool and sweet, laced with citrus and something floral. It went down easily, too easily. I took another sip, then set the glass down, feeling a lightness creeping in, the kind that felt good at first. The music pulsed through the deck again, calling. See, he said, smiling. Already brighter. Returning his smile, I brushed a strand of hair from my face. I should. Dance, he finished for me, eyes glinting. I smiled faintly. Something like that. He gestured toward the stairs. I'll come along too. After you. The upper deck pulsed with light, streaks of gold and blue cutting across the crowd as the DJ shifted to something heavier, rhythmic, bass-driven. The air smelled of salt, sweat, and perfume. Bianca was on the dance floor already, barefoot now, spinning under the colored lights, hair flying. The crowd had thinned, but the music was louder, faster. The ocean shimmered beyond the deck rail, black and endless. She spotted me instantly. "Finally," she shouted over the music, grabbing my hand and pulling me into the chaos. We started to dance, the kind of carefree, unthinking movement that didn't need rhythm or sense. Just motion. The air was heavy, the lights a blur of gold and blue. Bianca twirled, her laughter bright and contagious. The song shifted to something slower, bass thicker, and voices fading into the rhythm. She spun away into a crowd of laughing strangers, her bracelets flashing under the colored lights. I stayed near the edge of the deck, swaying with the music, the ocean wind catching the hem of my dress. For a few brief seconds, everything blurred in that perfect golden way, champagne warmth in my chest, laughter everywhere, the kind of night that could almost make you forget yourself. Then my gaze caught on the lower deck. Dante stood in the shadows near the rail, phone forgotten in his hand, eyes fixed on the crowd. Or maybe on me. He looked different under the lights, darker somehow. The gleam of the sea painted his face in sharp lines, his collar undone, a glass hanging loosely from his fingers. When our eyes met, the air changed. He didn't move, but I felt the weight of his stare like touch. A question, a warning, maybe both. I tried to hold his gaze, pretend it didn't affect me, but something in me wavered. I turned back to the music, forcing myself to dance again, small movements, light, careless. Bianca was shouting something from across the deck, laughter spilling out of her like sunlight. But I could still feel him, watching. Each beat of the music pressed harder against my ribs. The world spun in color, but beneath it all was that steady pull, magnetic and impossible to ignore. I reached for my drink again, half empty and glinting in the strobe light, and tipped it back before I could think. The sweetness hit first, then the burn. When I looked toward the rail again, Dante was gone. Ignoring it all, I danced until the moon had taken its place high in the night sky, and the stars glowed bright. But after a while, something felt off. My vision caught on the edges, softening. The lights blurred, doubling, streaking into color. My chest tightened, and a strange heat washed over me. Bodies moved like waves around us, laughing, swaying, spilling drinks. For a while, I let myself get lost in it. The music vibrated through my bones, and the champagne in my veins made everything a little lighter, a little softer. Then I felt it again. The lights seemed too bright, the bass too deep. My stomach fluttered strangely, like I'd missed a step. I blinked, shaking it off. "You okay?" Bianca yelled over the music. "Yeah," I said, but my voice didn't sound right. It echoed weirdly in my head. The brunette man from the bar appeared again, out of nowhere. "Need some air?" he asked, too close now, his hand brushing my waist. "I'm fine," I muttered, stepping back, or trying to. My legs didn't move right. My balance was off, like the deck had tilted beneath me. The music warped, slowing and speeding at the same time. Bianca's laughter sounded far away. My vision wavered, lights streaking, colors bleeding into one another. No. I hadn't had that much to drink. I blinked hard, gripping the edge of the bar railing to steady myself, but even the wood beneath my fingers felt wrong, too smooth, too slippery. The man's hand found my waist again. "Hey, easy," he said softly, but his grip tightened when I tried to pull away. "Let go," I said, my voice barely audible. He didn't. Panic prickled up my throat. I pushed at his chest weakly, but my arm felt heavy, incoordinated. My knees buckled, and he held me against him. The lights blurred completely now, faces melting into smears of color. The music thudded somewhere distant, distorted. I heard shouting, or maybe it was laughter. I couldn't tell anymore. "Isabella?" Bianca's voice cut through, faint but sharp with alarm. "Isa." The man turned slightly, muttering something I couldn't hear. My head lolled forward and my body went weightless. Then everything fractured, sound, movement, balance. Someone bumped into us, a drink spilled, voices rose in confusion. The man holding me moved, and I stumbled backwards, hitting the floor hard. The shock snapped something inside me awake for a second, just enough to realize I couldn't move right. Hands reached for me, too many, too fast. I curled instinctively, arms over my head. The noise swelled, shouting, feet scuffling, the hollow crash of a glass shattering nearby. Then suddenly warmth. Strong arms lifting me. The world tilted again, but differently this time. It was steady, anchored. My cheek pressed against a solid chest. I could smell clean cologne, faint smoke, and something undeniably familiar. I forced my eyes open just barely. Through the haze I saw a flash of dark hair, a tense jaw and eyes, sharp, furious, and unmistakably Dante's. "I've got you," he muttered, voice low but fierce. He moved quickly, each step jarring, the sounds around us fading into a blur of chaos. Someone was yelling something about calling a doctor. Someone else was shouting at the man who'd handed me the drink. The night air hit me like a slap, cold, salt-heavy, and real. I blinked sluggishly, vision stuttering between focus and blur. The stars above swayed like lanterns. The hum of engines vibrated faintly through Dante's chest as he carried me down the gangway. "Stay with me, Isabella," he said, voice tight now. "You hear me?" I wanted to answer, to say yes, to tell him I was fine, but my tongue felt thick, my mouth dry. Only a sound escaped, a weak hum that barely counted as a word. His hold tightened. I could feel the rapid beat of his heart against my temple, faster than I'd ever heard it. The world kept slipping in and out of itself, bursts of motion, fragments of light, the faint roar of water against the hull. Somewhere behind us, voices called his name. Footsteps. Confusion. He ignored them. I think he said something else, maybe to someone nearby, but the words were swallowed by the rush of my pulse. My head lolled against his shoulder, and I caught one last glimpse of the yacht behind us, glowing like a floating dream in the dark. Then his eyes met mine again, steady, fierce, filled with something I couldn't name, just before everything finally went black.
Chapter 8. Dante's POV. The music was still pounding when I saw her fall. At first I thought she'd just lost her balance. The yacht had started to sway more sharply with the current, and half the people up here could barely stand straight. But then her head snapped back, her arm flailed out, and the glass slipped from her hand, shattering against the deck. She didn't move. My body reacted before my mind did. 1 second I was standing near the railing, half listening to Antonio arguing with a blonde girl about playlists, and the next I was pushing through bodies, shoving, elbowing, not caring who I hit. "Move," I barked, voice cutting through the noise. Someone swore at me. Someone else stumbled out of the way. By the time I reached her, she was crumpled on the floor, surrounded by spilled champagne and the kind of people who stared but didn't help. Her eyes were open, glassy, unfocused. Her chest moved shallowly. "Isabella," I said sharply, kneeling beside her. My pulse hammered hard enough to hurt. "Hey. Look at me." She blinked, slow and disoriented. For a second I thought she recognized me, but then her gaze drifted past my shoulder. Her skin was cold. Too cold. Someone behind me said, "She's fine, she's just drunk." "Shut up," I snapped, not even looking. My hands were already moving, checking her pulse, brushing her hair back, scanning the deck for any sign of injury. There wasn't any. Which meant my stomach turned. I looked up sharply. Who gave her a drink? There was a shuffle, a half-hearted murmur. The crowd avoided my eyes. I saw him then, the man from the bar, the one in the linen shirt. He was standing a few feet away, frozen. "You," I said. My voice came out low, flat. "Dangerous. Did you give her something?" He lifted his hands. "It was just champagne." I was on my feet before he finished, the world narrowing into a single red point of focus. I don't remember crossing the distance, just the weight of my fist connecting with his jaw. He stumbled back, hit the railing hard. Someone shouted my name, maybe Antonio, maybe Bianca, but I didn't stop. My fingers curled in the man's shirt, dragging him upright. "What did you give her?" I hissed. His breath reeked of alcohol and fear. "And nothing, I swear." Another shove. His head hit metal. The sound was sickening. "Dante." Antonio was suddenly there, grabbing my shoulder. "Enough." She needs you more than he does right now. The words cut through the haze. I let go. The man slumped, coughing, and I turned back toward Isabella. She was trying to move, weakly, clumsily, her limbs refusing to obey her. Bianca was crouched beside her now, pale and terrified. What happened? She asked, voice trembling. She's been drugged, I said. The words tasted like metal. Help me get her out of here. I slipped my arms under her, lifting her off the floor. She was lighter than I expected, her head lolling against my shoulder. Her perfume, something florally and sweet, filled my nose as I inhaled deep breaths. The music was still going. People were still laughing. The rest of the yacht hadn't noticed her collapse. I moved fast. Down the stairs, through the narrow corridor, the thrum of bass fading behind us. My heart was still hammering, too fast, too loud. Every step felt like a countdown. Dante, Bianca said behind me, voice shaky. What do we do? Should I call? Get Antonio, I said. Tell him to bring water. Cold towels. We'll keep her awake until the doctor gets here. Doctor? She needs one now. The words came out colder than I meant, but I couldn't bring myself to soften them. We reached the lower cabin. I kicked the door open and laid her on the couch, propping her head carefully against the armrest. Her skin glistened faintly with sweat. Her breathing was uneven. Isa, I spoke softly, the nickname slipping out before I could stop it. I crouched down beside her again. Can you hear me? She murmured something unintelligible, her lips barely moving. I brushed her cheek lightly, trying to keep her awake. Hey. Stay with me. You're okay. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused. Dante? Yeah, I said. I'm here. She smiled faintly, small, dazed, heartbreakingly trusting, and then her eyelids drooped again. Antonio burst in a minute later with a towel and a bottle of water. Doctor's on his way, he said, breathless. They're sending someone from the Marina Clinic. Good, I muttered, soaking the towel and pressing it gently to her forehead. Bianca hovered near the doorway, wringing her hands. She didn't drink that much. I swear she didn't. I know. It wasn't her fault. None of this was. But I couldn't say that yet, not with this much anger still running through me like poison. For a while the only sounds were her shallow breathing and the faint hum of the yacht engine. I stayed kneeling beside her, my hand against her wrist, counting each weak pulse as if it could anchor me. When the doctor finally arrived, an older man, calm but hurried, I hesitantly moved aside. She was given something, I said sharply. In a drink. She collapsed within 10 minutes. He nodded briskly, unpacking a small case. We'll flush it out. Keep her hydrated. Do you know what it was? No. My voice caught. But I will find out. He didn't question it. Antonio and Bianca stood near the door, silent now. The atmosphere had changed, the party above forgotten, the air heavy and sour. I watched as the doctor checked her pupils, her pulse, the way her body reacted to light. He murmured things to himself, calm and clinical. My hands itched to do something, anything, but there was nothing left to do but wait. After what felt like an hour, he straightened. She's stable. Drowsy, but her vitals are holding. It was likely a sedative or mild narcotic, but the dosage wasn't high enough to stop her breathing. She'll sleep for a while, then wake disoriented. The breath I'd been holding escaped slowly. Thank you. He gave me instructions, fluids, quiet, monitor her temperature, and promised to check on her again in the morning before leaving. When the door closed behind him, silence fell again. Antonio exhaled loudly, rubbing a hand through his hair. Jesus, man. That could have been. I know, I said again, cutting him off. Bianca swallowed hard. What about the guy? Antonio hesitated. Crew's handling him. Security's locking him in one of the storage cabins until the police boat arrives. Good. My voice came out flat again. I didn't trust myself to say anything else. After they left, I stayed. The adrenaline was fading now, leaving behind exhaustion and something darker. Isabella was breathing evenly now. That was all that mattered, or so I kept telling myself. I sank into the armchair opposite the bed, elbows on my knees, head bowed. My palms were still damp, the faint scent of seawater clinging to my clothes. She was alive. I'd repeated it in my head 100 times already, but the thought still sent that same sharp rush through me, not relief exactly, more like something hot and uninvited that burned behind my ribs. Why did it matter? When I first met the unconscious girl in front of me, I wanted her dead. Her name alone had been enough to turn my stomach. Isabella Banks. The daughter of the man who had murdered my brother heartlessly, and then staged his death as an honest accident. When I saw her for the first time, I almost thought I was hallucinating. The resemblance was too exact, the same sharp jawline, the same sea glass green eyes, even the same small scatter of freckles across her nose. The same deep sun-gold skin. She looked like a ghost built to haunt me. And I had hated her for it. I told myself that blood made her complicit. That somewhere in her veins ran the same poison that ran in his. That she was just another Banks, careless, deceitful, and dangerous in the way only charm can be. But the more I watched her, the less that lie held. At the wedding, I still remember the look in her eyes when she walked out of that bathroom with Bianca in defiance, wearing a dress she'd changed into at the last second. She knew it would get under my skin. And it did. But that wasn't her father's arrogance, it was her fire. Then the dinner. The way she didn't flinch when that conceited bastard made a comment about her, how she calmly lifted her glass and threw red wine straight across his crisp white shirt. Everyone went silent. I almost laughed. Almost. And the game, truth or dare. I should have known Bianca would push it too far, daring Isabella to sit on my lap like that. I told myself to end it, to stop her, but she didn't even wait for my permission. She just looked me in the eye and sat down completely unbothered, steady, bold. My hands had found her waist before I could think, and for a moment the entire room vanished. That wasn't manipulation. That wasn't deceit. That was her fearless, reckless, alive. And tonight, the image of her on the deck wouldn't leave my mind. The way the lights danced off her skin, the way her curls bounced when she laughed, the wild energy in her every movement. She didn't belong in my world, the guns, the grudges, the violence, and yet she was there, burning through it like a spark that refused to die. I thought I could hate her easily. That her last name would be enough. But watching her collapse, the way her body went slack in my arms, it was like watching Nico fall all over again. That same helpless weight. That same silence afterward. Only this time the fear wasn't for revenge or justice. It was for her. I shouldn't care. I can't care. But I do. And that's the problem. I leaned back, dragging a hand through my hair, staring at her sleeping form. Even unconscious, she looked defiant, beautifully so, lips parted, a faint crease between her brows like she was arguing with a dream. She's nothing like him, I thought. And for the first time since Nico died, I wasn't sure if that truth was saving me or destroying me. The soft ticking of the cabin clock filled the silence, steady and relentless. Every second sounded like an accusation. I'd spent years feeding on hate, it was easier than grief. I'd built an empire on the promise of avenging Nico, of burning down the people who'd destroyed him. And then she appeared, this girl with his killer's eyes and her father's last name, and suddenly the ground didn't feel so stable anymore. The doctor's words replayed in my head, she'll be all right. Rest, hydration, nothing more. All right. The phrase should have been enough. But my chest still hurt. My fingers still remembered the feel of her pulse fluttering against my wrist, weak and uneven. The drink had been spiked, the chemical residue on the rim confirmed it. The man who handed it to her was already restrained below deck. He'd claimed it was a misunderstanding, but I'd seen the way his eyes shifted when I asked who paid him. He knew exactly what he'd done. And the thought of what could have happened, the image of her dragged away, her fire extinguished, made something cold and lethal settle in my veins. I would deal with him tomorrow. slowly. For now I sat there, watching the steady rise and fall of her chest. The lamp beside the bed cast a soft gold light over her face, bringing out the freckles scattered across her cheekbones. Her hair had fallen loose, a dark halo against the pillow. She looked fragile, in a way she never allowed herself to be when awake. Nico used to look like that when he slept, all the weight of the world gone for a few hours, leaving only the softness that war never let him show. Their resemblance stabbed through me sudden and sharp. I swallowed hard. I used to think vengeance would quiet the noise in my head. That killing Graham Banks and his bloodline would make things even. But what would that even mean now? Killing her? For being born into the wrong family? No. The thought made me sick. Isabella wasn't her father. Her fire came from somewhere else, something purer, something I couldn't label without burning myself on it. I pressed my fingers to my temples, exhaling slowly. When did I start caring whether she lived or died? Maybe it's the way she keeps pushing, keeps speaking, keeps being. Like the world hasn't taught her what it does to people like her, people who shine too bright, too loud. That's what undid me, I think. I looked at her again. Her lashes fluttered, her lips parting slightly further with each breath. I wanted to reach out just to touch her hand, to prove she was real, but I didn't. My fingers hovered a few inches above hers, trembling with the effort it took to pull back. I'd spent years building walls so nothing could get through. She slipped past them without even trying. And now, sitting in the quiet aftermath, I understood the truth I'd been avoiding since the first night she looked at me with those sharp green eyes. The reason I was relieved she'd survived wasn't just because she was under my protection. It wasn't duty or guilt or the lingering shadow of Nico's death. It was because somewhere along the line, I'd started to like her. To respect her. To crave the sound of her voice when she argued with me. To look for her laugh in a crowd. Because she made the world feel less dead. I leaned back in the chair, eyes burning, the sea shifting darkly through the window behind her. The night was endless out there, black water swallowing the horizon. Her breathing deepened, steady, unbroken. And for the first time in years, I let the silence stay. Because even if I'd never admit it aloud, the truth was simple and damning. I'd sworn to avenge my brother. Now I wasn't sure I could do it, not if it meant losing her too.
Chapter 9. Isabella's Path. Waking wasn't sudden. It came in layers, a flicker, a breath, the slow realization that I existed again. At first there was only sound. The low thrum of an engine somewhere beneath me, a soft creak of metal and wood, the whisper of water brushing against hull. The world moved gently, enough to make me feel like I was floating or maybe sinking. Then came the light. Pale and uncertain, filtering through thin curtains, turning everything a washed-out gold. It pressed against my eyelids until I flinched away. My head pulsed with the effort. Something cool rested against my temple, damp cloth, faintly scented with salt and antiseptic. My skin felt too hot everywhere else. My mouth tasted metallic, like old coins in ocean. I tried to swallow and couldn't. The motion alone made my stomach roll. For a long time I stayed still. Listening. Breathing. Somewhere close a chair creaked softly, the kind of small sound that only exists when everything else is silent. Someone was there. The awareness came before the memory, before I even knew who it was. My heart stumbled once, and the ache of fear followed it. I tried to open my eyes. The effort felt enormous, like lifting something heavier than I could carry. The ceiling above me was unfamiliar, pale wood, the kind you see on yachts or expensive hotel rooms. The realization crawled through me slow and cold. I was still on the boat. A shape moved beside me. I turned my head and winced, my muscles sluggish, my neck stiff. My eyes struggled to focus. Dante? He sat a few feet away, elbows on his knees, still in last night's shirt. The collar open, the sleeves rolled back, shadows under his eyes that didn't belong there. He didn't notice me looking at first. Or maybe he did and just didn't move. He looked different. Like the night had aged him somehow. His gaze was fixed on me, steady, unreadable, and for a second I wondered if I was still dreaming. The air smelled of salt and coffee, sharp and grounding. Somewhere above deck, gulls cried faintly, distant but insistent. I tried to speak, but my throat caught. The sound that came out was barely a whisper. The moment it broke the quiet, his head snapped up. Relief washed over his face, not in words but in the way his shoulders dropped, the breath he let out like he'd been holding it for hours. He said something then, low and almost soothing, but I didn't really hear it. The sound of his voice reached me before the meaning did, deep and familiar, pulling me further toward the surface. My eyes drifted shut again. I didn't mean to, but it felt safer that way, to listen instead of look. The crowded deck. The taste of champagne. The man with the too smooth smile. A dizzy spin of lights. Cold air on my skin. Someone shouting my name. And then arms. Strong. Urgent. The world tilting sideways. Darkness swallowing everything after that. I shuddered. The blanket over me was heavy but soft. I focused on the texture of it against my fingers, grounding myself in small, tangible things. My pulse still jumped unevenly under my skin. I waited a few minutes for my senses to begin returning, before trying again to open my eyes. My vision was clearer this time, my eyelids seemingly lighter. "Hey," Dante murmured. His voice was rough, like he hadn't used it in hours. I tried to respond, but my throat felt like sandpaper. I swallowed, wincing at the dryness. He stood, slow, deliberate, and poured water into a glass. The sound of it trickling filled the space between us, oddly soothing. When he came closer, I tried to lift my hand, but it was shaky and clumsy, my fingers barely cooperating. The glass wobbled when I reached for it. He didn't say anything. He just caught my wrist gently, steadying it. "Here," he said quietly, and then without waiting for me to protest, he lifted the glass himself, one arm braced under my shoulders as he tilted it toward my mouth. The touch startled me. His hand was warm where it cupped the back of my neck, fingers threaded into my hair to keep my head steady. The first sip of water hit my tongue, cool and clean, and I hadn't realized how desperate I was for it until that moment. I drank slowly, the edge of the glass cold against my lips. Each swallow felt heavy, like my body was learning how to exist again. He didn't rush me. He just held it there, patient, his breath brushing faintly against my temple. I could feel the tension in him, not in the way he moved, but in the way he didn't. Every motion was careful, deliberate, like he was afraid of hurting me by accident. When I pulled back, he lowered the glass immediately, letting me rest against the pillow again. My throat burned less now, but my chest felt tight in a different way. His hand lingered at the side of my neck for a second longer than it needed to, not touching, just there. The kind of closeness that said more than any question could. "Better?" he asked softly. I nodded. The motion was small, but it seemed to ease something in him. I studied him for a moment. The set of his jaw. The way he refused to meet my eyes for too long. He was trying to stay composed, but even his stillness looked tired. My voice came out quieter than I meant. "You didn't sleep." He gave a small, dismissive sound, not quite a laugh. "Didn't feel like it." I watched the way his thumb brushed over his knuckles, as if replaying something invisible. "You stayed." He didn't answer. The silence was answer enough. The air between us shifted, heavier now. I could still taste the metallic edge of the water on my tongue, mixed with something faintly sweet, like citrus or salt. I realized it was him. His skin smelled faintly of both. "Rest," he said, like the word might undo whatever had just passed between us. But I reached out before he could move away, fingers closing around his wrist. "Don't go far, okay?" He stopped. Looked down at me. "I won't," he said. I let go slowly, and the warmth of his skin lingered on my fingertips. Sleep pulled at me again, softer this time. I tried to fight it, but the edges of everything blurred. The last thing I felt was the faint brush of sunlight across my face, and the quiet certainty that he was still there. Watching. Guarding. When I woke again, the world had changed. No soft sway of the sea, no hum of the yacht's engines beneath me, only stillness. For a second, I didn't move. My body felt lighter, like I'd been lifted out of one dream and dropped into another. The sheets were cooler now, with the faint scent of linen and cedar. I blinked into the dimness. The room around me was unfamiliar. High ceilings, dark walls softened by lamplight, furniture that looked too deliberate to belong to a guest room. I pushed myself upright slowly, head throbbing faintly with the effort. Shadows stretched long across the floor. The windows were covered by sheer drapes, moonlight bleeding through the edges. I wasn't on the boat anymore. For a while I just sat there, piecing it together, the gentle hush of the villa, the muffled sounds outside, maybe crickets, maybe the faint hiss of wind through cypress trees. Somewhere close water trickled, a fountain maybe. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. My skin was clammy, the fabric of my shirt sticking faintly to my back. Someone had changed my clothes, soft cotton, oversized. Dante's maybe. A dull unease settled in my stomach. My feet touched the rug, plush beneath my toes, grounding me in this strange, still place. Across the room something caught the light, a small silver frame on a desk. I went to it without thinking, my balance uncertain. The photo inside was simple, a candid moment frozen in time. Dante younger, maybe early 20s, laughing at something just out of frame. Beside him a boy, no more than 14, with the same sharp cheekbones, same eyes that seemed to hold too much. They were standing in front of a boat, arms slung around each other's shoulders, sun burning on their skin. Nico. I didn't need to be told. The resemblance was too perfect, the energy too familiar, lighter, freer. Dante looked happy. The kind of happy I hadn't seen from him. The kind that didn't need control or distance to exist. I traced a fingertip along the edge of the frame, careful not to smudge the glass. The smile he wore there was something I didn't think he even remembered how to make anymore. A strange ache spread through my chest. I turned, taking in more of the room, books stacked on a low table, a jacket folded neatly over the back of a chair, a half-empty glass on the dresser. His space. It felt too personal to be standing in, too intimate. I should have gone back to bed, but curiosity tugged at me stronger than caution. The drapes at the far end of the room were half open. I moved toward them, bare feet silent on cool marble. Outside the sky was bruised with the last hints of twilight, purple fading into indigo. The villa stretched wide and pale beneath it, surrounded by gardens that looked sculpted out of the dusk. Rows of cypress trees lined a narrow path, leading down to a courtyard bordered by white roses. And there, at the far end, sat Dante. He was still, almost a silhouette against the dim light, sitting on a low stone bench in front of something small and white that glimmered faintly in the dark. A grave. My breath caught. I didn't have to read the name carved into it to know whose it was. For a moment, I couldn't move. The image felt too raw, like I'd stumbled into something sacred I had no right to witness. Dante's shoulders were slightly hunched, his head bowed. One hand rested on his knee, the other holding something small, a single white flower. The sight hollowed me out. Before I could think better of it, I moved. The air in the hallway was cool, carrying the strong scent of citrus and rain-wet stone. My footsteps were barely a whisper against the floor. Halfway down the corridor, a voice stopped me gently. Mrs. D'Angelo. I turned. One of the villa maids stood there, small and kind-faced, holding a tray. Steam curled from the mug resting on it. Mr. D'Angelo left instructions, she said softly, switching to careful English. That when you woke, I was to bring this. For warmth and for your throat. She offered the cup to me, smiling faintly. He said you'd need it. The mug was warm between my hands, the smell rich and sweet, chocolate and vanilla with a hint of cinnamon. It felt like comfort made real. Thank you, I murmured, throat thick. She nodded once, then disappeared down the hall as quietly as she'd come. I lingered for a second, fingers wrapped around the mug, drawing heat from it. Then I pushed open the door at the end of the corridor and stepped outside. The evening air hit me, cool and damp, the kind that slips under your skin. The sky had deepened into navy, a faint wind tugging at my hair. The gardens were hushed, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I followed the stone path, the warmth of the mug seeping into my palms. Each step felt strange, unreal. Dante didn't turn when I reached him. He must have heard me. The gravel crunched softly beneath my feet, but he stayed facing forward, gaze locked on the grave. "You should be in bed," he said quietly, his tone flat but not unkind. I answered, my voice still rough. "Couldn't stay there long." He didn't move, didn't even look at me. His profile was drawn against the low light, sharp, tired, the wind brushing through his hair. The silence stretched. I sank down on the bench behind him, setting the mug between my hands. The stone was cold against my legs, and I could see Dante beginning to shiver from the bitter winds beside me. After a moment I spoke softly, "You look like you need this more than I do." He turned slightly, just enough to glance over his shoulder. His eyes flicked to the mug, then to me. Something unreadable passed through his expression, before he reached for the warm drink, hesitant, almost reluctant. When his fingers brushed mine, the contact was brief but warm. He took a sip, slow, like he wasn't sure what to make of it. Then, without a word, he handed it back. "Thank you," he murmured, voice barely audible. The air between us seemed to shift, quieter, deeper. The kind of silence that doesn't demand to be filled. I studied the grave in front of us. It was simple, a white marble plaque set into the ground, the name engraved cleanly. A few fresh flowers lay at its base. Nico D'Angelo. 2005 to 2020. I swallowed hard. He was 15? Dante nodded once, the motion small. "I saw the photo," I said carefully. "In your room?" For a long time, he said nothing. Then quietly, he loved that picture. Said it made us look like we were invincible. His voice caught on the last word, so softly I almost missed it. "What was he like?" Dante's jaw flexed. "Too much like me. But better. Kinder. He never learned how to hate people properly." A sad smile ghosted across his lips, gone as quickly as it came. "He used to steal my car keys and drive around the garden when he thought I wasn't home. Could barely see over the wheel. Nearly destroyed a fountain once." I found myself smiling, despite the ache in my throat. "He sounds brave." "He was," Dante said quietly. Then after a beat, "braver than I'll ever be." The wind picked up, carrying the scent of rain and earth. I watched him, the way his hand tightened slightly against his leg, as if holding back something heavier than memory. "Do you miss him?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Dante's eyes stayed fixed ahead. "Every day." Something about the way he said it, steady, restrained, made it hurt even more. "I'm sorry," I whispered. He exhaled, a long tired breath. "Don't be. You didn't know him?" "I didn't have to," I said. "I can see it. The way you look at that photo. The way you—" "Isabella." My name in his voice stopped me cold. There was something final in it, not anger but a warning. He stood, brushing his palms against his trousers, gaze still fixed on the grave. "You shouldn't be out here. It's cold." I started to protest, but he turned before I could. "I'll take you back to bed," he said quietly. And there was no room for argument in his tone. I followed silent, the warmth of the mug fading slowly from my hands. When we reached the door, I looked back once. The grave was just a pale glimmer in the distance now, the wind whispering through the roses. Dante paused beside me, his expression unreadable in the half-light. For a second it seemed like he might say something real, something raw, but instead, he just placed a steady hand on the small of my back and guided me inside. The door closed behind us with a soft click, sealing the night and the memory of it outside. For the first time, I understood the weight that lived behind his silence. Chapter 10. Isabella's Pav. The days began to blur, soft around the edges, like the world was wrapped in gauze. At first I didn't do much more than drift, between waking and sleep, between sunlit quiet and the faint echo of memory. The estate hummed with its own kind of silence. The sea breathed somewhere below, steady and patient, and the air always smelled faintly of salt and citrus. Sometimes I thought I could still feel the sway of the yacht beneath me, phantom motion, rocking me back into dreams I didn't want to have. Bianca checked on me each morning. She was gentle in the way people were when they were afraid of breaking something fragile. She brought me fruit, insisted I drink water, opened the curtains wide until the whole room was washed in white light. She told me Dante had been away again, business in the city, and that he had called every day to ask after me. I would nod, pretend not to care, but the moment she left I found myself listening. For footsteps. For the click of a door. For a voice that didn't come. The first 2 days passed like that, a haze of tea and whispered thoughts. I moved carefully, as if the wrong step would wake the ache beneath my skin. By the third morning, the stillness started to bother me. I had never been good at waiting. So I walked, slow at first, down the marble hallway that smelled faintly of lemon and polish. The estate was too beautiful, too perfect, and every room felt like it was holding its breath. Pale walls. Arched windows. White curtains that fluttered when the wind sneaked in from the city. There were traces of him everywhere, a glass left half full on the counter, a jacket slung over a chair, the faintest scent of his cologne in the corridor. Each time I saw some sign of him, something twisted in my chest. Curiosity, maybe. Or something I didn't want to name. Bianca caught me once, standing in front of a closed door, his office, I thought, and she only smiled like she knew what I was thinking. "He'll be back soon," she said lightly. "He always comes back." I pretended not to hear her. In the afternoons, I sat on the balcony outside my room, wrapped in one of his linen shirts I had stolen from the laundry. I started to eat more. Read, though the words blurred together half the time. My strength returned in small increments, the way a tide crept back to shore. Bianca told me stories sometimes while I helped her tidy. About the house, about the gardens. About the little orange tree in the courtyard that Nico had planted when he was a boy. She said Dante still watered it himself, though he pretended not to care about such things. I thought about that more than I should. It was hard to imagine him doing something so gentle. By the fourth night, I couldn't sleep. The house felt alive, restless in the dark. Somewhere down the hall I heard the faint hum of music, a low classical piece, drifting through a barely open door. It was him. It had to be. I stood there for too long, barefoot on the cold tile, heart thudding as if I had been caught doing something wrong. I almost knocked. I almost opened the door. But I didn't. I turned back before I could think too much about what I would have said if I did. The next morning dawned golden and sharp, light spilling across the floor like liquid honey. I woke with a kind of clarity I hadn't felt in weeks. My limbs ached, but in a good way, alive, ready. For the first time, I wanted to move. To do something. To feel something that wasn't waiting. Bianca found me by the pool just before the sun began to set, sitting at the edge with my legs dipped in. The water glittered, clear and blue, and I traced small circles on the surface with my toes. She smiled when she saw me there, as if it meant something. Maybe it did. She said I looked stronger. I told her I was thinking about swimming, just to test myself. Her face brightened instantly, and she offered to bring me lemonade and a towel. The sun was still high, the air heavy with warmth, and I closed my eyes for a moment, soaking it in. It felt like the world had cracked open again just a little, enough for light to pour through. Enough to make me forget, briefly, that I was still trying to figure out where I stood with the man who owned this silence I lived inside. I wondered if he would come back that day. I shouldn't care. But I did. The water was cool against my skin, sharp enough to make me shiver, but I liked it that way. It felt like reclaiming a part of myself I had forgotten existed, muscles working, lungs filling with air, body remembering its own strength. I swam a few laps, letting the gentle resistance pull the ache from my limbs, until the sun had moved halfway across the sky, and my skin glinted with droplets that caught the light like tiny sparks. Bianca appeared shortly after, a towel draped over one arm, a book in the other, settling onto the lounge beside the pool. She didn't make a fuss about my swimming, just watched with quiet attention, as if checking that I was okay without saying it out loud. I floated on my back, arms spread wide, eyes to the sky, and let the warmth of the sun bleed into my skin. There was comfort in the ordinary motions, in the predictable lapping of water against tile, and the distant hum of the estate. "You look better," she said after a few minutes, voice soft, careful. I laughed, a little breathless, and flicked water in her direction. "Better than what?" "Yesterday." She shook her head, smiling. "Better than when you first woke up. You've been quiet, but I can see it. You've grown stronger in these few days." I glanced toward her, resting my chin on the edge of the pool, water dripping from my hair. "Still trapped in my kidnapper's house, but better," I said. The words tasted bitter in my mouth, even as I spoke them lightly. Bianca tilted her head, watching me, like she knew something I hadn't admitted even to myself. "He cares," she said gently. "More than he lets anyone see." I snorted, a watery bubble escaping my lips. "I don't believe that." I meant it with conviction, though there was a small flutter of doubt in my chest. She leaned back, propping herself up on her elbows, sun catching her hair. "He doesn't leave people behind, not anymore. You've seen it." I shook my head, pushing my wet hair from my eyes. "I miss him," I admitted softly before I could stop myself. The words hung there, and even though I tried to pretend they were casual, they weren't. They tasted like truth I had been avoiding. Bianca smiled, a little knowingly. "Then tell him that. He listens to you." I swallowed. My chest felt tight, a dull ache spreading between my ribs. "He barely looks at me," I murmured almost to myself, but she heard. She always heard. "Maybe that's because you're waiting for him to," she said, quiet but firm. "Don't wait." I closed my eyes, letting the sun warm the wet skin of my face, wishing she was wrong, hoping she was. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the crunch of gravel. I lifted my head. The world sharpened. And there he was. Dante. He stepped out of the villa, sleeves rolled up, tie loosened, the faint glint of a watch on his wrist catching the sunlight. His gaze found me immediately, steady and unyielding, and I felt my heart stutter. For a moment, I considered diving under the water just to hide from the weight of being seen. He stopped, posture tense but controlled. I sat on the edge of the pool, legs dangling, droplets of water running down my thighs, the blue fabric of my bikini clinging to my skin. His eyes traveled over me, a sweep that made me flush despite the sun, despite the cool water lapping my toes. But he didn't say anything. Not yet. Just watched, unreadable, the way he always managed to be. I glanced away, pretending not to notice, though every nerve in my body was alert. The air seemed thicker, heavier, as if waiting for something that neither of us knew how to say. Bianca rose, gathering her things with a small, knowing smile. "I'll prepare lunch," she said softly, leaving the pool area and letting the two of us simmer in the silence she left behind. His eyes lingered on me a moment longer, then finally he nodded once. Smooth, controlled, like he didn't want to show the tension coiled in him. And then he was gone, disappearing inside the villa without another word, leaving me trembling with a mix of relief and frustration. I stayed a little longer by the pool, watching the water ripple around my legs. The sun was setting now, turning everything golden. I felt stronger than I had in days, but also lighter in the wrong ways, more exposed. I let my fingers trail through the water, thinking about him, the way he looked, the way he always managed to unsettle me without even trying. The pool felt like a sanctuary, a quiet place where I could be myself, even if only for a little while. But I knew this calm wouldn't last. He was here now, even if not in the way I wanted. And I couldn't ignore the way the air between us had shifted, the heat that wasn't from the sun. Eventually, I pulled myself from the water, muscles tense but ready. The villa waited, as did the house of quiet tension that Dante left behind with every glance, every carefully measured movement. I wrapped the towel around myself, feeling the water cling, and glanced toward the door he had disappeared through. I knew he was inside. And I also knew that soon I would have to step closer to him. Step closer to the fire I had been trying to keep at bay. Within a few minutes, I was upstairs in my bathroom, the shower turned on with steam wrapped around me in a comforting blanket. For a while, I let myself forget everything except the feel of water on my skin. My muscles stretched, my shoulders relaxed, and I imagined for a second that nothing existed outside this little bubble of warmth and solitude. Until I realized the bottle of shampoo was empty. I groaned, tugging at my hair. Of course, everything had been going smoothly until this minor crisis. Calling Bianca would have been the sensible thing. But I shook my head, grimacing at the thought. She was nice, but I didn't need help with shampoo. I was capable, or at least I wanted to feel capable. Besides, he wouldn't mind if I borrowed some. It was just shampoo. Right? I stepped out of the shower, letting the water drip down my back, and wrapped a towel loosely around myself. For a moment I considered leaving it on, but it felt restrictive, clinging to me tightly. I shrugged it off, letting my wet bikini cling to my body, droplets sliding down my thighs. The mirror fogged in the humidity, reflecting a dripping, defiant version of myself that had been coiled inside these past days of healing. His door was just down the hall. I knocked lightly. No answer. Heart skipping, I pushed it open, stepping inside cautiously. The room smelled like him, cedar and leather and that faint, intoxicating cologne that was unmistakably Dante. Everything was meticulous, each surface curated yet scattered with small signs of life. A half-written paper on the desk, a shirt folded on the bed, a glass with just a trace of bourbon. I tiptoed across the room, heart picking up pace with every step. The bathroom door waited at the far side, the scent of warmth and cedar mingling in the air. I opened it, feeling a rush of heat through me, partly from anticipation, partly from the last of the sunlit warmth still clinging to my skin. I reached for the shampoo. The bottle was there, gleaming, and I twisted the cap open, feeling triumph as the scent of minty citrus and masculine soap filled the air. And then the voice came. Breaking and entering now, are we?
Chapter 11. Dante's POV. I leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, catching her in the middle of my bathroom with shampoo clutched in her hand. Her hair was still wet from the pool, and she wore that bikini from earlier, showing her tanned and freckled skin. She spun, bottle in hand, and froze the moment our eyes met. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze wide, a mixture of guilt and defiance that made my chest tighten. "You needed shampoo?" I asked, amusement threading my voice. Her words stuttered as she tried to explain, only making the tension coil tighter around us. She said I wasn't here. I'd left her alone for a few days, and already she was stealing from me, or borrowing in her polite, defiant way. I stepped inside slowly, savoring the way the small bathroom seemed to shrink around us. "You could have asked," I said, letting the words hang, my eyes taking in the way her wet bikini clung to her figure, how her fingers gripped the bottle like it anchored her to the floor. Her repeated insistence, the little flustered flares, made something stir deep inside me. Amusement, yes, but also a sharp edge of desire I couldn't hide. "And here I thought I'd be the one stealing your attention," I murmured, voice dropping, teasing, amused. Her eyes rolled, but I saw the flush creeping higher on her cheeks, the pulse I could practically feel from where I stood. I tilted my head, locking gaze with her, the air thick and warm, charged with something raw, something almost unbearable. The way she was looking at me, testing, daring and unaware how utterly she had my attention, made my pulse spike. I took a deliberate step closer. "You could have waited until I returned home," I said softly, leaning just enough into the space to let her feel the warmth of me, the faint scent of my cologne mixing with the wet air. "I'd have given you anything." She laughed, that soft, breathless laugh that always made me want to push every boundary. "It's just shampoo," she said, voice catching slightly. But I knew better. Every little word, every movement, was layered with a teasing boldness. I tilted my head, eyes lowering just slightly, letting the heat between us thrum. "And yet you came anyway," I murmured, letting the implication hang. Close enough for her to feel it, playful yet heated. I moved closer, testing her, brushing lightly against her bare waist. The shiver she gave away under my touch, sharp and fleeting, made me smile. Every instinct I had wanted to reach for her, touch more, hold her in the way I'd imagined for days. "Is this your idea of a thank you?" I asked softly, eyes locked on hers. I could see her pulse racing, her chest rising, the way she was poised between daring and retreat. Her reply was shaky yet teasing, "What would you prefer?" And God, she was testing me. Pushing. The tension coiled tighter, a live wire running straight through my body. I caught her hips, firm but careful, and in a smooth, deliberate motion, I lifted her onto the counter by the sink. Marble cold beneath her thighs, warm heat from her radiating straight into me. Droplets sliding down her arms and stomach, glinting in the light. I held her there, possessive, deliberate. Her fingers grazed my forearm lightly, tentative, testing, and I leaned just a fraction closer. My smile softened, but my eyes stayed sharp. "You're being bold today," I whispered, brushing a wet strand from her face. "And reckless." She smirked faintly, teasing, but the heat radiating off her told me she was far more aware of what was happening than she let on. "You came closer," she murmured. And I had. Closer than anyone should ever be allowed. I let my hands tighten slightly on her hips, careful, measured, letting her feel the weight of me, the grounding and the heat. She leaned in, testing, daring, and I felt the electricity hum between us. Foreheads nearly touching, breaths mingling. Eyes locking. Restraint pulled every muscle taut, every nerve alive. "Careful," I whispered. "I might not let you go so easily next time." A laugh escaped her, soft and shivering, and I could feel her pulse against my hands. "Maybe I'll want that," she murmured. My grin softened, but my hold didn't loosen. I let her rest on the counter, keeping the tension taut, letting the electric current between us hum. Every glance, every tiny shift spoke volumes, teasing, intimate, dangerous. I could have stayed there forever, chest nearly touching hers, hips pressed close, hands still firm. Her fingers brushed along my forearm, tracing, testing. Every breath she drew mingled with mine, heavy, warm, intoxicating. Every pulse, every tremor of hers, spoke a language I'd memorized without trying. I leaned just slightly closer again, letting the heat seep into her, savoring the closeness, the small shivers I could feel under my touch. "You're impossible," I murmured low, brushing another strand of wet hair behind her ear. Her smirk, faint but teasing, challenged me. "I could say the same," she whispered, fingers tracing lightly along my arm. I responded instinctively, thumb brushing the side of her hand, grounding her in me even as I wanted more, always more. "Careful," I whispered again, voice low, warning, teasing. "I might not stop if you push me too far." Her chest rose, lips parting, daring. "Maybe I don't want you to stop," she murmured, and I felt it, understood it, and leaned slightly, tasting the space between, letting the fire simmer, letting the pull stretch. Every movement, every brush of skin against skin, every heartbeat suspended. Fingers tracing, hips pressed, breaths mingling, and I felt the ache of her want mirrored in mine. My hand slipped down from her waist to rest on the top of her thigh. I inched higher and higher, waiting for her to stop me, but she didn't. Instead, she subtly parted her legs and tilted her head back to expose her neck. I leant forward and kissed from her ear down her neck, pausing at the spot that made her breathing heaviest. Her tan skin was flawless and soft against my lips. She smelt heavenly, like she had walked straight out of a dream and into my life. Our lips brushed, but I didn't kiss her. Not yet. I wanted to wait for the right moment, and as much as I wanted to, my bathroom wasn't exactly the scene I had in mind. She let out a whimper, as I continued to kiss and suck on that spot above her collarbone. Her hand lifted up to cover her mouth, as she muffled the breathy noises leaving her hips. I pulled her hand back down, trapping her arms behind her back. She studied me intently, heated eyes meeting mine, the rise and fall of her chest apparent. My fingers traced up the inside of her thigh, until they reached her bikini. I played with the hem of her bikini, lifting it slightly, before pausing to look back up at her. "Do you want this?" I asked carefully, my voice coming out graveling from my restraint. She nodded at me without hesitation, biting the corner of her lip. I pulled her bikini bottoms to the side and slowly slid one finger through her folds. Her head fell back against the mirror, and I smirked to myself, feeling how wet she was, knowing it was all for me. That I was the one who turned her on like this. My finger traced up and down, teasing her as I purposefully avoided her clit. She let out a frustrated moan, and I smirked against her neck as I returned to kissing her sweet spot. "I need your words, Isa," I muttered, biting the spot gently and earning a quiet gasp from her. She squirmed beneath my hands, desperate for my finger to reach the bundle of nerves and provide the touch she craved. But I didn't give in. My touch turned light as a feather, circling around her clit and denying her pleasure. Her legs fell open on the marble counter, and I positioned myself easily between them. She cut herself off with a moan as my finger glided gently against her clit, and her head tipped back. What was that? I enjoyed watching her like this. Unable to speak from the things I was doing to her. Only now did I realize how much I had wanted her like this, for me. Needy. Vulnerable. She was driving me insane. "I want you," she whispered between moans, and I smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her beautiful face. She looked perfect like this, curly hair dripping against her tan skin, lips parted in pleasure, her eyes rolling back. Those words were all it took for me to give in to her. I moved 2 fingers to her entrance and pressed into her. Her little gasps and whimpers only fueled my movements as I thrusted forwards until I was up to my knuckles deep inside her. My fingers curled hard against that soft spot inside her, and her head fell towards against my shoulder. She gasped loudly, making me smirk and speed up, my thumb rubbing small circles against her clit as my other 2 fingers pressed into her. My thrusts were rough and brutal, pinning her back against the mirror as she became a moaning mess beneath me. She gripped at my arms, nails digging into my skin in a way that I knew would leave marks, but I didn't care. Her moans were reward enough for me. "Still hate me?" I teased, my thumb pressing hard against her clit, as I felt her walls begin to flutter around my fingers. I could feel her heartbeat in her neck, rapid as she got closer and closer to the edge. "Yes," she gasped, legs shaking against the marble counter. I chuckled darkly. "Oh, really?" She whined as I returned to sucking her neck, leaving dark hickeys the color of bruises along her skin. Her whole body turned rigid and tense, and I knew she was getting close. "You hate me, yet you're seconds away from coming on my fingers," I whispered, my tone condescending. Her legs shook violently, and I used the opportunity to thrust harder and deeper, until her moans echoed around the room. My thumb rubbed her clit harshly, and she latched onto my arm tightly. Each breath was shaky as she reached the edge of her climax. I leant forwards, my breath warm against her ear, making her shiver. "Go on, Isa. Come for me." And with that, I felt her walls flutter and clench down hard around my fingers. Her back arched and her whole body shook as she shattered, crying out and squirming against me. I wrapped my hand around her waist to steady her body, as the pleasure threatened to overwhelm her. She let out a strangled sob as her body spasmed, and her nails dug into back. I slowed down the movements of my fingers, letting her to ride out her orgasm. "Your body obeys me so perfectly, Isa," I praised, stroking my other hand through her hair as she came down from her high. She gasped as I pulled my fingers out from inside of her, and collapsed back against the bathroom mirror, exhausted, breathing still heavy. Her eyes looked heavy and full of desire, her forehead coated with the faint shimmer of sweat. She was beautiful. And if it was up to me, I would take her back to my bed right now and have my way with her. But I wanted her to want it. I wanted her to want me. I turned back to the shower and turned on the hot water, letting it run for a few seconds as steam began to collect beneath the ceiling and cloud the mirror. Turning back towards Isabella, she sat slumped on the counter in her bikini, legs still shaking faintly. The sight made me smirk to myself. I lifted her gently, wrapping her legs around my waist as I carried her across the room to the shower and sat her down. Leaning it towards her ear, I whispered above the noise of the water. "You could have just showered in here." Her heated gaze met mine, and I knew I needed to get back to work before the remaining control in me snapped. I placed a small kiss to her forehead and turned to walk out of the bathroom, shutting the door behind me.
Chapter 12. Isabella's Pav. I stared in disbelief as Dante closed the door behind him, leaving me with shaking legs and heavy breathing, slumped against the wall of the shower. What had just happened? My mind replayed it over and over. His strong cologne, his lips next to mine, his bright blue eyes piercing into mine as his fingers brought me the most intense pleasure I have ever felt. Did I regret it? It had felt so wrong. But his body on mine was addicting, like when you know you want something you can't have. I let the water run in rivers across my body. The soap in Dante's bathroom smelled like mint and citrus, and as I covered myself with it, it was like being surrounded by him. The steam clung to my skin as I stepped out of the shower, the air thick and warm. I wrapped a towel around myself, tracing a finger across the fogged mirror until my reflection came through in smudged streaks. My hair was still dripping down my shoulders, dampening the fabric as I padded barefoot into my room. The air there was cooler, soft light spilling in from the window curtains swaying faintly from the sea breeze. I dug through my suitcase for something comfortable, settling on a navy hoodie and little white shorts. My muscles still ached faintly from the day before, and I couldn't help smiling to myself. The kind of ache that reminded me I was alive, that I'd made it through another wild day in this strange, beautiful place. I was toweling my hair dry when a knock came at the door. I froze for half a second before calling, "Yeah." "It's me." Dante's voice. Low, casual, but with that familiar edge, the one that always managed to crawl under my skin. I glanced at the mess on the floor, clothes, wet towel, open suitcase, and grimaced. "1 second. I called, rushing to shove a few things out of sight. The door opened anyway. I spun around, clutching the towel on my head. "Do you not understand what 1 second means?" He leaned against the frame like he owned the doorway, which technically he did. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, the top button undone, hair still a little damp like he'd just showered too. He looked maddeningly at ease. "You've had more than 1 second," he said, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth. "Come with me." I narrowed my eyes. "You could try saying please." "I could," he said, pushing off the doorframe. "But then it wouldn't be as fun." I sighed, pretending to be annoyed even though my pulse was already picking up. "Where are we going?" "You'll see." He turned and started down the hall, not looking back. I followed, curiosity outweighing my irritation. The hallways were dim in the late light, the sound of our footsteps echoing softly against the marble. The estate always felt bigger at night, like the air inside it had secrets. As we reached the staircase, Dante glanced over his shoulder, eyes flicking briefly down at my legs. "How are your legs feeling?" I blinked, thrown off. "Excuse me?" He grinned, slow and teasing. "From your swim yesterday?" But we both knew he wasn't just talking about that. I rolled my eyes and he chuckled, a low, rough sound that did something to me I didn't want to think about. The corner of my mouth betrayed me with a smile. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw it, propped against the entrance wall, sleek and gleaming under the soft lighting. My surfboard. I stopped dead. Wait. The board looked like it had been cleaned, polished, even repaired in spots I'd thought were beyond saving. The faded blue streak across the center had been restored, bright and new. My chest tightened. You fixed it?" Dante shrugged one shoulder, trying to look indifferent. "Had someone pick it up from California while I was away. Figured it might give you something to do tomorrow." I stared at him, heart catching somewhere in my throat. "You figured?" "Don't make it sound like I built it myself," he said lightly. "I just arranged it." "Dante." My voice came out softer than I meant it to. "You." "I know." His gaze flicked to me then, steady and unreadable. "But I know you wanted it." Something in my chest cracked open, and before I could stop myself, I closed the distance and threw my arms around him. Dante didn't stiffen. He didn't pause. He caught me instantly, arms wrapping around my waist like it was instinct, like he'd been waiting for it. He held me close, firm but careful, and I felt the steady strength of him, the warmth of his body, the faint scent of salt and cedar clinging to his shirt. "Thank you," I whispered into his shoulder. His hold tightened just slightly, a quiet answer without words. When I pulled back, his hands lingered at my sides, his gaze searching my face with something open and unguarded there, something that looked dangerously close to relief. For the first time, he didn't look surprised by the closeness. I smiled, heart still racing. Let's go surfing now. That startled a laugh out of him. Now? Yes. Right now. The waves will be perfect. He raised his eyebrows at me. It's dark. So? You've got lights. You've got guards. I gestured toward the massive glass doors behind us. It's the ocean, not a war zone. He looked like he was trying very hard not to smile. You're serious? Completely. He shook his head, muttering something in Italian under his breath. No chance. You can go tomorrow with the guards. Not me. I folded my arms. Why not you? He hesitated. Because I can't, he stopped himself, jaw tightening. Because I'll be busy. I tilted my head. You were about to say because I can't surf, weren't you? His silence was all the answer I needed. Oh my God, I breathed, grinning. You can't surf? He shot me a glare, half amusement, half wounded pride. It's not a requirement to live near the ocean. No, but it's a waste if you don't. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose like he regretted ever speaking to me. You are relentless. Come on, I'll teach you, I said, stepping closer, deliberately invading his space. It'll be fun. He looked down at me, eyes flicking between mine and my mouth for a fraction of a second too long. You have a ridiculous definition of fun. I think you're scared, I said softly. He laughed under his breath, low and dark. You have no idea what scares me. Then prove it. The challenge hung between us, electric. His jaw flexed, that same flicker of conflict in his eyes I'd seen before, like he was torn between keeping his distance and giving in. Finally he exhaled through his nose, muttering, You're impossible. I squealed like a little girl, but tried my best to contain my excitement. I'll take that as a yes. He rolled his eyes, but the faintest smile tugged at his lips. Fine. But not tonight. Tomorrow, with me. Deal. I grinned, triumphant. He stared at me for another long moment, expression unreadable, before glancing away. You're trouble, he murmured. You like trouble, I shot back. He huffed a quiet laugh, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck like he was trying to shake something off. Come on. Dinner? What? You haven't eaten since breakfast, he said, already turning toward the hall. And before you argue, no, you can't live off nuts and all the dried fruits in the kitchen's cupboards. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the glass door, and winced at my lazy outfit. My white shorts only reached my thighs, and my hair had dried to a mess of ringlet curls that draped over my shoulders. If only I had known this would be an evening occasion, I may have dressed up slightly more. Why not? I said, following him. Not in my house. The way he said my house always did something strange to me, a reminder that I was in his world, one built on quiet power and old money, and the kind of solitude that seemed to have shaped him as much as it caged him. Still, as we walked toward the dining room, I couldn't stop the smile that kept creeping up on me. The surfboard, his rare laugh, the way he'd finally agreed to go with me, it all felt like something shifting. Like the air between us had changed. And perhaps I didn't hate him so much anymore. Dinner wasn't what I had expected. I'd imagined something formal, Dante's typical style, maybe a long table, silverware placed like weapons, the kind of thing that screamed, "Don't spill your drink." Instead, he led me to a smaller room off to the side, lit by the low glow of a single pendant lamp. The table was set for two, candles flickering between plates of grilled sea bass, lemon slices, and roasted vegetables. It smelled incredible. Wow, I said softly. Did you cook this? He gave me a look like I'd just told a joke. No. But I can take the credit if you want me to. I smiled, sliding into the chair opposite him. Tempting. A bottle of white wine sat chilling in a bucket between us. Dante poured some into my glass, his movements smooth, practiced, like he was used to playing host but rarely had anyone worth hosting. The silence at first wasn't awkward. It was heavy. Charged. I could feel his gaze flick up every so often as I ate, just long enough to make my pulse skip, before he looked away again. Eventually I said, "So is this what dinner's always like for you? Candlelight and silence?" He leaned back slightly, the corner of his mouth curving. Usually quieter. The quiet clink of cutlery and low hum of cars outside the open window filled the brief pause between us. Then he said, "Tell me about you. Before all this." I blinked. Before this? He gestured loosely around the room. Before the estate. Before I dragged you here. I hesitated, tracing a finger along the rim of my glass. There's not much to tell. Try me. I met his eyes, the candlelight catching in the amber flecks of his irises. I lived by the coast. Small town. My mom taught art classes at the local school before, I paused, the word catching for a second. Before she passed. Dante's expression softened almost imperceptibly, but he nodded for me to continue. And my dad, well, you know he had his issues. But he raised me well, and I'll be forever grateful of that. Who taught you how to surf? Dante asked, taking a sip of wine. My mother. I smiled at the memory. She used to wake me up before sunrise, I went on, the words coming easier now. We'd walk down the beach with our boards under our arms, bare feet in the sand, and she'd pretend not to notice when I complained about the cold. Dante listened without interrupting, his attention fixed on me in a way that made the rest of the room fall away. She was patient, I said softly. Never pushed. Just waited. If I wiped out, she'd laugh and tell me the sea only respected people who learned to let go. I huffed a small breath. I was terrible at it at first. I don't believe that, he said. I shrugged. I was stubborn. Still am, I guess. My fingers tightened briefly around the stem of my glass. After she died, I stopped going for years. The ocean felt too big without her. His jaw flexed, something thoughtful crossing his face. Believe it or not, I think she would have liked you, I said before I could stop myself. Dante's brow furrowed. Why? Because you listen, I said simply. And because you don't pretend. His gaze held mine, intense and unreadable. You intrigue me, Isabella. I want to know everything about you. The part of you that came before me. My breath hitched. For the first time since I'd met him, I realized he wasn't asking out of curiosity. He was asking permission. But talking about my past life made me feel things I had pushed to the back of my mind. It made me realize everything I had back home. Everything I had lost when Dante simply snatched me away to the other side of the world. It was like my head and my heart were at war. My logic telling me he was a heartless killer, and my heart not caring. Because now he was sat across from me at a candlelight dinner. After he had just surprised me with my surfboard and started asking about my deepest secrets, I wasn't sure how I felt towards him. Is it wrong to have feelings for a murderer? What about you? I asked quietly, changing the subject. You don't talk much about your family. Something flickered behind his eyes, a warning or maybe just a shadow. He leaned back in his chair, glass turning slowly between his fingers. My father, he began, voice low, was the kind of man who believed discipline was love. The way he said it made my stomach tighten. He ran the estate like a military base. Every morning started at dawn, training, lessons, inspections. If Nico and I didn't meet his standards, we started again. His voice stayed calm, almost detached, but there was an edge to it, something sharp under the surface. Nico was different, he went on. Softer. He wanted to become a builder, not run the family business. My father hated that. Said he was weak. He went quiet for a beat, jaw tightening. When he died, my father didn't even come to the hospital. He called me instead, told me I'd failed. Said I was supposed to protect him. The air felt heavy then. I could hear the faint hum of the sea through the window, the soft creak of the chair as he leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. "And after?" I asked. "My father drank himself into oblivion for 3 years, then had a stroke. By the time I took over, it was just me." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "So yes, that's everything about me." I didn't know what to say. The version of Dante sitting in front of me wasn't the composed, unreadable one I was used to. He looked raw, almost fragile in a way that made my chest ache. "I'm sorry," I said quietly. He shook his head. "Don't be. It's done." But I could see in the way his fingers tapped against the table, the tension there, the habit of someone who never really stopped moving, that it wasn't done. Not really. I leaned forward slightly, resting my chin on my hand. "Do you miss him?" "My father?" He gave a humorless laugh. "No. But I miss the version of me that thought I could make him proud." That hit harder than I expected. I swallowed, feeling something tighten in my throat. For a while we sat in silence. The only sound was the soft crackle of candle wax. Then Dante reached across the table, brushing his thumb lightly against my wrist, barely a touch, but enough to send heat rushing through me. "You shouldn't look at me like that," he murmured. "Like what?" My eyes wide, voice coming out as barely above a whisper. He didn't speak, just studied me. "I don't think that's everything there is to you, Dante." For a second I thought he might say something or move closer, but instead, he stood, breaking the moment cleanly in half. "Come on," he said, his tone lighter again. "It's late. You should get some rest. And I need as much sleep as I can possibly get before this nightmare tomorrow that I'm being forced to endure." I let out a laugh at that as I stood. "You know, for someone who's in charge of the Mafia, you are incredibly overdramatic." He smirked, holding the door open for me as we left the small room. "Good night, Dante." He hesitated. "Good night, Isabella." I turned, walking back up the stairs towards my room, but I could feel his eyes on me the entire way. When I reached the bedroom, I leaned against the door and exhaled, heart still racing. He was impossible, guarded, infuriating, magnetic. And somehow, I knew I was in too deep. Still, as I crawled into bed, I couldn't stop smiling. Because tomorrow, he'd said yes. Chapter 13. Isabella's Pov. I awoke before the sun had fully cleared the horizon. For a moment, I lay still beneath the sheets, listening. The estate had its own rhythm, a low hum of distant generators, the faint shuffle of guards changing shifts somewhere far below, the soft sigh of the sea rolling endlessly against the cliffs. At night those sounds had felt oppressive, a reminder that I was enclosed, watched, contained. In the early morning, they felt different. Quieter. Almost gentle. I breathed in slowly, testing my body the way I always did now, bracing myself for pain that never came. It still surprised me how quickly that fear had settled into my bones, the instinctive flinch, the mental inventory of bruises that no longer existed. Healing wasn't just physical. It was learning how to trust your body again, after it had betrayed you. I turned my head toward the window. The curtains were half open, pale light spilling across the floor in soft bands. Outside, the sky was washed in muted pastels, blues bleeding into pinks, the faint gold of morning stretching lazily across the water. The ocean looked calm from here, deceptively gentle, like it was holding its breath. I smiled before I could stop myself. Today. I slipped out of bed quietly and crossed the room, careful not to make unnecessary noise even though there was no one else there. Old habits died hard. In unfamiliar places, my instincts always told me to move softly, to take up as little space as possible. The suitcase sat open near the foot of the bed, still half unpacked from my shopping trip with Bianca last week. I crouched in front of it, rifling through familiar fabrics and textures, pieces of my new life folded and compressed into neat rectangles. It struck me, not for the first time, how strange it was that everything I owned could be reduced to this. I pushed the thought aside and reached for a dark blue bikini, white flowers swirling in patterns around the seams. Changing quickly, I tugged on a loose white shirt over the top and tied the front pieces of my hair back. When I glanced at myself in the mirror, the girl staring back looked like a former version of myself. She looked like the girl who surfed the waves of California, not a broken shadow, confined to this pristine estate in Italy. Instead, just alive. I studied my reflection for a moment longer than necessary. There was light in my eyes, the remnants of sleepless nights and restless thoughts long gone, and there was color in my cheeks again. Warmth. Life. My shoulders were no longer hunched defensively, my posture no longer braced for impact. I turned away before I could overthink it. I padded barefoot into the hallway, the marble cool beneath my feet, and followed the quiet pull toward the lower floors. I found Dante in the kitchen, already dressed, loose linen shirt, sleeves rolled, dark shorts instead of his usual tailored trousers. Casual, in a way that felt almost jarring. He looked up when I entered, eyebrows lifting slightly. "You're up early," he said. "So are you." He shrugged. "Habit." For a second, we just looked at each other. In the softer morning light, he seemed different, less sharp around the edges, the hard lines of him eased by the quiet. His hair was still slightly damp, as if he'd showered recently, and there was something disarmingly human about the way he stood there barefoot in his own kitchen, mug in hand. I leaned against the counter, watching him pour coffee, the rich scent blooming through the room. The domesticity of it all felt surreal. Dante D'Angelo, ruler of this silent empire, measuring grounds and water like a man with nowhere else to be. "Ready to be humbled?" I asked. He shot me a look. I agreed to try. I didn't agree to be insulted. "Same thing," I said sweetly. The corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. We drank our coffee in companionable quiet, the kind that didn't demand filling. Outside, the sun climbed higher, painting the kitchen in warm gold. Dante checked his watch once, then ignored it completely, a small thing but one I noticed. When we finally stepped outside, the air was cool and clean, carrying the sharp tang of salt. I tucked the surfboard under my arm, its familiar weight grounding me, while Dante carried the other one with stiff caution, like it might lurch unexpectedly. The grounds were still, guards posted discreetly in the distance, their presence barely noticeable against the soft glow of the rising sun. The beach stretched out below us, wide and empty, the tide rolling in slow, steady rhythms. The sand was cool beneath my feet as I stepped onto it, a familiar comfort settling into my bones. Dante paused beside me, gaze sweeping the shoreline. "This," he said quietly, "is not what I expected." "What did you expect?" I asked. "Something louder." I laughed softly. "The ocean isn't going to shout at you." We stood there for a moment longer, side by side, the sound of the waves filling the space between us. I could feel the tension in him easing, bit by bit, as if the vastness of the sea was doing something I never could, reminding him how small, how human he was allowed to be. I turned to face him, unable to stop the grin spreading across my face. "Okay. Rule number 1. He crossed his arms. "Already?" "You're not allowed to look intimidating," I said. "It scares the waves." He stared at me in confusion. "I'm trying to be serious." I smirked, shrugging off my shirt so I stood there in my bikini. The cool air whipped around my figure but not harshly, just refreshing. "So am I." A pause. Then he exhaled through his nose. "Fine." I stepped closer, close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating from him, and reached up, tugging lightly at the open collar of his shirt. "You're overdressed." His eyes darkened slightly. "Careful." "I am careful," I said, pushing the fabric back from his shoulders. "You're just dramatic." To my surprise, he didn't stop me. He let me peel the shirt away, revealing sun-warmed skin and lean muscle beneath. I forced myself not to linger too long, tossing the shirt onto the sand before stepping back. "There," I said. "Better." He glanced down at himself, then back at me, at my bare legs, the thin straps of my bikini. His gaze lingered, just for a moment too long, before he cleared his throat. "Focus," he said. "Oh, I am?" I handed him the board, positioning it under his arm. You carry it like this. Don't fight it. The board wants to float, you just have to let it. He raised an eyebrow. Is that a lesson or a philosophy? Both. We walked into the shallows together, the cold water biting at my ankles, then calves. Dante hissed under his breath, shooting me a glare. He definitely loves it. Once we were waist deep, I turned to face him, placing my hands on the board. Okay. First thing, paddling. He nodded, listening intently, like this was a business meeting and not a surf lesson. I demonstrated, sliding onto the board smoothly, chest lifted, arms moving in steady strokes. The water rocked gently beneath me, familiar and steady, like an old friend. When I looked back, he was watching me with an intensity that made my pulse stutter. Eyes up, I said. You're staring. Trying to learn, he replied evenly. I climbed off the board and gestured for him to try. He lay down stiffly, movements awkward, legs kicking the water like he wasn't sure what to do with them. I bit my lip, failing to hide my smile. Relax. You're literally fighting the ocean. I moved closer, placing a hand lightly on his lower back, pressing gently until he flattened against the board. His muscles tensed beneath my palm before slowly easing. Better, I murmured. He swallowed. You're enjoying this. Immensely. The first wave came without warning, tipping the board just enough to throw him off balance. He yelped, actually yelped, arms flailing as he tumbled into the water. I burst out laughing, the sound bright and unrestrained. When he resurfaced, hair slicked back, eyes blazing, he looked utterly offended. You did that on purpose. I swear I didn't, I said, still laughing. But thank you. I needed that. He wiped water from his face, glaring, then slowly his expression shifted. A reluctant smile tugged at his mouth. Again, he said. I nodded, already repositioning the board, heart light and chest warm as the waves continued to roll in, unaware for now of how fragile this moment really was. The sun had climbed higher by the time Dante dragged himself back onto the board again, his earlier confidence replaced with something closer to stubborn determination. The water glittered around us, fractured light dancing across the surface in sharp flashes that made it hard to look anywhere else for too long. My skin felt warm despite the occasional chill of a passing wave, the kind of heat that sank deep and stayed there. Dante, on the other hand, looked like he'd been personally victimized by the ocean. By the third attempt, he was soaked, breathless, and visibly reconsidering every life choice that had led him into the ocean. I floated beside him, legs dangling in the water, watching as he dragged himself back onto the board with a dramatic groan. You're doing great, I said. He shot me a look. If this is great, I'd hate to see terrible. You stood up, I pointed out. For half a second. He quipped. Well, that's half a second longer than your first try. He groaned in response, pushing wet hair back from his face with a hand that trembled faintly from effort. It was strangely endearing, the way he refused to give up, even when everything about him screamed that he wasn't built for this kind of chaos. The Dante I knew liked control. Precision. Solid ground beneath his feet. The ocean offered none of that. He sighed, rolling onto his back in the shallow water, arms spread wide. The sun was higher now, warm against my skin, glinting off the surface of the sea. This is humiliating, he said. You're alive, I countered. That's a win. I kicked gently through the water until I was closer, resting my forearms on the edge of his board. One more time. I promise. He eyed me suspiciously. You promised last time. And look how that turned out. Despite himself, he nodded, rolling back onto the board. I positioned myself behind him, hands guiding his shoulders, my body close enough that I could feel his breath pause as I leaned in. When the wave comes, I said softly, don't think. Just move. For a brief moment, everything slowed. The water smoothed beneath us, the board rising and falling gently as if the ocean itself was tensing. I could feel Dante's muscles tight beneath my hands, coiled and ready, his focus razor sharp. The wave lifted the board gently this time, smooth and steady. Now, I urged. He pushed up, awkward, unsteady, and for a brief, miraculous moment he stood. I cheered. Yes. Dante. He laughed, pure and unguarded, the sound ripped from him by surprise. Then the board tipped. He fell forward, straight into me. We went under together, laughter bubbling up between us as we surfaced, tangled and breathless. His hands were on my waist, steadying me instinctively, my arms wrapped around his shoulders. For a second the world narrowed to just us, the sound of the waves, the warmth of the sun, the way his thumb brushed absent-mindedly against my skin. The laughter faded. The air between us changed, heavy and charged in a way that made my chest tighten. Dante's gaze dropped to my mouth, then lifted again, searching my face like he was waiting for something, permission maybe. Or certainty. Slowly, deliberately he leaned in, not claiming, not demanding. Asking. I met him halfway. The kiss was soft, salt-tinged, unhurried. Nothing like the intensity of the day we were married. This was gentle. Real. His lips lingered against mine like he was memorizing the feeling, his hands warm and sure at my waist. When we pulled back, our foreheads rested together, breaths mingling. Was that part of the lesson? He murmured. Extra credit, I replied. He smirked, fully, openly, and for a moment everything felt right. Not perfect. Not permanent. But real. Chapter 14. Isabella's POV. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The ocean hissed and pulled at the shore behind us, waves folding in on themselves again and again, relentless and patient. My lips still tingled, my heart beating so fast it felt like it might bruise my ribs from the inside. Dante was close, too close, but not touching me now, like he was giving me space to decide whether I regretted it. I didn't step away. If anything, the distance between us felt louder than the kiss itself. We walked back up the cliff path in silence, our boards abandoned below, the ocean still murmuring behind us like it knew something we didn't. My feet sank into the warm dust with every step, the hem of my shirt brushing my calves, damp and heavy with seawater. Dante walked beside me, close enough that our arms almost touched, but not quite. The path was narrow, uneven stone carved into the cliffside, and I focused on my footing because it was easier than looking at him. Easier than thinking about how natural it had felt to lean into him. How my body had responded before my mind could catch up. I could still feel his mouth on mine. The way he hadn't rushed me. The way he'd waited, like he'd been giving me the chance to pull away. The path curved upward, jagged stone on one side, a sheer drop on the other. The villa rose above us in pale tiers, white and gold against the blue sky, beautiful in the way dangerous things often were. I stared at it too long, and the tightness in my chest returned. Because beauty didn't cancel out what it was built on. Because the higher we climbed, the further the beach felt, like something borrowed from another life. I swallowed. Dante. My voice sounded different. Thinner. Like I'd used it up on the kiss. He glanced at me, expression unreadable behind the sunglasses he'd slipped back on. The sound was casual. Almost soft. It made what I was about to say feel heavier. I stopped walking. The dust settled around my feet. The wind tugged at my hair. My heart slammed once hard. He noticed immediately. He always did. He turned, the wind tugging at his hair, and waited. I want to see my father. The words felt heavier than they should have. Like they'd been waiting in my throat for days, growing sharp. Saying them out loud hurt, in a way I hadn't prepared for. They scraped against the fragile quiet between us, dragging reality back into focus. For a second nothing changed. Then Dante's jaw tightened. The shift was subtle, but unmistakable. Like a door slamming shut behind his eyes. No, he said flatly. The finality in his voice hit harder than I expected. I flinched, my fingers curling into the fabric at my sides. I tried again. I need to know he's alive. No, he repeated, firmer now. The word echoed against the stone. Absolute. unmovable. The silence stretched. The ocean roared below us, indifferent. I searched his face, trying to reconcile it with the man who had kissed me minutes ago. The man who had laughed when he'd fallen off his board. The man whose hands had been warm and steady at my waist. That man felt very far away now. "This is why," I said quietly. "This is why I can't." His sunglasses came off. That, more than the word no, should have warned me. His eyes were darker now, something shuddered sliding into place. "You don't get to decide this," he said. "Not yet." The words pressed down on me, sharp and suffocating. Not yet. As if my life were something paused. As if he were holding it in reserve. My chest burned. "He's my father. And he's my prisoner." The words landed like a slap. Not because I didn't know it, but because hearing him say it made it real in a way I couldn't soften or ignore. I turned away, anger and shame tangling together so tightly I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. "Then what was that?" I demanded, gesturing vaguely between us. "The kiss. Was that just another way to control me?" The question felt ugly as soon as it left my mouth. But I didn't take it back. He stepped closer. Not touching me. Never quite crossing that line, unless I invited it. "You asked to see him," Dante said. I said no. Those two things are not the same. They feel the same. For the first time, something flickered across his face, frustration, sharp and unguarded. It startled me. Because it looked real. Because it looked like he hated this moment just as much as I did. He dragged a hand through his hair and looked out toward the water. For a long moment, he didn't speak. The wind lifted my hair, whipping it around my face, stinging my eyes. I waited, heart pounding, bracing myself for another refusal. Another wall. Finally, he exhaled. "Tonight," he said. The word was quiet. Almost reluctant. I blinked. "What?" "You can see him tonight." My heart stuttered, hope and fear crashing into each other so violently it made me dizzy. "But you said—" "I changed my mind," he cut in. "I'll be in conference with my associates. But I'll arrange to have you escorted. You'll say what you need to say, and then you'll leave." The conditions wrapped around the offer like barbed wire, but it was still an offer. Even with the guards and the rules. I would have agreed to anything to see my father. He lifted his hand to brush a lock of my hair behind my ear, his fingertips resting along my jawline far longer than they needed to. His skin was rough against my cheek, but gentle in the way he touched me. Like one wrong move could shatter my very existence. My voice came out softer than I intended. "Why now?" His gaze dropped to my mouth as he drew his hand back. "Just for a second." "Because you asked me after I kissed you," he said. "And I don't want you wondering if I'm lying to you." Something twisted low in my chest. Not relief. Not trust. Something more dangerous. The path resumed upward, and I followed him this time, my thoughts spiraling, my heart still unsteady, the echo of the kiss colliding with the weight of what waited below the villa. As the estate doors came into view, one truth settled heavy and undeniable in my chest. Whatever had started on that beach was already colliding with something far darker. The air changed the moment we descended later that evening. It wasn't immediate. At first it was just a faint chill, a thin dampness clinging to my skin, but with every step downward it thickened, pressed in closer, until it felt like I was breathing something old and heavy. The stone walls narrowed around us, sweat slick and uneven beneath my fingertips when I brushed them. Torchlight flickered, shadows stretching and recoiling as we walked, warping into shapes I didn't want to name. 2 guards flanked me, silent, armed, their boots echoing against the steps like a countdown. Each step took something from me. Every step downward felt like a betrayal. Because just hours ago I'd been on the beach, laughing, sunlight warm on my skin, salt on my lips. Because just minutes ago, I'd let myself forget. Let myself feel. I'd kissed him. I'd kissed the man who did this. The door creaked open with a sound that made my stomach twist. The hinges screamed softly, metal protesting against age and disuse. The smell hit me next, iron, mildew, something sour and human that made my eyes sting. It clung to the back of my throat, making me swallow hard. The guard stepped aside. For a heartbeat, I couldn't move. "Father," I breathed. The word barely made it past my lips. He lay on a narrow mattress in the corner of the cell, his body thin beneath the blanket, his hair gone gray where it hadn't been before. His face was turned away, pressed into the thin pillow, his shoulders hunched inward as if he were trying to make himself smaller. The man who had once filled rooms with his voice now barely seemed to take up space. For one terrifying second, I wondered if he was breathing. I rushed forward, dropping to my knees beside him, my skin prickling against the cold stone. "Father. It's me." My voice cracked. I didn't care. Slowly, painfully, he turned his head. It took effort. I could see it in the way his neck strained, the way his body trembled with the movement. For a second, he didn't recognize me. His eyes slid past my face, unfocused, dull with exhaustion. My chest seized. Then his gaze sharpened. Then his eyes widened. "Isabella," he whispered. The sound of my name, thin, fragile, unmistakably his, broke something inside me. Relief crashed into me so violently I almost sobbed. I reached for his hand, cold and trembling in mine, the skin loose where it used to be strong. "I'm here. I'm okay. I swear I'm okay." The lie tasted bitter even as I said it. His gaze darted to the guards. To the door. His grip tightened suddenly, painfully, his fingers digging into my palm like he was anchoring himself to reality. "He's done something to you." "No," I said quickly, shaking my head. "No, he hasn't." The denial came too fast. His expression twisted, disbelief curdling into something darker. "You're not the same. He's drugged you. He's hurt you. He's broken you, and you don't even know it." "I'm not broken," I said, though my voice wavered. "Father, please. I need you to listen to me." He laughed sharply, a sound that scraped against his throat. "I've listened to men like him my entire life," he snarled, suddenly trying to sit up, pain flashing across his face as he failed. "He is not." "I'm married to him," I said. The words echoed in the cell. They didn't sound like mine. His face drained of color so fast it frightened me. His mouth opened, then closed, like the words inside him were fighting to get out. "Dante is my husband and he treats me well. You don't need to worry about me." I took a deep breath. "I'm going to get you out of here, back to California." My hand shook against his. "But I can't come with you." My father looked up, face reddening and composure shattering. His fury replaced shock in an instant. "He's poisoned you," he shouted, his voice filling the stone room, bouncing back at us in cruel echoes. "You think you're happy because he's made you think you are." "I am happy," I said, tears burning hot now, spilling down my cheeks whether I wanted them to or not. "I'm safe. He doesn't hurt me." "Because he doesn't need to," my father roared. "Not when he can make you defend him." The words sliced straight through me. I flinched back, my knees pressing harder into the stone, guilt blooming sharp and immediate in my chest. "I kissed him," I whispered. The confession felt like treason. Silence. It stretched, thick and suffocating. Then he laughed, a hollow broken sound that scraped against the stone walls, empty and wrong. "Of course you did." The sound made my stomach churn. Not because it was cruel, but because it sounded defeated. I recoiled, guilt crushing down so hard I could barely breathe. My chest felt too tight, my lungs refusing to expand fully. "You're not thinking clearly," he said, voice hoarse now, raw from shouting. His anger shifted, sharpening into desperation. "You need to get away from him. From this place. He will destroy you." I shook my head, tears dripping from my chin onto the stone. "You don't understand. He's not what you think." "I understand exactly what he is," my father snapped. "Men like him don't love. They own." The words lodged deep, burrowing into every doubt I'd been trying to ignore. I chose this, I said weakly. I'm not trapped. And I'm doing this to get you out, I swear. He stared at me like I'd struck him. Listen to yourself, he whispered. That's his voice speaking through you. I wanted to argue. To defend Dante. To tell my father about the beach, about the way Dante had looked at me when he thought I wasn't watching, about the way he hadn't forced anything, not even the kiss. But all I could see was this cell. This bed. This broken man. The stone walls. The smell. The way his hands shook when he grabbed mine again, as if terrified I'd disappear. And suddenly, the memory of the kiss tasted bitter. The guards shifted behind me, indicating my time was up. I have to go, I whispered, my throat closing. I'm sorry. My father's fingers tightened one last time. Isabella, he said urgently. If you stay here with him, he will cost you everything. I turned away without a second glance. My legs moved on instinct alone as I climbed the stairs, one foot in front of the other, my body carrying me upward while my mind stayed behind in the cell. Each step away from my father felt wrong, like I was abandoning him all over again. The stone walls blurred, torches streaking past in smears of orange light as tears kept spilling no matter how hard I tried to stop them. The guards walked behind me now instead of beside me, their presence heavy but distant, like even they understood I needed space. My chest hurt with every breath, tight and aching, my throat raw from everything I hadn't said. I barely noticed when we reached the upper level. The guard stopped at the top, murmuring something about privacy, and then I was alone, tears streaking down my face, my chest aching with every breath. The quiet was different up here. Not peaceful, controlled. The kind of silence that existed only because it was enforced. I wiped at my cheeks with the heel of my hand, trying to steady myself, trying to pull myself back together before anyone saw me like this. My reflection stared back from a polished marble surface, eyes red, lips trembling, hair still damp from my shower after the beach. I took a breath. Then another. I turned a corner and froze. Voices. Men's voices. Low. Sharp. Dangerous. They carried down the corridor ahead, slipping through a half-open door, layered with authority and tension. My heart skipped, instinct screaming at me to turn back, to run, but my feet refused to move. They're asking questions, one said. The words slid under my skin. About her, another replied. My stomach dropped. They're after Isabella. My blood ran cold. The sound of my name in that space, spoken like a problem, like a target, stole the air from my lungs. I pressed my back against the wall, fingers curling into the cool stone, every sense sharpening. I stepped closer without meaning to, my body betraying me, drawn forward by a mix of fear and morbid curiosity. I leaned just enough to hear more, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they'd hear it. She's the leverage, a man said. If they take her? They won't, Dante's voice cut in, familiar in its tone. The authorities sliced clean through the others. I'd recognize his voice anywhere. It steadied me and terrified me all at once. She's protected, he continued. If they so much as touch her, I will burn their empire to the ground. The words sent a shiver through me, not comfort, not exactly. Something darker. Possessive. Absolute. I swallowed hard, my breath catching, the weight of what he was saying pressing down on me. I took a step back. I meant to leave. I meant to disappear back into the corridors, before anyone noticed I'd been there at all. My elbow struck a tall ceramic plant. The impact sent a sharp crack through the air. It shattered. Pottery exploded against the marble floor, shards skittering outward in every direction, the sound echoing far too loudly in the corridor. The sound was deafening. Silence followed. It fell instantly. Complete. Dead. The kind of silence that made my pulse thunder in my ears. Slow, deliberate footsteps approached. Each one felt measured. Controlled. Unhurried. I didn't move. I couldn't. I turned. Dante stood at the end of the corridor, suit immaculate, eyes lethal. His expression was nothing like the man on the beach. Nothing like the man who had smiled at me in the sun, or kissed me like he was afraid to rush me. This Dante was cold, focused, dangerous. His gun was already raised, the safety unclicked, pointed straight at me.
Chapter 15. Dante's POV. The room smelled like bitter metal and smoke, long after the cigarettes had been crushed out. The table was already covered when I walked in. Photographs. Laminated stills pulled from CCTV. Polaroids taken too close to bodies that hadn't been cold yet. A phone sat face down beside a laptop, cables snaking out like veins. Bullet casings were lined up with obsessive precision, each one tagged, labeled, catalogue. A bloodied scarf lay sealed in plastic, the fabric stiff where it had dried. Evidence. Not just of an attack. Of intent. Antonio stood on my left, arms folded, jaw tight. The rest of my men were scattered across the room. Valentino leaned against the far wall, silent, eyes tracking everything without looking like he was. Alex sat at the table, laptop open, fingers hovering over the keyboard like he was restraining himself from tearing something apart. The rest all silent, all with the same questions I had. I took the seat at the head of the table. "Start," I said. Alex tapped the keyboard. The screen behind him flickered to life. Security footage. The estate wall. Night vision. 4 figures moving low and fast, faces wrapped in dark scarves, weapons slung close to their bodies like they'd been trained not to let them rattle. Professionals. Not desperate men. Not thieves. I remembered that night like it was yesterday. The night Isabella tried to escape. They were inside the perimeter for 47 seconds, Alex said. Long enough to confirm layout. Long enough to confirm her location. My jaw tightened. Then they pulled back, Antonio added. Clean. No panic. Valentino pushed off the wall. Which tells us they weren't there to test defenses. They already knew the defenses, I said. The screen changed. This time it was footage from the conference in Spain. Daylight. A long table. Smiling men in tailored suits. Wine glasses. Contracts laid out like promises. Then gunfire. My body went rigid as the scene of Antonio getting shot replayed right in front of my eyes. It was a memory that burned into the back of my mind. A memory I was sure I'd never live long enough to forget. The next still showed blood sprayed across polished marble. One of the Spanish men lay twisted halfway out of his chair, eyes open, throat destroyed. Another had collapsed forward, face splattered in spilled wine that was no longer red enough to pass for coincidence. They weren't sending a message, Antonio said quietly. They erased the deal. They erased everyone, Valentino corrected. Alex's fingers tightened. Except you two. The screen changed again. A hospital corridor. White. Too clean. A man lay on a hospital bed, chest bandaged thickly, skin grey but breathing. Antonio. I looked away immediately. The room went quiet. I leaned forward, elbows on the table, eyes fixed on the image. They wanted survivors, I said finally. Enough to make sure we understood this wasn't random. Alex nodded. And enough to make sure you'd feel it. The laptop clicked again. A still image filled the screen, a man kneeling, hands zip-tied behind his back, scarf pulled down to reveal a face battered beyond recognition. Blood ran from his nose. One eye was swollen shut. The other stared straight into the camera. Interrogation footage. We pulled him from the attack in Spain, I said. He was already compromised. Another click. Video this time. The man coughed, choking on his own blood. Someone off camera asked a question. He laughed or tried to, then spat red onto the floor. They sent us for the girl, he rasped. Alive. Antonio exhaled slowly through his nose. They trained him well, Alex said. Didn't give us a name. Didn't give us a flag. Didn't give us a reason. He gave us loyalty, Valentino said. Which narrows it down. I leaned back in my chair, eyes moving over the objects laid out on the table, the scarf, the casings, a watch cracked at the face, a rosary pulled from a dead man's pocket. 2 options, I said. All of them looked at me. 1, I continued, this is about me. Someone testing my reach. Using her because she's visible. Vulnerable. Antonio's mouth tightened. And 2, I said, voice flat, this has nothing to do with me at all. Silence. Valentino shifted first. Graham. I didn't respond. Her father has enemies we don't have files on, Alex said carefully. Old ones. Quiet ones. The kind that wait. Antonio's gaze flicked to the scarf in the plastic bag. Revenge by proxy. Or leverage, Valentino said. If they can't get to him directly. My fingers curled against the arm of the chair. She wasn't meant to die, I said. Every move points to that. No, Alex agreed. They want her intact. Antonio leaned forward. Which means the question isn't who wants her dead. Valentino finished it. It's who wants her alive. The weight of that settled heavy and cold. I stared at the table, at the mess of evidence that told a story without explaining it. An attempted extraction. A massacre. A survivor left breathing on purpose. A man who'd rather bleed out than give up a name. She's the axis, Antonio said quietly. Everything turns around her. My chest tightened, not fear, not uncertainty. Rage. She doesn't know any of this, Alex added. And the more she knows, the more valuable she becomes. I stood. The chair scraped back sharply against the floor. No one goes near her, I said. Not without my permission. Not to question. Not to test. Not to speculate. They nodded. All of them. We lock this down, I continued. We trace every thread, mine and Graham's. We find out who benefits from her being alive. And if it's one of your men? Valentino asked. My jaws set. Then they'll wish they'd pulled the trigger in Spain. The room fell silent again. Then. Crash. Porcelain. Shattering. Outside the room. My head snapped up so fast the muscles in my neck pulled tight. And everything in me went cold. Not the slow, creeping chill of doubt, the sharp, surgical kind. The kind that stripped emotion away and left only calculation. Someone had been outside the door. Someone close enough to hear names, plans, weaknesses. Someone either desperate for information or stupid enough to think they could take it from me. My gaze flicked to the door, then to the thin strip of shadow beneath it. No movement. No voices. Just silence pressing in, thick and heavy, like the room itself was listening. Someone had been there. My body reacted before my mind could interfere. Gun up. Safety off. Finger settling with familiar precision along the frame, not pulling, not yet, but ready. The world narrowed into angles, distance, exits. Threat assessment mapped itself across the room automatically, instinct honed by years of surviving conversations that ended in blood instead of words. Antonio's voice died mid-sentence. The scrape of Valentino's chair stopped behind me. Even the soft hum of the projector seemed louder now, filling the silence with a low mechanical pulse. The stretched silence carried thick and heavy, meaning whoever had been outside hadn't meant to make noise. They'd been listening. And they'd panicked. Behind me I could feel Valentino shift his stance, aligning instinctively with my movements, gun raised. Antonio exhaled slowly, barely audible, the sound of a man ready to follow orders before they were spoken. A slow, deliberate calm settled over me, colder than anger, sharper than fear. Whoever had been outside had chosen the wrong door, the wrong moment, the wrong house. And if they thought they could listen without consequence, they didn't know me at all. I started toward the door slowly, each step deliberate, measured, not rushed, never careless. My shoulders squared, gun steady at my side, breath slow and controlled as I angled myself just off center of the frame, ready for whoever or whatever waited on the other side. My finger rested on the trigger as I aimed for the figure in the corridor. Then I saw her. The gun fell from my hand like it had never belonged there, clattering against the marble floor with a violence that echoed through my chest. My heart slammed so hard it felt like it might tear through my ribs. "Lower your weapons," I barked, already moving. "Now." The men hesitated, half a second too long. "Now." I didn't register them anymore. I was already in front of her, my body pivoting instinctively, back to her, shoulders squared toward the corridor like I could physically block the world from touching her. If someone fired, it would hit me first. That wasn't calculation. That was reflex. "Get out," I said, voice low and absolute. "All of you." They left without argument. Doors shut. Footsteps retreated. Silence crashed down. I turned to her. Isabella was pressed against the wall, eyes blown wide, breath coming in short, broken pulls like her lungs couldn't quite remember how to work. Her cheeks were wet, tear tracks shining under the lights, lashes clumped together, lips trembling like she was holding herself upright by sheer force. She wasn't shaking because of the gun. She was already crying when I found her. The realization hurt more than the moment I'd almost ended everything. "Isa," I said, immediately lowering my voice, taking a step toward her but stopping myself just short. "Careful now." Like she was glass. "Hey." She flinched anyway. "Fuck." The image replayed in my head, the barrel aligned where her heart beat. The second, where I hadn't known. Where instinct had nearly erased her from my life forever. My throat locked. My hands lifted helplessly, empty, useless. "I'm sorry." The word felt pathetic. Too small. "I'm so fucking sorry." Her knees gave out. I caught her without thinking, arms wrapping around her as her weight collapsed forward. She made a sound then, small, raw, ripped straight from somewhere deep, and it tore through me with surgical precision. She buried her face into my chest, fists clutching my shirt like she needed something solid to stay standing. "I scared you," I said hoarsely, one hand cradling the back of her head, pulling her closer like distance itself was dangerous. "I did this. I made you cry." "No," she sobbed, shaking her head weakly against me. "It wasn't, it's not you." I didn't hear that. All I could hear was the echo of the gun hitting the floor. "I shouldn't have raised it," I muttered, panic threading through my voice now, the control I'd worn for the meeting dissolving completely. "I should have known. I should have." "Dante," she whispered. Just my name. It grounded me and destroyed me in the same breath. "Please," she said, voice thin and wrecked. "Just take me away from here." There was no hesitation. I bent and lifted her into my arms, one hand under her knees, the other tight around her back. She didn't argue. She didn't tense. She simply curled into me, face hidden, tears soaking into my collar like proof of everything I'd failed to protect her from. Every step toward my room felt deliberate. Like if I moved too fast, she would break. The door shut behind us. The noise stopped. The silence here was different, heavy, padded, safe. I set her down gently on the bed, but she didn't let go right away. Her hands stayed twisted in my shirt, like she was afraid I'd vanish if she released me. "My father," she whispered finally. The word hit me like a blade. "He thinks her breath stuttered. "He thinks you've ruined me." Rage burned hot and immediate, not at her but at the stone cell, the guards, the world that had let him see her like that. At myself for allowing it. "He's not leaving," I said without thinking. The words came out sharp. Too sharp. She looked up at me, eyes pleading, red-rimmed and desperate. "Dante. Please. Let him go. He can't survive here." Her fingers curled around my wrist, gripping like she was anchoring herself to me. "We'll talk about it in the morning," I said, forcing my voice to soften. "Not tonight. You're exhausted." She searched my face. "You promise?" I nodded, even though I had no idea what that promise would cost me. I have to go back, I said quietly. The meeting. Her body stiffened instantly. Her grip tightened. Stay, she whispered. One word. It undid everything. I looked at her properly then, curled into my bed, shattered, trusting me enough to ask. Something inside my chest cracked open, something I'd never intended to give anyone. I'll shower, I said. Then I'll be right back. She nodded, already sinking into the mattress, exhaustion pulling her under whether she wanted it to or not. When I came back, towel low on my hips, steam still clinging to my skin, the sharp edges of the world dulled by the heat, she lay sleeping. Curled on her side. Face finally relaxed. Tears dried on her cheeks like remnants of a battle. I stood there longer than I should have. Just watching. Laying there beside her felt awkward and rigid at first, staring at the ceiling, counting each rise and fall of her breathing like it was something fragile that might stop if I wasn't careful enough. The room was dark except for the faint spill of light from the balcony doors, moonlight painting her in silver and shadow. She looked younger like this. Softer. Stripped of the steel she'd been forced to grow. And I hated myself for being part of the reason she needed it at all. She shifted in her sleep, a small sound leaving her throat, not fear, not pain, just a quiet, unconscious protest at the emptiness between us. Her hand slid across the sheets until it found my side. Her fingers curled instinctively. Like she'd done it 100 times before. She moved closer, forehead pressing into my chest, her arm draping over my stomach, her body molding into mine like it was the most natural thing in the world. No hesitation. No fear. Just trust, blind and devastating. I wrapped my arm around her slowly, carefully, as if sudden movement might wake her or shatter the moment entirely. She sighed, a soft relieved sound, and pressed closer. I'd held women before. Slept beside them. Had bodies warm against mine for reasons that were transactional, forgettable. This was different. This felt like something I could lose. Her breathing evened out again, slow and steady, but I didn't sleep. I couldn't. My mind replayed the corridor over and over, the shatter of ceramic, the lift of my arm, the second before recognition. Dante? Her voice was barely there. Half asleep. Soft and unguarded. I'm here, I said immediately, tightening my arm around her like she might disappear if I didn't. She swallowed, her cheek warm against my chest. Were you really going to shoot me? The question slipped out without accusation. Without anger. Just quiet fear. My jaw clenched. My chest felt too tight to breathe properly. No, I said. She didn't move. Didn't pull away. But I could feel the tension settle into her, like she needed more than that. The gun was aimed at me, she murmured. I didn't know it was you, I said quietly. The second I realized. I know, she whispered. Her fingers tightened briefly in my shirt, just enough to remind me she was still there. Still choosing to stay. I would never hurt you, I said, the words tearing out of me before I could soften them. Never. I would burn this place to the ground first. She exhaled slowly. That doesn't make it less scary, she said. The honesty in it hurt more than anger ever could. I closed my eyes, pressing my forehead briefly to her hair. I won't raise a weapon around you again, I said. Not ever. I swear it. Her body relaxed against mine, tension bleeding out of her inch by inch. That's all I wanted, she whispered. Silence settled again, thick but not heavy this time. Her grip loosened. Her breathing slowed. Sleep claimed her quickly after that, deep and consuming, like her body had finally decided it was safe enough to let go. I stayed awake long after. Listening. Holding. Thinking about her father in that cell. About the meeting I'd abandoned. About the way the men had spoken about her, like she was a bargaining chip instead of a person. About how close I'd come to destroying the only thing that mattered. At some point, exhaustion dragged me under. When I woke, she was still there, curled into me, warm and real, her arm thrown over my chest like she belonged there. And the realization settled heavy and irreversible in my bones. Being with her like this would ruin me. But losing her could end me.
Chapter 16. Isabella's Pav. I woke slowly, the way you do when sleep doesn't quite want to let go of you yet. The first thing I noticed was warmth, steady, solid beside me. Dante was already awake. I could tell by the careful way he moved, like he was trying not to disturb me, even though his presence alone was enough to pull me toward consciousness. The mattress dipped as he sat on the edge of the bed, the quiet sounds of fabric shifting filling the room. I kept my eyes closed. There was something comforting about pretending I was still asleep, about letting the moment exist just a second longer. Morning light spilled in through the curtains, soft and pale, dust floating lazily in the air. I felt him lean back toward me, his fingers brushing a strand of hair away from my face. "I have to go," he murmured, low and gentle, more to himself than to me. Then his lips pressed to my forehead, brief, careful, familiar. A goodbye kiss that felt heavier than it should have. "For work," he added, like that explained everything. I almost smiled. The door clicked shut a moment later, and only then did I let myself fully wake up. I stared at the ceiling for a bit, listening to the quiet hum of the house, feeling the ghost of his warmth still beside me. It lingered longer than it had any right to, like a memory that refused to leave quietly. Eventually, I dragged myself out of bed, pulling on something light, and wandering down the corridor in search of Bianca. My bare feet made soft thuds against the wooden floor, echoing faintly in the stillness of the morning. Sunlight spilled through the tall windows, pooling across the carpet and painting patterns that shifted as the blinds swayed. I found her not long after, sunglasses perched on her head, already dressed like she'd planned to do absolutely nothing productive. She lounged in the chair by the kitchen island, scrolling through her phone, one leg tucked under her. "Are you busy?" I asked, leaning against the doorway. She looked up and grinned, the kind of grin that made you forget you'd just woken up. Define busy. The heat hit us the moment we stepped outside. The garden shimmered in the sunlight, the pool a bright, impossible blue. It was one of those days where the air felt thick, like it wrapped around your skin and refused to let go, curling around our arms and sticking to our hair. Bees buzzed lazily near the flower beds, and somewhere a sprinkler sputtered to life, sending tiny rainbows arching over the grass. We laid towels out by the pool, laughing when we realized we'd somehow ended up with matching bikinis, same color, same cut, like we'd planned it instead of stumbled into it. I rolled my eyes at the coincidence, brushing damp strands of hair from my face. "Great," Bianca said, rolling her eyes. "Now everyone's going to think we coordinated." I shrugged, reaching for the sun cream, squinting against the glare. "Let them." The scent of sunscreen mixed with the sweet perfume of the garden flowers, and for a moment the house, the heat, the world outside all felt suspended, as if time had decided to stretch out lazily just for us. The sun was already strong, beating down as we spread lotion over our shoulders and arms, coconut spray hanging in the air. Everything felt easy in that moment. Light. The water was exactly what we needed. Cool enough to steal the breath from my lungs when I slipped in, sending a shiver up my spine before I laughed and kicked away from the edge. Bianca followed a second later, splashing down beside me with far less grace and a lot more noise. "Oh my God," she said, floating onto her back. "I could live in this pool." I swam a lazy lap, letting the water smooth everything out, the sun warming my shoulders every time I surfaced. It was one of those perfect in-between moments, hot air, cool water, nothing demanding my attention. We drifted toward the shallow end, resting our arms along the edge, shoulders just above the surface. "So," Bianca said, glancing sideways at me, her tone instantly suspicious. "Since we're already doing absolutely nothing productive, can we talk about the guards?" I raised an eyebrow. "What about them?" She grinned. "You're telling me you haven't noticed?" I laughed, splashing water lightly in her direction. "Noticed what?" "That they're all intimidating and permanently scowling?" "Please," she said. Some of them are objectively attractive. It's impossible not to notice. I pretended to think about it, then shrugged. I mean, I guess a couple of them are. A couple? Her eyes lit up. Okay, name one. I tilted my head, scanning the garden like they might suddenly appear. I don't know their names. The tall one? Dark hair? That's literally all of them, she shot back. We both laughed, water sloshing against the pool's edge as I nudged her with my shoulder. She hesitated for half a second, then said, Antonio. I blinked. Antonio? Yeah, she said, suddenly very interested in the water. I mean, if I had to pick. I stared at her for a beat, then burst out laughing. Oh my God. You like Antonio. I do not, she protested, splashing water at me this time. I just said he's attractive. Uh-huh, I said, dodging the water. Sure. She lunged at me, and suddenly we were splashing each other properly, laughter echoing across the garden as water sprayed everywhere. I tried to dunk her. She retaliated by kicking water straight into my face. Traitor, she said, still laughing. Admit it, I shot back. You absolutely like him. Okay, fine, she said, holding up her hands. He's attractive. Happy? Very. Eventually, breathless and soaked, we gave up and hauled ourselves out of the pool, collapsing onto sunbeds side by side. Someone had set out fruit platters, bright slices of watermelon, strawberries glistening in the sun, grapes already chilled. I reached for a strawberry, juice dripping down my fingers as I bit into it. This is the life, Bianca said, closing her eyes. No drama. No chaos. I lay back, staring up at the cloudless sky, letting the warmth sink into my skin. Let's not jinx it. She laughed softly, and for a while we just lay there, the quiet broken only by the faint splash of water and the distant hum of the estate. For once everything felt simple. And I knew better than to trust that feeling, but I let myself enjoy it anyway. As the sun began to set behind the estate, we packed up and moved to the sofas inside. Until, eventually, I retreated to my bedroom in order for Bianca to finish the work she had been putting off all day. I was halfway through rinsing the chlorine out of my hair when my phone buzzed against the counter. Rhiannon's name lit up the screen, and I smiled without thinking as I answered it, tucking the phone between my ear and shoulder while I reached for a towel. You survived? She asked immediately. Barely, I said, laughing softly. You'd love this place. There's a pool, fruit platters, ridiculous sunshine. We chatted as I dressed in silk pajamas, and tamed my tangle of curls as best I could. My skincare smelled freshly of honey and vanilla as I gently smeared it across my face, wincing at the soft sting of sunburn coloring my cheeks. Rhiannon's voice filled the bathroom easily, familiar and comforting, like a piece of my old life slipping through the cracks of this one. I placed my toothbrush back by the sink, just as the bathroom door opened behind me. I stiffened instantly. Dante stood there, already changed, sleeves rolled up, hair wet and messy from his shower, collar open like the day had worn him down. His gaze flicked to the phone, then back to my face. The room felt suddenly smaller. Quieter. Like the air had shifted around him. Hey Rhi, I'll call you back, I said quickly into the phone. I promise. Isa. I hung up before she could finish. Silence dropped into the room. It stretched, thick and heavy, broken only by the distant hum of the house beyond the walls. I could feel Dante's attention on me, not sharp or demanding, just there, steady and impossible to ignore. For a second, he didn't say anything. He just looked at me, expression unreadable, like he was deciding which thought to voice first. My heart thudded, nerves suddenly sharp. My thoughts drifted back to last night, his face twisted as he aimed the gun towards me, and then to the way the sheets had tangled around us and the quiet warmth of him pressed close. I wondered if he now stood here, he regretted any of it. If any of it had meant more to me than it had to him, or if it was just another night that would fade into memory while I carried it with me longer than he ever would. The thought made my chest tighten in a way that was both familiar and unwelcome. Then there was the state of my father, and that thought made my stomach lurch. I could picture him lying in that cell, a cruel reminder that we were still Dante's prisoners, yet now it didn't feel that way at all. I shifted my weight, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt standing there, top askew, damp skin cooling too fast. "I need to ask you something," I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "My father. Is he still in the cell?" The question had been sitting in my chest all day, heavy and unresolved, waiting for the moment it could finally escape. His expression softened immediately. "No," he said, stepping closer, voice steady. "I moved him earlier today. He's in a proper bedroom now. Doctors checked him over, he's stable. Resting." The relief hit me so fast it almost hurt. The tension in my chest collapsed all at once. "Oh," I breathed, shoulders sagging slightly. It felt like I could finally inhale properly. "You don't need to worry about that tonight," he added gently. I looked up at him. "Thank you." I meant it deeply. More than I could put into words. It wasn't just gratitude, it was trust, fragile and terrifying and real. He nodded once, like he understood exactly what that thank you carried. The silence wasn't awkward. It was full. Charged with everything that had been left unsaid between us for far too long. Then his gaze shifted, taking me in properly this time. The little shorts, the silk top clinging faintly from the heat, my heavy breathing as I studied the man in front of me. His eyes lingered for half a second longer than necessary. "Why are you in your room?" he asked, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. I gestured vaguely. "Showering?" The answer sounded weak even to me. He tilted his head. "You know that's not an answer." I opened my mouth to respond, to defend myself, to say something coherent, but he was already moving. Before I could react, he scooped me up effortlessly and slung me over his shoulder. I let out a startled laugh, instinctively grabbing onto his shirt. "Dante," I protested. "You can't just do that." "I can," he said calmly. "And I am." The corridor blurred as he carried me, my pulse racing, heat rushing to my face. I was suddenly acutely aware of how much skin I had on show, of every brush of air against my legs, of how exposed I felt. I pressed my palm against his back, half laughing, half mortified. "Put me down," I muttered, though my voice lacked any real conviction. He didn't. He carried me straight into his room and set me down gently on my feet beside the bed, hands lingering just long enough to steady me before pulling back. The familiarity of his space made my heart stutter. I folded my arms, trying to regain some control. "You're impossible." "And yet," he said quietly, eyes locked on mine, "you didn't tell me to stop." The words settled between us, daring me to deny them. The room felt warmer. Smaller. Gentle candle light spilled across the bed, casting a golden glow through the room. I swallowed. "How was work?" His expression shifted instantly. "Awful," he said. "Meetings. Problems. Everything dragging longer than it should." He paused, then added softly, "I missed you." The admission landed heavy and undeniable. Neither of us moved. We were standing too close now. Close enough that I could hear his breathing, feel the heat of him. My gaze flicked to his mouth before I could stop myself. His gaze dropped to my lips. "You're staring," I whispered. My heartbeat flickered in my chest. "So are you." "If I don't stop," he muttered under his breath, his hand cupping my face gently. "I won't." My fingers curled into his shirt without thinking. "Then don't." Chapter 17. Isabella's Pav. Dante's hands came to my waist in an instant, steady, grounding, and suddenly I was moving backward without quite realizing it. The backs of my knees hit the edge of the bed, and I collapsed back automatically, breath hitching as he followed, one knee braced against the mattress. For a second, he just looked at me. Really looked. Like he was checking something. Like he was memorizing me. His arms braced either side of my head as he trapped me down on the mattress beneath him, his white shirt clinging to the faint lines of his abs, sleeves rolled up just enough to show a glimpse of lean muscle. His hair was damp and messy from the shower, falling in uneven strands over his forehead, and the cut of his jaw caught the candlelight, sharp and defined. A faint scar above his eyebrow gave him an edge, something dangerous but appealing. I felt my chest tighten and had to look away for a second, telling myself not to stare, but it was impossible. He was just ridiculously attractive. Then he leaned in. The kiss was slow at first, tentative in a way that surprised me. Not rushed. Not careless. His lips brushed mine once, barely there, enough to make my breath catch. I didn't move away. I couldn't. When he kissed me again, it was deeper, still gentle, but certain now. My hands slid up into his hair without permission, fingers trembling as they curled there. He exhaled against my mouth, the sound soft and undone, like he'd been holding it in all day. The world narrowed to that moment. To the bed beneath me, the weight of him close but not crushing, the way his hand tightened slightly at my waist like he was anchoring himself. When we finally pulled apart, it was only by inches. Our foreheads rested together, breaths uneven, shared. His thumb brushed my hip, slow, deliberate. Isa. I looked up at him through my lashes, heart racing, lips still tingling. I need you. His voice was rough, and I could tell he was restraining himself. Please. Let me love you like this. The heavy rise and fall of our chests was the only sound as he studied my face, searching for the slightest bit of uncertainty. I'm already yours, Dante, our lips brushed as I spoke. I always have been. He smiled against my skin as he moved down to attack my sweet spot on the lower part of my neck. My back arched up involuntarily, and it brought back the night in the bathroom when I went to fetch shampoo. It made me realize how much I had wanted this from him, ever since then. For once my head and my heart were finally on the same page. I was falling in love with a man from the Mafia. And I did not care. I've never wanted anyone the way I want you, Dante breathed against my neck. His breath was warm and comforting, causing a shuddering breath to leave my lips. All I ever want is to make you happy. To see that smile on your face. He kissed his way back up to my lips. I would do anything for you, cara mia. He devoured my lips in a kiss I had never experienced before. I felt his teeth graze my skin, his tongue demanding entry to my mouth as I melted beneath his body. His hands made quick work of my shorts, tugging them down over my ankles with one pull. Breaking the kiss briefly, he braced himself on one hand and tore my shirt up over my head with the other. My hands instinctively went to cover my chest, as I lay there in only underwear. He groaned above me, and yanked my hands above my head by my wrists. Never. You do not need to cover yourself in front of me, Isa. The second he released my wrists, they were untying the buttons of his shirt, exposing rippled muscle and tense abs. God, you're so gorgeous. He admired me as my fingertips traced down his abdomen, pausing to unbuckle his trousers, but he stopped me, pushing me back roughly against the bed. I squirmed away from him up the bed, until my head lay on the pillows just inches from the headboard. My breathing was labored, and I didn't even try to hide it anymore. His eyes followed my breasts down to the curve of my waist and the muscle in my thighs. Within a second, his mouth had latched onto my breast, and I could feel his tongue dancing in circles around my nipple. I moaned then, loudly and clearly in the silence of the night. The noise only seemed to fuel him, as he began sucking and biting gently at my chest. His hands, meanwhile, tugged my underwear down my legs and onto the floor. Even the sensation of his hands on my skin made my heart do backflips. I needed him. I needed him to be close. I felt his soft lips kiss down and down, through the dip between my breasts to my belly button. He went even further, until he was planting kisses on the inside of my thighs. It was teasing. I could feel him inches from where I needed him to be. It was driving me crazy. Please? I whispered. His kisses were getting closer, but still he avoided my clit like he knew it was the only sensation I craved. Please what, baby? He mocked me. Frustration rose in my body. I need your mouth on me. Now? I felt him smirk against my thigh, and he placed a gentle kiss to my clit that had my back arching into him, trying to bring his mouth closer. He wrapped his arms around my thighs, keeping them spread open and leaving me vulnerable beneath him. He dragged his tongue up my slit, and I let out a shaky breath of surprise. My hands grabbed the sheets until my knuckles turned white. It was like torture. His tongue roamed my pussy, reaching and covering every inch of soft skin. He moved lower down to my entrance, teasing and licking until my eyes rolled back. My chest heaved, moans echoing off the walls of his bedroom. He removed one hand from around my thigh and brought it up to my pussy where he pinched my clit lightly. I whimpered in pain and pleasure as I felt his tongue return to that same spot to ease the pain. "Oh," I moaned, my voice shaking, hips bucking up to meet his mouth. Burying his face in my pussy, his thumb rubbed circles and pressed down against my clit. My legs shook violently, and I tried to close my thighs, but he spread my open further with his hands digging into my skin. All I could do was whimper and moan and writhe beneath him, as he brought me the most intense pleasure I have ever felt. I lifted my hips to grind myself against him, and he groaned out in approval. "Good girl. Fuck yourself on my tongue." His words vibrated through my skin and I shuddered. My hands found the curls of his hair, and I struggled between pushing him closer and pulling him back. He wrapped his lips around my clit, sucking hard as his eyes stayed on me. My head tilted back towards the ceiling, moans louder than ever as his tongue swirled and danced against my clit. I used the grip in his hair to pull him closer then, pushing his head closer to my pussy, as my orgasm started to rise deep in my stomach. "Fuck. Don't stop." I breathed out, part whisper and part moan. He sped up, his tongue flicking down my slit to tease my entrance with just the tip, before moving up to suck on my clit again. My breaths were short as I shuddered, eyes closed and back arched on the brink of orgasm. A harsh slap on my thigh brought me back to him, and I met his eyes, dark with need. "Look at me when you come on my tongue." My thighs spasmed around his head, but he fought to keep them open as my orgasm shattered me. I screamed his name like a prayer as the air was stolen from my lungs. I shook violently and squirmed against the bed, riding out the intense pleasure. Still, Dante did not stop. His tongue flicked across my clit mercilessly, drawing out my orgasm for even longer, until I was shaking violently from the overstimulation. "Dante." I tried, but my voice was hoarse. "Wait, stop. Too much." His face was wicked as he looked up at me, a knowing smirk plastered across this face, victorious whereas I lay defeated. "You're too good at that." I raised my eyebrows, breath still coming in short bursts. "'Cause you've had too much practice with other women." The remark wasn't meant to sound jealous, but my cheeks heated once I had said it. Dante used his knuckle to wipe the evidence of my orgasm from his mouth. He chuckled lightly as he kissed back up my body to place a kiss on my lips, so I could taste myself on him. "Not with anyone that mattered," he whispered. "Why? Is my wife jealous?" I blushed and pulled him towards me. "Not at all. I'm the only one that gets to call you my husband." He groaned and grabbed my chin as he kissed me, deep and slow. "I love it when you say that, your voice." He spoke between kisses, one arm braced above my shoulder and the other unbuttoning his trousers that had an obvious strain. "Your body, your face, everything about you is so perfect." He pulled back and I followed, not breaking the kiss as his trousers and boxers fell to the floor. I felt strong arms wrap around my naked body and lift me back onto the bed. He followed under the duvet and propped himself up above me. "Please. I want you." I moaned and my words were devoured by his kiss. "I've waited for this since I met you. This is how you look in my dreams, beautifully submissive underneath me while I do whatever I want to you." He grabbed my thighs and pulled them open. I felt him press his tip against my entrance, circling and teasing, leaving me breathless. "Dante." His name ended in a scream as he pushed himself inside of me in one swift motion. I gasped and he pushed deeper in response, until my legs were wrapped around him and my nails were clawing at his back. My back arched as I felt all of him inside me, deep and full. He didn't give me time to adjust to the size of him, and set a brutal pace immediately, thrusting in and out while pushing in as deep as physically possible. I could feel him in my stomach, pressing against my cervix with each thrust, causing me to whimper out in pleasure. He held my thighs open and moved harder, rougher. His arms were so strong and tense beneath me, I felt like I was being lifted from the bed with each thrust. I clung to him, intense pleasure filling my body that I never wanted to end. My legs shook violently around his waist. His thrusts were merciless, forcing moans from my mouth with each jolt forwards. "You sound so beautiful for me, baby." I could feel another orgasm rising, threatening to overwhelm me. Dante noticed, pausing his kisses along my jawline to brush a strand of hair from my face. Dante, I gasped as he slowed down and pushed in hard. My forehead glistened with the faint shimmer of swear, as my orgasm got closer and closer. "I know, gorgeous. One more for me." It was the most euphoric experience I had ever had. My body convulsed against him, his arms holding me in place as I clenched around his cock and came with a scream. The wave of pleasure was so intense, there were stars at the edges of my vision. He felt so good inside of me, I didn't want him to stop. His forehead leant against mine as his last few thrusts turned messy, and he swore as his orgasm crashed through him. He groaned, pushing in to the hilt as I felt him release and fill me up to the brim. I went limp, the sensation in my legs almost gone. My thighs were still shaking against the bed, my eyes closed from exhaustion. Dante pulled out slowly, careful not to hurt me, before placing a soft kiss to my cheek. "Let's get you cleaned up, Isa." I was faintly aware of his warmth leaving for a few seconds, and then return with a warm compress. He held it to my shaking legs, and caressed my bare skin with his other hand. His thumb rubbed circles on my waist to comfort me. I had never felt more secure. Safe. And with that thought in mind, I let my eyelashes flicker shut, before sleep took over my body. Chapter 18. Isabella's POV. I wake slowly, like I'm surfacing from deep water. For a few soft, disoriented seconds, I don't remember where I am. There's warmth pressed against my back, a steady weight around my waist, the faint scent of something clean and expensive and distinctly him. My cheek is resting against a firm chest, my leg tangled with someone else's, and when I shift slightly, a low exhale brushes the top of my head. Dante? The memory of last night comes back in fragments. My stomach flips at the thought, slightly mortified, but yet my face wore a smile that wasn't possible to remove. I tilt my head carefully. Morning light spills through the tall windows in pale gold stripes, cutting across the room and illuminating the mess we left behind, clothes abandoned like evidence, sheets twisted and half hanging off the mattress. Dante's arm drapes heavily over my waist, his hand splayed flat against my stomach, fingers curved possessively like he fell asleep afraid I might disappear. He's still asleep. His dark hair is messy, softer than usual without its careful styling. His face looks different like this, younger somehow. The sharpness is still there, the cut jawline, the faint scar above his eyebrow, but sleep smooths him out. His lashes rest against his cheeks. His breathing is deep and slow. He looks peaceful. And I really need the bathroom. Very carefully, I try to lift his arm. It doesn't move. I try again, slower this time, inching his hand away from my waist like I'm disarming a bomb. His fingers twitch. I freeze. His brows pull together slightly, and then he makes a low, incoherent sound against my hair. MMMNH. Isa. My heart does something stupid and dramatic in my chest. I whisper, not even sure what I'm explaining. Before I can finish, his arm tightens. Not aggressively. Just decisively. He pulls me back into him, chest flush against my spine, his leg sliding more firmly over mine. His face presses into the crook of my neck and he exhales, warm breath fanning across my skin. "No," he mumbles, voice thick with sleep. "Stay." I bite back a smile. "Dante." He makes another sound that is definitely not a word. I need to get up. 5 minutes, he mutters, lips brushing my shoulder. Just 5. I try to twist around to face him, but he only adjusts his hold, so I'm effectively trapped. I can't decide whether to be annoyed or secretly thrilled. Dante, I whisper again, attempting seriousness. I'm hungry. His eye cracks open slightly. Hungry, he repeats blankly. Yes. As in food. As in breakfast. As in I will wither away if you don't release me immediately. His other eye opens and now he's looking at me properly, sleepy, unimpressed. You will not wither away in 5 minutes. You don't know that. He shifts so he's hovering slightly over me, propped on one elbow. The sheet slips lower on his chest, and I make the mistake of looking. His bare skin is warm from sleep, faint lines from the sheets still marking his shoulder. His hair falls into his eyes, and he doesn't bother pushing it back. You are dramatic in the mornings, he says. I am starving in the mornings. You can starve here. He pulls me closer to prove his point. I laugh despite myself. That's not how starvation works. He ignores that. Stay. I need the bathroom. He pauses then, considering. You may go to the bathroom, he concedes finally, like he's granting me a royal favor. But you are coming back. I raise an eyebrow. Am I? Yes. The confidence in his voice sends a small shiver through me that has nothing to do with the temperature. I'm serious, I insist, though I'm smiling now. I'm hungry. I want breakfast. We have staff, he murmurs. They can bring breakfast here. You're impossible, I whisper. And you, he says quietly, eyes searching mine in a way that makes my stomach flip again, are not leaving yet. There's something about the way he says it, not commanding, not forceful. Just certain. Like the idea of me getting up and walking away this morning is somehow unreasonable. I pretend to think about it, sighing dramatically. Fine. 5 minutes. A small, satisfied smile appears on his face, subtle but it's there. He pulls me flush against him again, tucking my head under his chin. His hand settles at my hip, fingers idly tracing shapes I don't try to identify. For a moment, neither of us speak. The house is quiet around us. No footsteps in the corridor. No distant voices. Just the soft hum of morning and the steady rhythm of his breathing. I didn't expect this part. I expected awkwardness. Regret. Maybe distance. Instead there's this, warmth and teasing arguments about breakfast and him refusing to let go like I might evaporate. Your 5 minutes are almost up, I murmur eventually. I'm choosing not to count. I laugh softly into his chest. Dante. Isa. If I faint from hunger, that's on you. He tilts his head down slightly. If you faint, I will carry you to breakfast myself. I let out a small sigh to show my annoyance. But I don't move. And when his fingers intertwine with mine against the sheets, I don't pull away either. By the time we finally make it downstairs, I'm convinced half the estate can tell exactly why we're late. Not because anyone says anything, but because Dante looks entirely too pleased with himself. The dining room is already alive when we walk in, sunlight pouring through the long arched windows, glinting off crystal glasses and polished silverware. The table is half full, Antonio lounging back in his chair like he owns the place, Bianca sitting upright beside him with her coffee, Valentino and Alex further down the table in low conversation with the rest of Dante's men. Every single one of them looks up when we enter. I immediately regret not wearing something less obvious than Dante's shirt. Antonio is the first to grin. Well, he drawls, glancing at his watch theatrically. Nice of you two to join us. Dante doesn't miss a step. He pulls out the chair beside his, and gestures for me to sit like nothing in the world is out of the ordinary. Sleep is important, he replies calmly. Antonio snorts into his coffee. Bianca's gaze flicks between us, slow and assessing, and then a knowing smile curves her lips. You You both look very rested. Heat floods my face. I was tired, I say quickly, reaching for the jug of orange juice, just to have something to do with my hands. Exhausted, apparently, Antonio adds. Dante shoots him a look that should probably be threatening, but Antonio only grins wider. I don't know what you're implying, Dante says mildly. Oh, I think you do. Alex coughs into his hand, clearly hiding a laugh. I risk a glance at Dante. He looks infuriatingly composed. Hairstyled again, crisp shirt, watch on, like he didn't spend the last hour refusing to let me leave his bed. I, on the other hand, feel like there's a neon sign above my head flashing obvious. Bianca leans forward slightly, eyes sparkling. So Isa, she says sweetly. Did you sleep well? I nearly choke on my juice. Yes, I manage. Very well. Thank you. Antonio taps his fingers on the table. Funny. Dante usually hates sharing his space. I don't hate it, Dante replies smoothly. Oh? Antonio arches a brow. That's new? Dante reaches for his coffee, unfazed. People change. The way he says it makes something flutter in my chest. So, Bianca continues, what are your plans today, Isa? Grateful for the subject change, I shrug. I was thinking about going surfing later. The tide's supposed to be good. Dante, who has been quiet for approximately 30 seconds, a record set for this morning, sets his cup down. You're not going alone. I blink. Why not? You'll go with guards. The table shifts slightly. Not dramatically. Just enough. I don't need guards to surf, I say, laughing lightly because surely he's joking. I insist. My smile falters. For surfing? Yes. That's ridiculous. I glance around the table. Valentino and Alex suddenly seem very interested in their plates. Antonio looks at Dante carefully, like he's measuring something. Bianca's expression tightens almost imperceptibly. Dante, I say slowly, it's the beach? In daylight. And I'm capable of paddling into waves without an armed escort. You're capable, he agrees evenly. But you'll still take them. The firmness in his tone makes my stomach twist. Why? I ask. The word hangs heavier than I expect. Silence answers me. Not awkward silence. Tense silence. Antonio clears his throat lightly but doesn't speak. I look back at Dante. Why would I need guards? His jaw tightens slightly. It's subtle, but I see it. Precaution, he says. Against what? Another pause. I can feel it now, something unspoken threading through the room. Dante. Before he can answer, Antonio leans forward abruptly. Speaking of precautions, he says brightly, far too brightly, are we all ready for the Valenti Gala this weekend? The shift is so obvious it almost makes my head spin. Valentino exhales quietly, like a quiet sigh if relief. Alex nods. Security's already doubled. Bianca seizes the lifeline. Oh my God, yes. Isa, you have nothing to wear, do you? I blink at her. I know. Perfect. We're going dress shopping. I glance between her and Dante, trying to piece together what just happened. Wait, I say slowly. We were talking about dresses, Bianca cuts in smoothly. Important things. Antonio grins at me. Very important. Very expensive things. Dante's gaze is still on me though. Not amused. Not teasing. You'll go with Bianca, he says quietly. For a dress? Yes. And guards? I ask pointedly. His eyes flicker. Yes. Something cold slips into my chest. This is insane, I mutter. No, Dante says softly, but there's steel underneath it. It's necessary. Necessary. The word echoes in my head. Necessary for what? Before I can push further, the dining room doors slam open. Every head turns instantly. One of Dante's guards stands in the doorway, slightly out of breath. His expression is tight, controlled but urgent. Boss. Dante is on his feet before the man even finishes the word. What? The East Wing was broken into overnight. The heir leaves the room. Antonio stands immediately. Valentino and Alex push back their chairs. The atmosphere changes in a single heartbeat, teasing gone, warmth gone. Replaced with something sharp and electric. What do you mean, broken into? Bianca demands. The guard steps further inside. Perimeter cameras were looped for 6 minutes. East corridor window breached. Lock tampered with. My heart begins to pound. Broken into. Overnight. While we were asleep. While I swallow hard. Dante's entire posture has shifted. Every inch of him is alert now, coiled tight. How long ago was this discovered, he asks. 10 minutes. Patrol noticed the window damage during sweep change. Casualties? None. The word doesn't bring relief like it should. Nothing taken? Antonio asks sharply. The guard hesitates. And that hesitation feels worse than anything else. One prisoner is missing. The room goes completely still. A prisoner. My pulse spikes, confusion tangling with dread. Dante's expression doesn't change, but something dark flashes behind his eyes. Who, he asks. For the first time since he entered the room, I feel truly afraid. Because everyone is looking at Dante. Waiting. Like they already know this matters. Like whatever comes next is going to change everything. The guard swallows. Grambanks? Chapter 19. Isabella's POV. The name doesn't register at first. It floats in the air between us like it belongs to someone else. Grambanks. Gram? My stomach drops so violently, I have to grab the edge of the table. No, that's not. That's not funny, I say automatically, even though no one is smiling. Silence. Every single face in the room shifts. Antonio looks at me. Not teasing. Not amused. Bianca goes pale. The blood roars in my ears, so loud it feels like I'm underwater. Like I'm seconds away from blacking out. Graham Banks, I repeat, the name breaking apart in my mouth. That's my father. The words won't come out. They sit in my throat like glass. My father was being held. Questioned. Protected. That's what Dante said. Safe. Safe in his East Wing. Safe under his guard. Safe because Dante promised. My eyes snap to Dante. He hasn't looked at me yet. Not once. His entire focus is locked on the guard. When was he last accounted for? 2 a.m. Check-in confirmed presence. Breach estimated between 2:13 and 2:19. 2:13. I was asleep. Curled against Dante's chest. His arm tight around my waist. His mouth brushing my hair. Whispering something about needing sleep. While a cold wave crashes over me so hard I nearly sway. They took him? I whisper. Who? Now Dante looks at me. And I hate that look. Because it's not surprise. It's not confusion. It's confirmation. He already knew it was possible. I'll handle it, he says. Handle it. My voice cracks, sharp and brittle. You said he was secure. He was? Well, he's not now. The words burst out of me, before I can stop them. How does someone just break into your East Wing and take a prisoner? The men in the room shift uncomfortably. Because they know. You don't break into Dante D'Angelo's estate. You don't walk out with his prisoner. Unless something has gone very wrong. Dante steps toward me. Gun still in his hand. I flinch before I can stop myself. The movement is small. Barely noticeable. But he sees it. His eyes flicker just for a second, something wounded, something furious at himself, and then he lowers the weapon immediately, clicking the safety on before handing it off to Valentino without looking. "I'm sorry," he says quietly, voice tight but controlled. "I told you there would be no weapons raised around you." My chest feels like it's collapsing. "This isn't about that," I whisper. "This is about my father." The word father seems to settle over the room like a weight. Antonio looks between us, carefully. Bianca stands slowly, moving closer to me. "We're going to find him," Dante says. "How do you know?" I demand. "You didn't even know they were coming." His jaw flexes. "We will find him." That's not an answer. His eyes flash now, not anger at me, but at the situation. At the breach. At the loss of control. "The perimeter was compromised," he says. "That won't happen again." But it already did. The reality of it sinks deeper with every passing second. My father is gone. My throat tightens painfully. So either someone broke in and took him, I say slowly, or he walked out. No one corrects me. I feel suddenly exposed. Vulnerable in a way I wasn't 5 minutes ago, when we were arguing about surfing. When I was laughing. When I was wrapped around Dante like none of this existed. This is why. This is why they wanted guards. This is why the room went silent. Because this was already in motion. Is this about me? I ask, the realization dawning like something ugly and sharp. Is that why you won't let me go anywhere alone? Dante's expression hardens. Isa. Why are we being tracked down? Why is someone after us? What do they want with my father? The questions slip out before I can soften them. Too many. Silence answers me again. And this time, silence is the answer. You knew, I whisper. Dante steps closer, lowering his voice. I was managing it. Managing it? My laugh is thin and shaky. By not telling me. I was keeping you safe. No. I snap. You were keeping me in the dark. His eyes soften for half a second. Because I didn't want you afraid. Well, congratulations, I say, blinking hard against the sting in my eyes. I'm terrified. And underneath the fear, underneath the anger, something worse coils in my stomach. Guilt. Because at 2:13 in the morning, while men were breaching walls and alarms were being silenced, I was tangled in Dante's sheets. I was choosing him. While my father. I swallow hard. Bianca reaches for my hand, squeezing gently. We'll fix this, Antonio says, already pulling out his phone. We'll track the route, check ports, private airstrips. Dante nods once. Lock down the estate. No one in or out without my clearance. Valentino moves immediately. Alex walked out the dining room doors. The room erupts into motion again. Orders, footsteps, phones ringing, doors opening, radios crackling. But I feel frozen in place. Because this morning I woke up wrapped in Dante's arms, arguing about breakfast. And now my father is missing. And apparently I am too important, or too vulnerable, to be left alone. Dante turns back to me, stepping into my space more gently this time. I will bring him back, he says quietly. I search his face. For certainty. For truth. For anything that feels solid enough to stand on. You promise? I ask, hating how small my voice sounds. His hand comes up, hovering for a second before resting carefully on my arm, like he's afraid I'll flinch again. I don't break my promises, he says. But for the first time since I've known him, I'm not sure that's enough. I don't remember deciding to leave. 1 second the room is chaos, voices overlapping, doors slamming, Dante issuing orders like a general preparing for war. The next, I'm walking. No one stops me. Maybe they don't notice. Maybe they think I'm going upstairs. But I don't. I head down. Past the marble staircase. Past the long corridor lined with oil paintings and armed guards who suddenly won't meet my eyes. Past the back doors. The cool morning air hits me like a slap. I breathe it in anyway. The estate stretches behind me, all glass and marble and power, but I don't look back. I can't. If I see him standing there, watching me, I might break. Or worse, I might forgive him too quickly. The path down to the beach is steep and uneven, carved into the cliffside. I've walked it before. Just not like this. The sea is violent today. Waves crash against the rocks below, white foam exploding upward before collapsing back into dark water. The wind pulls at my hair, tangles it across my face. The sky is heavy, low and gray, like it's pressing down on everything. It feels right. Inside me is just as loud. Just as violent. Isabella. Dante's voice carries down from above. I don't turn. His footsteps hit the gravel path behind me, fast, urgent. Isa, wait. I keep walking. If I look at him, I'll either scream or fall apart. I'm not sure which would be worse. Dante, Bianca's voice cuts in sharply from somewhere above us. Let her go. There's a beat of silence. She shouldn't be alone, he argues. She needs space. The wind howls between us. Let her have some peace, Bianca adds, softer now. Not control. Another pause. Then his footsteps stop. I don't look back to see if he's still standing there. I just keep walking, until the sand replaces stone beneath my feet. The tide is high. The water slams into the rocks like it's trying to tear them apart. I climb over the familiar formation near the far edge of the cove, jagged black stone worn smooth in places from years of waves. I sit on one of the flatter surfaces, pulling my knees to my chest. The sea spray hits my face. Cold. Sharp. Real. For a while, I just stare at the horizon. At the endless stretch of gray meeting darker gray. My father taught me to swim in water like this. Told me never to turn my back on the ocean. Respect it, Isa. It's beautiful, but it will drown you if you forget what it is. A broken sound escapes my throat before I can stop it. I don't cry. Not yet. Not again. I just feel hollow. A wave crashes harder than the rest, spraying icy water over my legs. I barely react. The estate looks smaller from down here. Less powerful. Just a house on a cliff. Not untouchable. Not invincible. Not safe. The sea doesn't calm down. It keeps crashing. Relentless. Violent. Unforgiving. I sit on the rock long after the wind has numbed my fingers, and the spray has soaked through the thin fabric of my dress. The cold feels deserved. My father is gone. And I wasn't there. I press my palms into my eyes until stars burst behind them. 2:13. That number won't leave me alone. At 2:13 in the morning, I was wrapped around Dante like nothing in the world could touch us. Like nothing else existed. I was warm. Safe. Distracted. A sharp inhale breaks through me. I drop my hands. The horizon blurs. Not from the wind. From the tears I've been refusing to let fall. I don't cry easily. Not in front of people. Not when it matters. But here, with nothing but the ocean to witness it, something inside me finally fractures. A tear slips down my cheek. Then another. I don't sob at first. It's quieter than that. A steady unraveling. My chest tightening so painfully, it feels like I can't get a full breath. What if he thought I abandoned him? The thought hits harder than anything else. What if he believes I chose Dante over him? My stomach twists. Because didn't I? Not consciously. Not intentionally. But I stayed. I adapted. I let myself soften. I let myself feel things I swore I wouldn't. And now he's gone. I drag in a shaky breath and stare out at the water. I hate that I don't know what to feel about Dante. I hate that part of me wants to run back up there and demand answers, and scream at him until my throat bleeds. And another part remembers the way he looked at me this morning. The way he lowered the gun immediately when I flinched. The way he said he doesn't break promises. I laugh under my breath, but it sounds broken. Promises don't stop bullets. Promises don't stop kidnappings. Promises didn't keep my father in that room. The wind picks up, whipping my hair across my face. I don't bother moving it. For the first time since all of this began, I feel small. Not angry. Not defiant. Just small. Like I'm standing in a world built by powerful men who make decisions in locked rooms, while I'm left reacting to the aftermath. I wrap my arms around myself, pressing my forehead to my knees. The ocean keeps roaring. Time passes strangely down here. I don't know how long I sit like that. Long enough for the sky to shift slightly lighter. Long enough for the cold to sink deep into my bones. Eventually, the shaking in my chest slows. The tears dry. There's nothing left but exhaustion. I can't sit here forever. Running won't bring him back. Avoiding Dante won't change what happened. And as much as I want to blame him for everything, this isn't that simple. It never is. I push myself to my feet. My legs feel stiff as I climb back across the rocks, back onto the sand, back toward the narrow cliff path that leads to the estate. Each step upward feels heavier than the last. The estate comes into view slowly. All stone and security. Untouched. Imposing. It looks exactly the same as it did this morning. Which somehow makes everything worse. He's outside. I see him before he sees me. Standing near the edge of the terrace, shoulders rigid, scanning the path below like he's been doing it repeatedly. When his eyes finally land on me, something shifts in his expression so fast it almost hurts to see. Relief. Then frustration. Then something raw. He moves toward me immediately. Where have you been? His voice isn't sharp, it's strained. Tighter than I've ever heard it. I've been worried sick. Worried. The word catches me off guard. I stop a few steps away from him. I was on the beach, I say quietly. You disappeared. He runs a hand through his hair, pacing once before stopping in front of me again. You can't just walk off alone right now. There it is. Not accusation. Fear. You think I don't know that? I ask, my voice thinner than I intend. His jaw tightens. That's not what I meant. I look at him properly now. He looks unsettled. Controlled as always. But unsettled. His eyes scan my face, taking in the red around my eyes, the dampness on my cheeks. You've been crying, he says softly. It isn't a question. I swallow. My father is missing, I reply. What did you expect? Something flickers in his expression, guilt maybe. Or anger at himself. He steps closer, slower this time. Careful. I am going to bring him back, he says again. The same promise. Steady. Certain. But now I hear the strain underneath it. And if you can't? I ask before I can stop myself. The question hangs between us. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he reaches out, hesitates, then gently takes my hand. His grip is warm beneath my fingertips. I will, he says quietly. I want to believe him. I want something solid to hold on to. But the image of the empty room in the east wing flashes in my mind. I squeeze his hand once, not quite forgiveness, not quite trust. Just acknowledgement. I needed a minute, I say. That's all. His thumb brushes lightly over my knuckles. Next time, he says, voice low, you tell me. Next time. As if there will be one. Chapter 20. Isabella's POV. The estate feels wrong when we walk back inside. Not louder. Not quieter. Just wrong. The doors close behind us with a heavy echo that lingers too long, and I suddenly feel exposed, like the walls know what's happened. like they're watching me fall apart in slow motion. Dante hasn't let go of my hand since I dragged myself back from the beach. He'd been searching for me, calling my name, ready to send guards down the coastline because he thought something had happened to me too. I'm fine, I tell him again as we step into the hallway. It's a lie. We both know it. He stops outside our bedroom doors and turns to me, his jaw tight, his eyes darker than usual. You are not fine, he says quietly. The doors open and we step inside. The room is warm and comforting. Soft lighting across dark sheets. Untouched. As if my world hasn't just been ripped open. He guides me towards the bed like I might shatter if he lets go. I'm calling for food, he says. You didn't eat. I can't meet his eyes. I'm not hungry. You will eat. His voice isn't harsh. It's controlled. Too controlled. That calm tone he uses when he's holding something violent underneath. He calls for a maid and orders something light. I stand there in the middle of the room, feeling like I'm outside my own body. My father has been taken. And somewhere right now he's. I shut the thought down before it can finish. Dante kneels in front of me once the call is done, his hands wrapping around mine. His fingers curl loosely, as if the contact alone reassures him I'm still here. I can cancel everything tonight, he says after a moment. Meetings. Calls. I'll stay. The offer is immediate. No hesitation. For a man who runs an empire that doesn't sleep, that means something. I look at him properly then. The faint shadows under his eyes. The tightness in his jaw he's pretending isn't there. The way his phone, sitting on the bedside table, vibrates once and is immediately silenced. He's already juggling this. Already moving pieces I can't see. You don't have to, I say softly. I want to. I believe him. That's the problem. He would stay. He would sit beside me all night, and pretend the rest of the world can wait. But it can't. And neither can he. You've been working non-stop, I say. I know you have. He pauses. That doesn't matter. It does. His gaze sharpens slightly. Isa. You can't fix this if you're sitting here watching me breathe. My tone is harsher than I intended it to be. Silence stretches between us. His thumb moves unconsciously over my knuckles. You think I care about meetings right now? He asks quietly. No, I reply. I think you care about control. One dark brow lifts faintly. And the only way you're going to feel in control of this, I continue, is if you're the one making the calls. Giving the orders. Finding him. My father. He doesn't correct me. Doesn't soften the reality. He just watches me. I'll be fine, I add, holding his gaze steadily. He studies me for a long moment, like he's trying to determine if this is bravery or denial. Maybe it's both. I don't like leaving you like this, he says finally. I force a smile. I'm not glass. No, he agrees quietly. You're not. There's something almost proud in his voice. His hand rises and cups my jaw lightly, thumb brushing over my cheekbone where tears had fallen earlier. You don't have to be strong for me, he says. I know. My heart gives an uncomfortable thud. I don't know if that's strength. Or stubbornness. But you are, he tries again, softer now. Just let me stay. If you stay, I say gently, you'll just sit here stressing. Staying here doesn't help anything. A small exhale escapes him, almost a reluctant huff of acknowledgement. You know me too well. I'm learning. A flicker of something warm passes through his expression at that. He leans forward, pressing his forehead briefly to mine again. I don't like this, he murmurs. If anything feels wrong, I'll call you. He searches my face for a second longer. You promise? I promise. The word feels heavier than it should. His phone vibrates again. This time he glances at it. I see the shift instantly, not emotional but strategic. The part of him that moves quickly, calculates, decides. Go, I tell him quietly. His hesitation lasts only a breath. Then he stands. He adjusts his jacket automatically, posture straightening, mask sliding back into place. But before he walks away, he leans down and presses a kiss to my forehead. Not possessive. Not performative. Just there. I'll fix this, he says. I know. I say quietly. He moves toward the door, pauses with his hand on the handle, then looks back at me. You're my wife, he says again. Not a reminder. A reassurance. I know, I repeat. The door closes softly behind him. The room feels different without him in it. Quieter. But not empty. The walls seem to breathe a sigh of relief with me. After a moment, I stand. I can't sit here staring at walls and waiting for news. Waiting will destroy me faster than anything else. So I leave the bedroom and make my way downstairs. The estate staff straighten slightly as I pass. Eyes lowered. Respectful distance. The kitchen doors swing open with a soft push. The room is pristine, stainless steel gleaming, counter spotless. One of the chefs looks up immediately. Mrs. D'Angelo, he says, stepping forward. What would you like prepared? Nothing, I reply. He blinks. I'll cook. There's a flicker of confusion. We can prepare anything you. I know, I say gently. But I want to cook. He hesitates only a second before nodding and stepping back. The staff filter out quietly, leaving the space to me. The silence in the kitchen is different from the silence upstairs. Less oppressive. More practical. I move automatically, filling a pot with water, setting it on the stove. Reaching for flour and eggs from the pantry. My pasta. The one recipe I refuse to let anyone else make properly. Dante claims it's unnecessary when we employ some of the best chefs in the country. But that's exactly why I insist on doing it myself. It reminds me that I can create something with my own hands. And it also gives me a chance to express my appreciation toward the people I care about by doing something for them. Dante always misses dinner when meetings run too late or arrangements take longer than expected. I can only imagine that if he is as serious about finding my father as he seems, it will be long past midnight by the time he steps foot back inside our bedroom. He shows me how much he cares. Now I want to do the same. I crack the eggs into the flour well, fingers steady as I begin to mix. The simple motion is grounding. Upstairs, somewhere down the hall, Dante is orchestrating something far more dangerous. The water begins to heat behind me. Steam rising slowly. For the first time all day, my breathing evens out. The water begins to bubble softly behind me. I dust flour from my fingers and reach for the knife, slicing the dough into clean strips before rolling them carefully beneath my palms. The rhythm is steady. The estate hums faintly around me, distant footsteps, a door closing somewhere down the corridor, the muted murmur of voices far away. Life continuing. I lower the pasta into the boiling water and stir gently. Steam rises warm against my face. For a moment, I let myself believe the worst of the storm has passed. Then my phone rings. The sound slices through the kitchen like glass shattering. I freeze. It rings again. Unknown number. My stomach tightens, but I don't let it show, even though no one is here to see. I wipe my hands slowly on a towel before picking it up. Calm. Controlled. I answer. Hello? Who is this? I ask, voice steady. There's faint static. A quiet shift of air. Then a man's voice, calm and measured. I was beginning to think you wouldn't answer me, Isabella. My spine straightens. He says my name like it belongs to him. Who is this? I repeat, colder now. A soft chuckle hums down the line. Oh, I think you know exactly who this is. My grip tightens slightly around the phone, but my voice does not shake. If this is some kind of joke. It isn't. The word lands sharp and final. Silence stretches deliberately between us. How did you get this number? I ask. I've been watching you, he replies smoothly. A flicker of anger sparks in my chest. Watching. My eyes immediately gaze into the night's darkness through the window. A shiver of uncertainty runs down my spine. What do you want? I ask. So many questions, Isabella. Or is it Mrs. D'Angelo now? His voice is filled with amusement, like a predator before catching their prey. I don't respond. First, he says lightly, I'd like to confirm something. I don't answer. You will be attending the Valenti Gala this weekend, won't you? The knife on the counter gleams under the light, and I keep it close. Yes, I reply. I remember Dante mentioning it earlier this morning. Before everything went wrong. There's a hum of satisfaction. Good. A scraping sound. Metal. Movement. A muffled noise. My heart stutters, but I do not speak. The sound comes again. Strained. Pained. Then clearer. A scream. My father's voice tears through the line. Every muscle in my body locks, but I don't cry out. The blood drains from my face. Dad? The word escapes before I can stop it. Dad? Another cry, closer this time. Isa. The sound cuts off abruptly. The man exhales softly. He's alive, he says. As you can hear. I close my eyes for a fraction of a second, forcing my breathing to remain even. What do you want? I repeat. Why are you hurting him? I add, voice sharpening. Because, he says calmly, I needed your attention. You have it. A pause. I haven't taken my eyes off you for weeks, Isabella, he continues. I know where you walk. Where you swim. Who you sleep beside. My gaze instinctively flicks back toward the darkened kitchen windows. I shut the blinds instantly. You're pathetic, I reply. No. Strategic. Just like your husband, it seems. Another faint groan sounds in the background. My nails dig into my palm. Please don't hurt him, I say, but the plea is shaky, not broken. That depends on you. The water behind me bubbles harder now, lid rattling faintly against the pot. A deliberate pause. If you wish to see your father again. Alive? The word lands heavy. You will kill Dante D'Angelo. The kitchen feels suddenly airless. I don't react. I don't gasp. You're delusional, I say. At the gala, he continues smoothly. Publicly. I will have a taxi waiting outside with a one-way ticket back to your old life in California. My heart pounds against my ribs. I can't. You can? No. I snap. Don't lie to yourself, Isabella. You're closer to him than anyone. My thumb brushes unconsciously against my knuckles, the same pattern Dante had earlier. It was comforting, yet devastating. He drugged you, the man continues evenly. Kidnapped you. Forced you into a marriage you never chose. My jaw tightens. You owe him nothing. He holds you hostage under the illusion of protection. I know what he is, I retort. Then this should be easy for you, Mrs. D'Angelo. I let a single tear slip down my cheek. It isn't. A beat of silence. Then, a sharp, pained cry erupts down the line. My father. My composure fractures, but does not shatter. Stop, I say, low and lethal. If you hurt him again. You'll what? The question drips with mockery. My chest rises and falls once. If I agree, I say carefully, you let him live. When it's done, he replies, you will receive instructions. And if I tell Dante? I test him. Your father will die before the music even starts. The pot boils harder now. Water hissing against the rim. Do you think you are safe in that house, Mrs. D'Angelo? He is teasing me now, and I rush to make sure the estate doors are locked and the windows are shut. Go upstairs, he says calmly. I don't move. What? Third floor. East wing. My grip tightens around the phone. Why? You'll understand. Silence stretches between us. If you hang up, he adds lightly, your father suffers. My jaw locks. I move. The kitchen tiles are cold beneath my feet as I step into the hallway. The estate feels different at night, quieter, watchful. Every footstep echoes as I climb the staircase. Left, he instructs. I turn down the corridor that is almost never used. The air feels cooler here. Untouched. Second door on your right. I stop in front of it. I've seen this door before. Dante never opens it. Not once. My stomach twists. Open it, Isabella. The handle is stiff when I press it down. The door creaks softly as it swings inward. The room is frozen in time. Furniture covered in black silk sheets. Heavy. Intentional. Dust layered thick across every surface. The curtains drawn tight, only the faintest seam of light breaking through. No one has lived here in years. What is this? I whisper. He pauses. You tell me. I step inside slowly. Dust shifts faintly under my shoes. There's something suffocating about the space, like grief sealed into the walls. In the center of the room lies a large Persian rug. Lift it, he says. My pulse stutters. Why? Lift it. He repeats. I crouch, my fingers curling around the edge of the rug. It's heavier than I expect. When I drag it aside, a cloud of dust rises into the air. The wooden floor beneath is darker. There's a loose board, he continues. Near the center. I scan the floor. He's right. A narrow split between two planks. How do you know this? I demand quietly. He chuckles. I know that room personally. Now lift it. My nails wedge into the crack. I pull. The board gives with resistance. Beneath it. Stacks of cash. Hundreds. Neatly bundled. And beside them are knives. Slim. Polished. Hidden. My breath catches. This isn't Dante's, I murmur. There's something else tucked along the side of the hollow. Sleek. Black. Untouched by the dust. A gun. It looks newer than everything else in the room. Cared for. Waiting. Pick it up, he says. My fingers tremble as I lift it from the floor. The metal is cool and smooth beneath my palm. I turn it slightly. On the grip, initials engraved cleanly into the black surface. NG. The initials hit me like a physical blow. Nico D'Angelo. Dante's younger brother. My gaze lifts slowly, sweeping the silk-draped furniture. The untouched bed. The dust. The sealed curtains. This isn't just any unused room. This is Nico's room. My heart pounds violently. He's dead, I whisper. A faint breath down the line. Is he? Ice floods my veins. How do you know about this room? I demand. No answer. The silence is deliberate. I stare down at the gun in my hand. The weight of it feels wrong. Heavy with history I don't understand. Put it back, he says calmly. My pulse roars in my ears. Who are you? I try again, but to no avail. The man on the lie doesn't speak. Instead, I am forced to endure more tortured screams from my father, and I get the message. I lower the weapon slowly into the hollow beneath the floorboards. I place the cash back exactly as it was. The knives aligned. The board pressed down firmly. The rug dragged back into place. Smooth flat. Like nothing was disturbed. The silk-covered furniture looms around me as I step backward toward the door. The air feels thinner now. Colder. I step into the hallway and close the door softly behind me. Do you understand now what you have to do? He asks. I swallow hard, my steps shaky as I grip the banisters, forcing myself back down the glass staircase and down into the kitchen. My lip trembles. Yes. Say it properly, Mrs. D'Angelo. Yes, I repeat, voice steady. I understand. A low chuckle from the other end of the line. Good girl? The line goes dead. For a second, I just stand there. The kitchen hums. The water boils violently behind me. The phone slips slightly in my grip. I lower it slowly onto the counter. My hands begin to shake. The strength drains from my limbs so suddenly it feels physical, like something has reached inside me and cut a wire. The pot boils over. Water spills down the sides in a furious hiss, steam filling the air. I don't move. My breathing stutters once. Twice. Then the spoon slides from my fingers and clatters onto the tiles. The sound echoes too loudly. My knees give out. I catch the edge of the counter for half a second before sliding down the cupboard doors, the wood cool against my back. My father's scream replays in my head. You will kill Dante D'Angelo. The words feel impossible. Unreal. My chest caves inward. A broken sound escapes me before I can stop it, not loud, not hysterical. Just raw. I press my fist against my mouth to keep it in. The stove continues to hiss as water floods the burners. I don't move to turn it off. I can't. I draw my knees to my chest on the cold tile floor and let the tears come silently, shoulders trembling. Upstairs, somewhere down the hall, Dante is planning how to save my father. And I've just agreed to kill him. The steam thickens in the air. The water keeps boiling over. And I finally break. To be continued. Next book, Hollow Saint. Isabella. The ring on my finger should have meant forever. Instead, it became a countdown. They've taken my father, and they've given me an impossible choice. Save the man who raised me. Or betray the man I love. Every smile I force, every kiss I return, every lie I whisper brings me closer to the moment I have to decide who lives and who dies. Because monsters don't always carry guns. Sometimes, they look exactly like me.
Dante. I built an empire by trusting no one. Then I trusted her. The woman who turned my world inside out now looks at me like she's already saying goodbye, and I can't understand why she's slipping further away with every passing day. My enemies think they've found the one weakness capable of destroying me. They think taking her from me will destroy my empire. They have no idea she's the reason I'll burn theirs to the ground. A man with nothing left to lose doesn't negotiate. If they force her to choose between her family and me, I'll burn every empire standing before I let anyone take her from my side. This is the third book in the Where Saints Fall series. Reading order: Fallen Saint, Hollow Saint, Buried Saint. Available now.